Baimukin was a peak expert of the 9 firmaments continent. He possessed extraordinary talent in the 5 heavenly spiritual meridians and was called the #1 genius under the starry sky. Since he was young, he had joined one of the 8 great sects, the Profound Sky sect, and stepped into the martial arts world at the age of 8. After that, he rode Juechen and became an expert at the fortune realm at the age of 25. He had even arranged a marriage with Xian Qingzhu, the daughter of the heavenly profound sect master, which could be said to be doted on by thousands of people. He was the brightest new star in the 9 firmaments continent in the past 100 years, and he was regarded as the person with the best chance of reaching the peak of martial arts. However, when he was cultivating with Xian Qingzhu and trying to break through the bottleneck, he was plotted by his beloved woman. The heavenly profound sect master and Xian Qingzhu's father and daughter conspired to frame Baimukin, causing him to go crazy and seize his heavenly spirit's 5 meridians talent, which was absorbed by Xian Qingzhu. Baimukin, who had failed to break through the bottleneck, died with hatred because of the devilish fire. Since then, Xian Qingzhu, who was known as the #1 beauty in the 9 firmaments continent, had stepped into the clouds, replacing Baimukin as one of the top characters on the 9 firmaments continent. Nan, who had just turned 16, was a little thin and frail. He looked quite handsome, inheriting the delicacy of his mother and the handsomeness of his father. At this moment, the middle-aged man who was shaking his shoulders vigorously was a middle-aged man who looked dignified but had a haggard face. Baimukin looked at the middle-aged man's face empty-handed. The memories in his mind gradually became clear. It turned out that he had been reborn on a dying youth, his current physical body. His name was Xiang Nan. The Xiang clan was once a rising clan in Songlan continent, Wulong continent, and Bluestone town. Because the current clan head, Xiang Zhanxiong, was powerful, this clan had once enjoyed unlimited glory. However, the path of martial Dao was unpredictable. When Xiang Zhanxiong broke through to the heaven origin realm, he had fallen into a bottleneck. Since then, he had been trapped for 20 years, and his cultivation had not improved by a single bit. He had become a laughingstock. There are 9 realms in martial arts. Body tempering realm innate, realm origin, realm heaven scryer, realm good fortune, realm divine martial, saint heavenly tribulation. Each realm had 9 levels, and Xiang Zhanxiong was trapped in the 9th level of the origin reversion realm, unable to break through. On the contrary, the Wang clan, the Li clan, the Mo clan, and the 3 great clans broke through to the heaven origin realm one after another, ruthlessly suppressing the Xiang clan. They frantically carved up the Xiang clan's property and secretly killed all the geniuses of the Xiang clan, causing the Xiang clan members to die and flee, eventually leaving behind a desolate field of withered grass in the courtyard. Xiang Zhanxiong was Xiang Nan's grandfather, and the middle-aged man in front of him was Xiang Nan's father, Xiang Xiaohua. At this moment, the Xiang clan was already in dire straits. They weren't as powerful as an ordinary wealthy clan. Apart from their parents and grandfather, there was only a loyal old housekeeper left in the entire clan. He was not abandoned by a few servants. Xiang Nan's memories went deep into Baimukin's heart, and he couldn't help but feel sad when he thought of the Xiang clan's desolate scene. "Father, this is Xiang Nan struggled to do it." "Oh, it's nothing. I accidentally bumped into it last night." Xiang Xiaohua casually wiped the blood off his forehead and said, "Little Nan, what's wrong with you? You can't even sleep after coming back last night." Looking at Xiang Xiaohua's concerned gaze, Xiang Nan also managed to squeeze out a smile and said, "Nothing much. Last night there was a small mistake in training. There was no major problem. Father, please rest assured." Xiang Nan lied. In fact, it was the Wang clan's outsider Prince Zonglin who ambushed him and broke his internal organs with a kick. If it weren't for his sudden reincarnation in Xiang Nan, this Xiang Nan would probably have died in the early hours of this morning. However, Xiang Nan knew that his father was also lying. The injury on his father's forehead was obviously caused by a weapon. It was impossible for it to be a small injury caused by a knock. "Little Nan, your face is pale. Quickly lie down and don't move." Xiang Xiaohua hurriedly helped Xiang Nan lie down again, his eyes filled with concern. This kind of concern caused a trace of warmth to flow through Xiang Nan's heart. In his previous life, he was extremely aloof and arrogant. He had never experienced this kind of warmth before. His only relatives were his respected master and the woman he loved the most. He never thought that the one who betrayed him would be his father and daughter. Not good, young lord, young master, not good. Suddenly, the door was knocked open. Old Li was the old butler who had devoted his entire life to the Xiang clan, Li Zhong. Although Li Zhong and the Xiang family were slaves, in the hearts of the Xiang family, Li Zhong had always been treated as one's own family. What's going on? As Xianxia ran, he berated the servant. Didn't I tell you that no one can take half a step out of the Xiang clan in the past month? Xiang Nan's mind buzzed and his memories surged. At that time, there would be young geniuses from the Wulong province's Wudao sect. It could be said that this was the most important day for all the clans in Bluestone Town, and even for all the young martial artists in Bluestone City. If a junior of a clan was chosen by a certain martial arts sect to become a disciple, then it would be a great thing for the clan to shine brightly, and their clan status would soar. The Wang clan, one of the 3 great clans of Bluestone Town, was the one that attacked the Xiang Manor the most ruthlessly. They drew a large circle around the entire the Xiang Manor and warned that within a month, those from the Xiang Manor who stepped out of the circle would be killed without mercy. The purpose was to prevent the Xiang family from participating in the Marshalltown election and the Marshall City election. Thinking of this, Xiang Nan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes almost spitting out fire. He thought to himself, Wang clan, you dare touch a hair on my grandfather Li Zhong. The father and son rushed out of the mansion and saw a group of Wang clan youths looking at them in a cruel manner. 3 steps away from the entrance of the Xiang Manor was a long red line. That red line represented the Xiang Manor's life and death line. Outside the red line, Wang Zhouan's Prince Zonglin was leading a group of subordinates, and under his feet, Li Zhong, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, was stepping on a dead dog. Wang Zonglin caught a glimpse of Xiang Nan with a slightly different expression. He muttered to himself in a very small voice, "This brat is actually still alive? Could it be that he attacked too lightly last night?" Wang Zonglin. Xiang Xiaohua poured blood into his pupils and angrily said, "Let go of Li Zhong." As Wang Zonglin stepped on Li Zhong, he pointed at the red line between the 2 sides and said, "We said that the Xiang clan that crossed this red line will be killed without mercy. Could it be that you've taken my Wang clan's words for granted?" Someone beside him immediately laughed loudly. "Do you really think you are still the Xiang Manor? Old dog Xiang Zhanxiong hasn't left the Xiang Manor for 3 years, so he might have died long ago." Old dog Xiang Xiaohua's body trembled with anger. Unfortunately, he was not born to be a martial artist. However, Wang Zonglin, a 16-year-old distant relative of the Wang clan, was already an expert at the 9th level of body tempering. Wang Zonglin, get rid of your dirty feet. Xiang Nan took a step forward. His toes were just about to touch the red line. He said in a deep voice, "Aren't you worried that my Xiang family will participate in the martial arts town election? I can promise you, as long as you let Grandpa Li go, I will withdraw." "Young master, no?" Half of Li Zhong's face was trampled on the ground. "Young master, you?" Before he could finish speaking, Li Zhong was stomped back by Wang Zonglin, and he even used the sole of his shoe to ruthlessly crush Li Zhong's face twice. Seeing this scene, Xiang Nan immediately clenched his hands tightly and gritted his teeth, saying word by word, "Let go of Grandpa Li. I will be chosen not to go by Wudao Town." Wang Zonglin looked up and smiled. "It's just an old dog raised by a family. It's worth your sacrifice. You're truly a loser. It seems that even without the suppression of my Wang family, your Xiang family wouldn't have done much. Since you want this old dog, I will return it to you." With that, Wang Zonglin picked up Li Zhong and kicked him on the back. Li Zhong immediately flew out, and Xiang Nan Xiang Xiaohua and his son charged forward, stopping Li Zhong from flying backwards. "Grandpa Li." Xiang Nan looked at Li Zhong's injuries and saw that his internal organs were shattered by Wang Zonglin's kick, just like he did last night. Old Li Xiang Xiaohua's eyes also became moist. He supported Li Zhong and choked, "You are Why bother? Although Li Zhong's mouth had been bleeding, he forced a smile. Young lord, young madam is not well. As a servant, you can see it in your eyes and feel pain in your heart. This is me, cough cough. As he spoke, Li Zhong trembled as he took out something from his bosom. The Xiang clan's father and son were already in tears when they saw his colleague. It was a bag of herbs. Xiang Nan's mind buzzed. He finally understood why Grandpa Li was lying on the ground when he was trampled by Wang Zonglin, and his back was slightly arched. It turned out that Li Zhong had risked his life to protect this bag of herbs. Li Zhong had been beaten by Wang Zonglin to the point that his bones were broken. A long shirt was tattered, and even his organs were shattered. However, this bag of herbs was unexpectedly intact. Old Li. Xiang Xiaohua pinched the herbs and choked. My Xiang clan, I'm sorry about you. Grandfather. Xiang Nan grabbed Li Zhong's hand and said, Grandpa. Little Nan still wants to play with Grandpa and go to the back mountain to pick mushrooms with Grandpa. Grandpa, don't go. Li Zhong kindly stroked Xiang Nan's temples, and the doting look in his eyes was as warm as the sun. Good child. Grandpa Li, cough. I can't accompany you anymore. Grandpa Li is leaving. You have to take good care of yourself. Old man, I have served the Xiang clan all my life. Now that I am able to die for the Xiang clan, it can also be considered. Before he could finish speaking, Li Zhong spat out a mouthful of blood on Xiang Nan's chest and died. At this moment, Xiang Nan felt as if he had been struck by 5 bolts of lightning. At the same time, a thunderclap exploded from his dantian. The divine veins in his body that had been hidden for a long time had awakened. A martial artist's innate talent was divided into several grades, which were mortal grade, spirit grade, earth grade, and heavenly grade. Each level of talent had 5 types of affinity for the 5 elements, known as the 5 meridians: wind, wood, water, fire, and earth. Wind represented the potential of speed, wood represented the potential of life, water represented the potential of enduring battle, fire represented the potential of battle, and earth represented the potential of the physical body. Most martial artists did not possess the affinity of the 5 meridians, but they only needed to possess one affinity to be considered a genius. Take the mortal grade talent as an example. Under the heavens, there were countless martial artists who possessed the lowest level of mortal veins. It was like crossing a river. However, if there was a person who possessed the mortal grade fire vein, and he only needed to cultivate diligently, then he would suddenly rise up. This meant that his explosive power and combat strength would far surpass that of an ordinary martial artist. If one possessed 2 types of pulse affinity in a talent level, then this kind of person could be called a genius. In his previous life, Bai Mukin had 5 types of meridians, including 5 affinities. Moreover, it was the highest level of the 5 heavenly meridians. This was also why Bai Mukin was called the number 1 genius in the starry sky. However, what others did not know was that Bai Mukin actually had 6 meridians. Apart from the wind, wood, water, fire, and earth, there was another vein that was always hidden. Bai Mukin had always known about his hidden bloodline, but he had never been able to develop it. The reason for that was because he had never been able to find it in his entire life. Later, Bai Mukin was killed, and the 5 heavenly spiritual meridians were also seized by Shen Qingzhu. Perhaps this could be considered a blessing in disguise. After his rebirth, Bai Mukin, the current Xiang Nan, had actually awakened the last bloodline that Shen Qingzhu had failed to seize. Rumbling thunder exploded in Xiang Nan's dantian. The sound was like a bolt from the blue, but only Xiang Nan could feel it. Xiang Nan was stunned, and then his heart was incomparably shocked. Divine grade, lightning meridian. Divine grade talent was definitely at the legendary level. Throughout the entire history of martial arts, there were only a few records of divine grade talent. No one had ever been able to say clearly what kind of existence divine grade talent was. Even for Xiang Nan, this divine vein was still filled with uncertainties. Originally, Xiang Nan, who had been robbed of his strongest talent, was already disheartened. The clinker had been bestowed upon him by the heavens, awakening his last pulse. It turned out that it was a divine pulse that was one level higher than the 5 heavenly spiritual meridians. The cycle of the heavenly Tao, retribution, was not good. However, at this moment, Xiangnan was extremely grieved and didn't have much time to slowly think about his talent. Wang Zonglin. Xiangnan suddenly turned around and angrily pointed at Wang Zonglin and shouted, "I have promised to give up the martial arts town election, but you still refuse to let go of an old man who is in his late teens." Wang Zonglin crossed his shoulders and mocked, "I can kill as many old dogs as I want, Li Zhong. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. My Wang clan will definitely eat you. One day with my Wang clan here, your surname Xiang will behave like a dog and lie down obediently. There's something else." Wang Zonglin pointed at the red line beneath his feet and said, "Your useless father secretly went to get medicine for your sickly mother today, but he was surrounded by us. He was lucky enough to escape back to the Xiang manor. Could it be that your Xiang clan remembers whether to eat or not? Have you forgotten the pain after recovering from the scar?" It turned out that Xianxia had actually done the same thing as Li Zhong. The scar on his forehead was left behind by the Wang family. "Good, good, good." Xiangnan greeted him 3 times in a row. He laughed furiously. "Since you didn't even care about these words and put them out in front of everyone, then let's settle the old debt together with the new debt." With that, Xiangnan turned around and returned to the Xiang manor. Outside the mansion, Wang Zonglin laughed loudly. "You little 7th-level body-tempering martial artist? You want to fight to the death with me at the dignified 1st level of the Xiantian realm? You're simply courting death." As he spoke, Xiangnan strode out of the Xiang manor with a Xiang family steel gun in his hand. "Little Nan, don't be impulsive. You're not his match." Xiangshua's expression changed drastically. His Xiang clan had already fallen to this point, and he could no longer lose his only son. The martial Tao realm could be said to be the 1st level of the heavens, and the body-tempering realm was the body-refining realm. The 1st level of the body-refining realm represented the lethality of a punch of 100 kilograms. Wang Zonglin was at the 9th level of body-tempering, and his punch had a strength of 900 jin. As for Xiangnan, he was only at the 7th level of body-tempering, which was only 700 jin. The gap between him and Wang Zonglin was still very big. However, Xiangnan's killing intent had already been decided. He carried the spear backwards and walked out step by step. Xianxia originally wanted to stop Xiangnan, but at that moment, he saw a trace of strangeness on Xiangnan's face, an expression of arrogance. This unfamiliar arrogance made Xianxia hesitate, as if he couldn't recognize his son. This kind of arrogance is the imposing manner of not lowering my head to look at ants, not raising my head to look at the heavens, my feet stepping on the earth, everything beneath my feet. Xiangnan held his head high, his waist straight, and crossed the red line with his spear in his hand. Wang Zonglin was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Xiangnan to actually dare to come out. At this moment, Xiangnan's 2nd foot also stepped out. He tilted his head slightly and said in a low voice, "I've crossed the red line. I'm going to buy a good coffin for my grandpa Li now." "You, stop me." Wang Zonglin was stunned and angrily said, "What a trash kid! How dare you shout at me? I'll take this opportunity to kill you." After saying that, Wang Zonglin pulled out a low-grade spirit-grade saber from his back. The power in his body surged and he slashed down fiercely towards Xiangnan. Weapons, martial arts, and the same cultivation realm were divided into mortal grade, spirit grade, earth grade, heaven grade, profound grade, Tao grade, and divine grade. Wang Zonglin's saber was using the Wang clan's intermediate spiritual grade saber technique, the Yuan-shattering saber technique. This saber strike had forced Wang Zonglin's basic strength to 1,300 jin. However, what Xiangnan had learned earlier was only an ordinary mid-grade cultivation technique, the Xiang clan spear. It could force a maximum of 700 jin of strength to 800 jin. Thus, the Wang clan's ridiculing laughter that frightened the crowd immediately rang out in the surroundings. However, Xiangnan could no longer hear the ear-piercing sounds of mockery. In his mind, he quickly recalled a cultivation technique he had seen before. Back then, Bai Mukin had seen a rare lightning-attributed cultivation technique called the rushing lightning spear. Actually, this cultivation technique wasn't too powerful. It was only a low-grade spirit-grade cultivation technique, but because of its lightning attribute, its power far surpassed that of a cultivation technique of the same level. All right, Xianxia took a deep breath and thought to himself, I want to see just how strong this divine grade lightning meridian talent is. It was also at this moment that Wang Zonglin leapt up high and slashed down with his saber. He shouted, Heaven-breaking slash. The yuan-shattering saber technique, Heaven-breaking slash, carried a terrifying strength of 1,300 Jin as it slashed towards Xianxia. Even if he thought about it with his toes, he knew who was stronger. However, what shocked everyone was that Xianxia didn't dodge and actually shot at Wang Zonglin's saber. He had slashed down from top to bottom, but Xianxia had raised his spear from bottom to top. Not to mention the rest, Xianxia was at a great disadvantage just because of his position. Ha ha! This brat is courting death. Everyone burst into laughter. Xiangshua's heart was burning with anxiety. He had already stepped forward and prepared to charge forward. No matter what, he had to save his son. At this critical moment, the knives and spears collided. Jing Long, go out to sea, Xianxia muttered to himself. This was one of the techniques of the rushing thunder spear, and it was also one of the simplest starting moves. It was called Dragon Awakening. At this moment, the lightning veins in Xianxia's dantian suddenly became irritable. They surged with lightning, and the power of the lightning veins instantly filled Xianxia's entire body. At the same time, the power in Xianxia's body instantly exploded. 700 Jin, 800 Jin, 900. It's still rising. 1,111, 1,002, 1,003, 1,004, 15,000. The terrifying lightning attribute increased the strength of Xianxia's spear to 1,500 Jin like an explosion. The blades and spears collided, producing a loud sound that caused one's eardrums to ache. The lightning meridian attribute was indeed worthy of its resounding reputation. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air on the first floor and took half a step back in shock. Wang Zonglin was actually knocked over by Xianxia's spear. Even the man and the gun were sent flying. The saber in his hand rose high into the sky and spun buzzing. Wang Zonglin's body quickly fell down. The tremendous vibrating force caused Wang Zonglin to spit out a mouthful of red blood. The moment Wang Zonglin shot backwards, Xianxia suddenly took a step forward and held his gun. Tack! The spear was like a lightning dragon, piercing through Wang Zonglin's heart. Rolling hot blood flowed down the shaft of the gun and onto Xianxia's right hand, turning into a line of blood. Xianxia raised his spear and thrust Wang Zonglin into the air. A gust of wind blew through the corner of Wang Zonglin's robe, which was still flipping. Body tempering 7th layer. One shot to kill a body tempering 9th layer expert. Xianxia looked ahead and didn't even look at Wang Zonglin. He said in a deep voice, I'll take your dog life as a tribute to Grandpa Li. It was only at this moment that the Wang family's subordinates woke up from their dreams and rushed forward one by one with roars. It wasn't that they weren't afraid of death, but that Wang Zonglin was dead. If they didn't give the Wang clan an explanation, they would die on their way back. 7 or 8 body-tempering 7th stage martial artists rushed forward at the same time. Xianxia took a deep breath and muttered in his heart, Dragon Spear! The spear was like a dragon, a fast spear. Light, swift, accurate. Hate. Xianxia stood almost where he was. With a slight step, he fired his spear everywhere. The spear tip attacked so quickly that it formed a fan-shaped spear shadow in midair. The fan-shaped spear figure disappeared in a flash. Xianxia stopped his hand and carried the spear behind him as he strode forward. The 7 or 8 martial artists were still in midair. At this moment, they were all pouncing on the spot where Xianxia was just now, but none of them could raise their heads again. Each of these people had a bloody hole pierced through their hearts, and their blood hadn't yet dyed their clothes red. The lightning meridian talent not only possessed an extremely powerful explosive power, but also possessed a world-shocking speed. Father! Xianxia took 3 steps forward and said without turning his head, It's time to pay off the debts owed to us by the 3 great clans. Please stay in the Xiang Manor and prepare for Grandpa Li's funeral. I'll go pick a coffin and come later. The sky was cloudy and drizzling, and the streets of Bluestone Town were sparsely populated. Xiang Nan walked in the rain with his spear on his back. His emotions were complicated and difficult to understand, and his eyes gradually became firm. Life is precious. Since the heavens have given me another chance to revive, and given me a heaven-defying divine talent, I must make good use of it this time. Bluestone Town was not small. It belonged to Bluestone City and was one of the most prosperous towns under Bluestone City's rule. Because of the existence of the three great clans, the town's reputation was very resounding. At the end of the Grand Dao in front of him was a coffin shop. After Xiang Nan expressed his intention to come, he was told that the coffin had to be ordered beforehand. This scene made Xiang Nan immediately realize how insignificant his understanding of the real world was. In the past, he could be said to have used money like earth. He never had to care about any worldly matters. As long as he wanted something, the profound sky sect would help him obtain it. He didn't even know that coffins needed to be reserved. I can pay more, but I have to get the coffin today. Xiang Nan thought for a moment and took out a cloth bag. When he opened it, a bag full of silver coins scattered on the counter. There could be more than 300 silver coins. The shopkeeper of the coffin shop was overjoyed when he saw the silver coins. He hurriedly said, "The Zhang family in the east of the city has ordered a coffin for old Master Zhang in advance. It has just been completed. If you are in a hurry, this coffin can be given to you first." It was a fine golden Nanmu coffin, with even braced carvings on it. Sure. Xiang Nan sized up the coffin. Although it was still far from what he had expected, this was still a small town. It was already quite good to have a golden Nanmu coffin. All right. The shopkeeper put away the silver coins and rubbed his hands with a smile. Go ahead. I'll have a few assistants carry them to your mansion later. No need. I'll take it myself. Xiang Nan expressionlessly carried the huge and heavy coffin on his shoulder and walked out of the shop with one hand clasped in his arms. The shopkeeper of the coffin shop looked at Xiang Nan's back with envy on his face. A martial artist in the dark was good. A coffin as big as this would normally take a lot of effort to carry. However, Xiang Nan looked as if he could carry it effortlessly at such a young age. The rain outside was getting heavier and heavier, and the dark clouds in the sky were occasionally mixed with the sound of rolling thunder. That's all my savings, Xiang Nan thought while carrying the coffin. The Xiang clan had long since fallen into a terrible state of despair. They were almost unable to pay for their daily expenses, and Xiang Nan was even more short of money. Now, he even spent the only 300 silver coins he had. However, cultivating martial arts is an act of burning money. Without money, even if you have the talent of number one in the world, it would be difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. Xiang Nan rubbed his chin and suddenly remembered something from the past. Oh right. This is the Wulong continent, I vaguely remember. In his previous life he had a treasure map. The treasure should be nearby. Back then, he hadn't been here because of the distance. Now he could go take a look. Thinking about it carefully, those things should be buried in the Wulong continent and the Black Sharp mountain range. They shouldn't be far from here. Xiang Nan was pondering, but his footsteps gradually slowed down. He looked up and saw a dozen black-clothed men standing quietly in the middle of the street opposite him. You came quite quickly. Xiang Nan carried the coffin and narrowed his eyes. But isn't it too much of a joke to deal with me with such a small number of people? He said. It hadn't rained when he killed Wang Zonglin. There were some bystanders around. Someone must have tipped off the Wang clan. As he said this, Xiang Nan secretly observed that according to the fluctuations of the weather in the bodies of the dozen or so black-clothed men, there were actually 2 Xiantian first-stage experts. As for the others, they were all at the 8th to 9th level of body tempering. Most of these people were 26 or 27 years old, and they should be the generals raised by the Wang clan. This time, Xiang Nan's expression became serious. The strength of a Xiantian realm expert did not start from 1000 Jin, because the Xiantian realm expert's body had already condensed Xiantian weather, Therefore, the actual basic strength of a Xiantian 1-dan expert was 2,100 gene. Among the crowd, the two Xiantian experts took a step forward. One of them should be the boss. He smiled sinisterly and said, "You are quite courageous. Even our Wang clan's outsiders dare to kill you. However, your luck is pretty good. If not for the fact that the Wang clan's elders had all gone to the city lord's mansion to attend the wedding banquet, you would definitely have died even more miserably." A wedding banquet? Xiang Nan frowned slightly. It seemed that the Wang clan did not know that Wang Zonglin had been killed by him. Only the clans that stayed behind would deal with him ahead of time. However, City Lord Bluestone City? He only has 2 sons. Didn't he start a family long ago? There was no such thing as a wedding banquet. The leading Xiantian expert laughed loudly. For the sake of your imminent death, there's no harm in telling you. Today is the engagement of Shen Qingzhu, daughter of the 9 firmaments continents, heavenly profound sect master, and Feiyun Luhai, son of the soaring cloud sect master. The marriage of 2 of the 8 great sects is an earth-shattering event. Together, the 2 great sects have scattered countless amounts of money, causing the entire world to celebrate. Even our blue tide continent has been affected. As he said this, the leader was extremely arrogant, as if it was already a great deal of face for him to be able to attend such a wedding banquet. What a large sum of money! Xiang Nan felt a faint pain in his heart. The woman he once loved deeply, and the woman who betrayed him, had finally come together with Feiyun Luhai. Xiang Nan took a deep breath and closed his eyes. "All right, I've talked enough nonsense to you. We have to take your head in advance and go back to report." The Xiantian clan general waved his hand and 11 experts immediately rushed forward. Xiang Nan remained motionless, his eyes still closed, but in his heart, he was doing a meticulous plan that no one else could have imagined. With my current strength, confronting those 2 Xiantian first-stage experts head-on will definitely not bring me any benefits. Especially since there are so many of them, consuming them will be detrimental to me. Since it was impossible to clash head-on, he could only use his brilliant battle techniques to win, striving for a quick conclusion. At this moment, 11 experts had already arrived in front of Xiang Nan. The 3 at the front drew out their long sabers and launched an attack. At the same time, Xiang Nan suddenly opened his eyes, and a light flashed in his eyes. With a loud boom, he placed the coffin on the ground. At the same time, he rushed forward with a gun in one hand. A short charge, slightly tilted, dodging the 2 knives. The spear pierced through the chest of the first person. His left arm bent to block the neck of the second person. Then, Xiang Nan took a step forward and pulled out the spear from the back of the first person's body. He threw the second person with his left arm and collided with the third person. The spear swung and pierced through the chest of the second and third person. In one move, he killed 3 people in a row. That movement was smooth and flowing without the slightest delay. This not far away, the expressions of the 2 Xiantian generals who were hugging their shoulders and laughing coldly changed drastically. The leading general was shocked. Something is wrong with this brat. He is clearly only at the 7th level of body tempering, but why does he have such astonishing speed and strength? The junior general next to the leader shouted. How did he do it? How did he manage to walk so smoothly in such a dense attack? At this moment, Xiang Nan had already entered a state of absolute concentration. In the shower, he killed 3 people at a time. There are still 8. Xiang Nan pulled back his spear and dodged the long blade slashed at him by the 4th man. His left hand clenched the enemy's wrist and slightly trembled. The enemy's wrist was immediately dislocated and the steel saber fell. Xiang Nan soared into the air and kicked the hilt of the saber with his left foot. The steel saber flew out with a whoosh, piercing through the 5th person's eyebrows. At the same time, the spear in his hand swept across. The rushing thunder spear swept through 1,000 troops. The spear swept out, sending 3 people flying in succession. A long spear was fiercely thrown out, and both of its feet shot onto the ground. Its entire body rushed out like an arrow that had left a string. The spear pierced through the space between the 4th person's eyebrows. Xiangnan happened to arrive and casually pulled out the spear from the back of the fourth person's head. His legs clasped around the sixth person's neck. A beautiful pair of scissors kicked the sixth man up and grabbed the gun with his right hand. He pierced through the neck of the seventh person and kicked the spear back with his left foot, causing the spear that pierced through the neck of the sixth person to stand up and kick the shaft of the spear heavily. The spear pierced through the sixth man and flew out, piercing through the seventh man's chest. Hurry! Hurry up and attack! Something's wrong with this brat. The leader shouted in horror and rushed forward with another Xiantian expert. It wasn't that these two experts were too slow, but that Xiangnan was too fast. The remaining 4 8th-level body-tempering generals were already stunned by Xiangnan's action, and their movements instantly slowed down. Xiangnan's eyes were fixed on the 2 Xiantian generals, while the weapons in his hands were attacking the 4 body-tempering generals. These 4 people had no ability to resist in Xiangnan's hands and were instantly killed. You're courting death. The leader sliced down the long saber in his hand, and a small arc of saber chi rushed towards him. A sign unique to the Xiantian realm, the weather first. Xiangnan forcefully twisted his body. The saber chi almost shot out from his shoulder. Even half of his sleeve was cut off, but Xiangnan ignored it at all. He was not in a hurry to make a move. Almost at the same time, the attack of the second Xiantian clan general arrived. The Xiantian clan general wiped out the long saber in his hand horizontally. The arc-shaped crescent saber chi was intended to slash Xiangnan's waist. Although the cultivation methods of these two people weren't as high as Wang Zhonglin's, their cultivation realms were still high. With 2,100 gene of basic strength amplified by the cultivation methods, they would be around 2,300 gene. Xiangnan's small 7th-level body-tempering realm immediately felt exhausted. Let me see how you can escape. The leader's eyes were already shining with triumph. As a result, a faint arc suddenly appeared at the corner of Xiangnan's mouth. His entire body suddenly jumped up, his body swinging horizontally in midair, and he rotated at high speed. Raptors swing their tails. Xiangnan shouted in his heart. With the help of his body's lateral rotation speed, he swung the spear longitudinally. The lightning meridian innate ability in his body was activated, and his 700 gene strength increased to 15,000 kilograms. With a loud swing of his spear, Peng landed on the leader's neck, smashing the leader's entire body to the ground. The spear continued to advance, and in the second half, it landed on the stomach of another general, sending the general flying. Seeing the opportunity, Xiangnan's feet suddenly jumped again the moment he landed. A spear pierced through the heart of the general in the air and pulled it out from his back. Then he threw the spear towards the ground. That gun had just pierced through the back of the general's neck. Xiangnan relied on his astonishing combat skills to make up for the gap in cultivation realms. Rain poured down and the rolling blood flowed everywhere. Xiangnan landed lightly on the ground. The spear rotated half a circle in his hand, and with a whoosh, he turned back behind him. Then, he carried the coffin with one hand and walked towards the depths of the rain curtain. Shen Qingzhu, today is your wedding day. The scenery is truly boundless. Even the distant blue-tide continent is helping you celebrate. And do you remember that there was once a Bai Mukin in this world? When you were smiling and welcoming thousands of people, I was alone in the rain killing people. One attracted the attention of tens of thousands of people, while the other traveled alone in the night rain. Qingzhu Master Muchen will come back for you. At the entrance of the Xiang Manor, Xiang Xiaohua saw Xiangnan carrying the coffin with one hand, and his heart ached badly. Little Nan, you're back. Xiang Xiaohua took a few steps forward and took the coffin from Xiangnan. Xiangnan shook the jade bead at the end of his hair and said, "How is mother?" Xiang Xiaohua's face darkened slightly as he said, "I've been sick for many years. When it rains on a cloudy day, I can't get up." Xiangnan nodded. "I want to see my mother. Put away this coffin and we'll bury Grandpa Li tomorrow." After passing through the empty courtyards, Xiangnan's footsteps slowed down slightly. This place was once bustling with flowers, but now, it was so desolate that no one paid attention to it. No matter what, my fleshly body belongs to the Xiang clan. I will be as loyal and filial to the Xiang clan as Xiang Nan is. Xiang Nan clenched his fists and pushed the door open. The room was very big, but it was also very empty. Over the years, the Xiang clan had deteriorated. The valuable furniture had basically been sold, and the air was filled with a faint smell of inferior herbs. Xiang Nan stood quietly beside the bed, carefully examining the middle-aged woman. A soft light gradually appeared in his eyes. Xiang Nan suddenly felt a little relieved. Perhaps his death wasn't a bad thing. After he died once, he had a mother that he had never had in his previous life. He slowly retreated outside the door and said, "Mother, I hope you will recover soon." "Father, I want to see grandfather." Xiang Nan found Xianxia and said solemnly. Xianxia hesitated for a moment and muttered, "But your grandfather hasn't come out of seclusion for 3 years, so you're interrupting him without permission." Xiang Nan shook his head slightly. "Your son knows." Xianxia hesitated for a moment before leading his son to the deepest courtyard. Xianxia had many questions about why his son had suddenly become so strong, and why his temper was calmer than before. Xianxia's seclusion was in an extremely deep underground secret room in the Xiang Manor. The father and son arrived one after another and knocked on the stone door. After a full cup of tea, a deep voice came from inside the door. "Come in." Xianxia patted Xiang Nan on the shoulder and turned to leave. Xiang Nan entered the stone room, closed the stone door and said, "Grandpa Li Zhong has gone." Hearing this, a long sigh came from the shadow of the stone room. The sigh contained helplessness and guilt. Through the light, Xiang Nan observed his own grandfather, Xianxia. His nose and mouth were wide, his eyebrows were sharp, and his eyebrows revealed a heroic aura. However, the white hair on his temples was enough to show that this old man had been living a very depressed life in recent years. The Xiang clan's only backing now was Xianxia. He had been trapped in the 9th level of the Origin Core realm for so many years, so perhaps there was a way to help him break through. Xiang Nan looked at Xianxia's face at this moment, and his heart was more or less full of emotions. Xianxia also looked at Xiang Nan and said, "Have you reached the 7th level of body tempering? It seems that we, little Nan, are very diligent." Xiang Nan bowed slightly and said, "Little Nan doesn't dare to neglect. Grandpa, have you been cultivating smoothly recently?" These words made Xianxian even more worried. It seemed that there was still no progress in breaking through the bottleneck. The grandfather and grandson chatted for a long time before they parted ways. Xiang Nan thought to himself, Grandpa's eyebrows were glittering with red light, and his words were filled with anger. Obviously, it wasn't a mistake in his cultivation, but he had really encountered a bottleneck. Xiang Nan did have a way to help his grandfather through this difficult time. The key was that he didn't have any money, so he couldn't buy the spirit herbs and spirit pills he needed. At this time, the Xiang clan's financial resources had long since dried up. After returning to his room, Xiang Nan sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine his pill field and raise his martial arts realm. With his heaven-defying divine talent and the conjoined body technique of the Thunder Spear, he had entered the breakthrough stage in less than an incense stick of time, reaching the 8th level of the body-tempering realm. However, at the moment of his breakthrough, Xiang Nan felt a great sense of emptiness appear in his body. His skin was rapidly aging at a visible rate, and even wrinkles had appeared. Xiang Nan hurriedly stopped, his expression extremely solemn. Gradually, the wrinkles on his skin dissipated again. No, Xiang Nan shook his head and thought to himself, upgrading my cultivation realm will rapidly drain the spiritual energy from my body. If I increase my cultivation recklessly, I will become a dried corpse. Without spirit herbs or pills, raising one's cultivation level would be equivalent to courting death. However, ordinary first-grade spirit herbs were also worth 300 gold coins. Both pills and spirit herbs were divided into 9th grade. Spirit herbs were important ingredients for refining pills. A single pill was tens or even hundreds of times more valuable than a spirit herb of the same grade. Xiang Nan smiled bitterly. He didn't even have a first-grade spirit herb. A medicinal pill? It was a kind of daydreaming luxury. It's time to take a look at the treasure trove. Xianxia did not hesitate at all. He took advantage of the heavy rain and rushed to the Black Sharp mountain range overnight. The Black Sharp mountain range was located at the border of Bluestone Town, so the journey wasn't too far. Xianxia shuttled through the mountains and forests, constantly recalling the location of the treasure trove in his mind. I found it, so it really exists. Xianxia pushed open the dense bushes and found the stone door in front of a section of the mountain wall. At this moment, a red light suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Xianxia turned around and saw that it must be Blue Stone City releasing fireworks to celebrate Xian Qingzhu's engagement. Xianxia recalled the last words that Xian Qingzhu had said before he died. Mu Chun, I really liked you, but I won't regret killing you today. Between love and the future, I choose the future. This was the last thing Xian Qingzhu said to Bai Muqin before the steel needle in her hand landed between his eyebrows. Heh, future. Xianxia laughed miserably. Xian Qingzhu, is this what you want? Let's meet again in the future. At that time, I hope you won't regret it either. With that, Xianxia strode into the cave and disappeared into the darkness. In the depths of the cave, lights shone. In an instant, the multicolored colors shone on Xianxia, making him unable to open his eyes. My God! Xianxia was stunned. Inside the cave, it was beaten into a small palace pattern. In the middle, there was a pile of gold coins as tall as two people. It was simply a small mountain of gold coins. It was roughly estimated that there were at least 5 to 6 million gold coins. Such a large number, even in the most glorious period of the Xiang clan, it had never been possessed before. Xianxia was overjoyed. So much gold is enough to buy the spiritual herbs I need. Beside the walls of the small palace were rows of wooden frames. The south wall wooden shelves were filled with all sorts of calligraphy, paintings, and antiques. The value of these items was astonishing. Another good income. However, he had no choice but to not sell these things. Now that he was too weak, it was easy for him to stir up trouble. On the north wall, there was also a whole row of wooden shelves, all of which were filled with spirit herbs and even medicinal pills. A light flashed in Xianxia's eyes. Xianxia counted the wealth he had obtained and couldn't help but start to breathe quickly. Spirit herbs were fine. The key was that medicinal pills were definitely priceless. You may not even be able to buy it even if you have money. You value luck very much. There were plenty of spirit herb pills here, enough to break through the bottleneck for Grandpa. Xianxia was very impolite and directly swallowed a Tier 1 fire bath pill. There were also high-grade 3rd-grade fire bathing pills, but he still didn't dare to eat them. Because his cultivation level was too low, if he ate a pill of too high a grade, his body would explode and die. As the name implied, the flame bath pill was a kind of thing that could violently purify the meridians of martial artists, and it could also strengthen their dantian. Very quickly, the fierce medicinal properties of the fire bath pill burned inside Xianxia's body. He could clearly feel his meridians being baptized by the medicinal properties of fire. He immediately sat cross-legged, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, once again breaking through to the 8th level of body tempering. Xianxia instantly broke through to the 8th level of body tempering. There was no longer a state of exhaustion. Whoosh! Xianxia let out a deep breath and slowly stood up, allowing the remaining medicinal herbs in his body to continue to nourish his body. He had just broken through to the 8th layer, so it was not appropriate for him to immediately break through to the 9th layer. His body still needed a short period of adaptation. A 1st-grade fire bathing pill was indeed a good thing. Finally, look at the east wall. On the first wooden shelf on the east wall, there were 2 small brocade boxes. When they opened, they were actually 2 priceless intermediate storage rings. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh and put one on his finger. A storage ring was a spatial ring. A primary storage ring could store 1 cubic meter of dead objects, an intermediate storage ring could store 10 cubic meters of dead objects, and a high-grade storage ring could store 100 cubic meters of dead objects. The starting price of an intermediate storage ring in the auction house was 3 million gold coins. Ordinary people simply couldn't afford to wear it. The other storage ring should be left to Grandpa. Looking back, There were 7 sets of gorgeous embroidered clothes hanging on the wall. Each set was magnificent, made of ice silk, and was extremely valuable. After the 7 sets of luxurious clothes, there was a small, pitch-black vest. This vest was jet black and heavy, but when held in his hand, it suddenly fell. 3rd grade profound snake leather armor, not bad. 3rd grade profound snake is equivalent to the origin returning realm, although this leather armor does not carry any Yuan Qi defense. It is comparable to the skin defense of an origin returning realm expert. It can withstand 3 fatal strikes from an origin returning realm 1st layer expert. He put the black snake leather armor on his body on the spot, which could be considered as an additional life-saving treasure. Next, there was a wooden shelf under the east wall. On top of it was an ancient wooden box. Opening the wooden box, there was an uncovered book lying inside. Xianxia curiously picked up the book and flipped through it. He discovered that the book recorded the life of the owner of the treasure. The owner of this cave was called the Heavenly Thunder Martial King. He was a great figure 3,000 years ago. He possessed a rare heavenly grade lightning vein talent. In just 50 years, he had already stepped onto the peak of martial arts, becoming a heavenly tribulation realm expert. However, this person was too obsessed with martial arts. He even reached the state of madness. He actually tried to break through to the heavenly tribulation realm to find a way to rise to a higher level. Thus, he devoted all of his life to learning and created a heaven-defying cultivation technique, the 9 transformations of thunder. However, because the 9 transformations of thunder were too heaven-defying, the heavenly lightning martial king himself had failed to cultivate and died from being devilish. Xianxia was completely stunned when he flipped through the contents of the next page. After a long time, Xianxia finally regained his senses. 9 transformations of thunder. This second half of the book is actually the incantation of 9 transformations of thunder. Only now did Xianxia realize how terrifying the 9 transformations of thunder were. This was simply a cultivation technique that shouldn't have appeared in the world. This was because cultivating the 9 transformations of thunder required absorbing a total of 9 types of divine lightning. If he truly succeeded in practicing the 9 transformations of thunder, he would possess the power to pierce through the heavens and earth, overturn the rivers and overturn the seas, and destroy a world with a flick of his finger. Divine lightning was a kind of ferocious lightning bred from heaven and earth. Every kind of divine lightning that descended on the world would definitely cause heaven and earth catastrophe. That was an existence that even martial arts experts would not dare to touch easily. After each type of divine lightning descended into the world, it would leave behind a lightning source. What was even more terrifying was that there was actually a thunder talisman on the last page of the cultivation technique. It was described in the book that this lightning talisman actually contained the lightning source of the white flame blazing lightning, which was ranked 17th on the divine lightning rankings. Xianxia held the lightning talisman and struggled in his heart. If he wanted to take revenge, he had to cultivate the 9 transformations of thunder, because the difference between his realm and Shen Qingzhu's was simply too great. That Shen Qingzhu might already be a divine martial realm expert. However, even the heavenly thunder martial king himself was unable to complete this 9 transformations of thunder. If he went to practice it himself, would he end up with the same fate as the heavenly thunder martial king? After thinking for a long time, Xianxia gritted his teeth and put away the lightning talisman. The martial king is a heavenly grade lightning vein, and I am a divine grade lightning vein. If he can't, maybe I can. Moreover, to practice the 9 transformations of thunder, the minimum requirement was to start from the Xiantian stage, so he still had some time to think about it. The only regret was that the 9 transformations of thunder was just a cultivation technique, and it did not contain any specific martial skill moves. When Xianxia handed the storage ring to Xianxia was stunned. This is an intermediate storage ring. It's even better than the basic storage ring I wore myself. Xianxia smiled and said, "Grandpa, open it and see what's inside." Xianxia opened his storage ring, and large amounts of gold coins and spirit herb pills poured out. At this moment, Xianxia was truly dumbfounded. After a while, he shouted, "Heaven help my Xiang clan!" Xianxia replied, "Grandpa Li, and I used to go to Black Wind Mountain to pick mushrooms and catch some game to eat. We accidentally found a stone door. I missed Grandpa Li last night and went there again. I didn't expect that the stone door would be opened. I took out all the things inside. Xianxia's eyes turned red. Each of these techniques was even more advanced than the Xiang clan's. Grandpa, I also found something in the cave that might be beneficial to your cultivation. Xiangnan took out a small book about 7 or 8 pages thick. Xianxiang opened his eyes and said, "This is the way to break through the bottleneck of the heavenly Yuan realm." Of course, this book was written by Xiangnan himself. The spirit herbs and pills needed to break through the bottleneck were all in his grandfather's storage ring. At this time, Xianxiang was so excited that he was speechless that he ignored Xiangnan for a long time. Xiangnan smiled and whispered, "Grandfather, you should slowly study it yourself. Grandson, please leave." After leaving the secret room, it was already dawn. Xiangnan immediately set off for Bluestone City and the City Lord's mansion. When Xiangnan arrived at the City Lord's mansion, the entire mansion was filled with banquets and lanterns. All the people from the various clans in the towns were here. Xiangnan took a deep breath and shouted, "Xiang clan, Xiangnan, come to the banquet." With this voice, all the guests in the hall stopped and looked at Xiangnan. "It's you little bastard." Instantly, a furious curse rang out in the reception hall. 3 elders of the Wang clan had already rushed out. These 3 people were all experts of the Origin realm. All 3 of them were at the 7th level of the Origin realm. One of them was named Wang Rongxing. He was Wang Zhonglin's distant uncle. "Little bastard, how dare you come here to die?" Wang Rongxing's expression was not good. The surrounding guests whispered, "Look, that's Xianxiang's grandson, right? Why is he here?" "Sigh, the Xiang clan has long since fallen into ruin. Isn't Xianxiang's grandson coming to the City Lord's mansion to humiliate himself? Why bother? Heh, this brat must think that he is still some rich young master, shamelessly attending the wedding banquet." Everyone had different expressions. Some were watching the show, some were mocking, some were sympathetic, and some were pitiful. "What?" Xiangnan shouted loudly. "I, Xiangnan, have come to offer a gift to the City Lord. Is this the way the City Lord treats guests?" In the reception hall, a tall and sturdy figure strode over. The City Lord was over 2 meters tall. The moment he stood at the entrance of the reception hall, he gave off tremendous pressure. Moreover, this person was at the 3rd level of the heavenly Yuan realm. He could be said to be the #1 expert in the entire Bluestone City. Xiangnan. The City Lord's expression was a little complicated as he said, "Why did you come here?" "City Lord, he killed Zonglin. I want to tear him into pieces." Wang Rong's eyes burned with anger. However, Xiangnan didn't even look at Wang Rongxing, as if Wang Rongxing was a mad dog barking alone. "City Lord." Xiangnan took out a scroll and opened it on the spot. This is a painting of ink and pill. The scenery, fish and insect on it, the beautiful green forest, can be said to be a masterpiece. It was normal for people to be arrogant and elegant, especially those who could come to the City Lord's mansion. All of them were either rich or expensive. Everyone had great eyesight and immediately caused an uproar. I didn't expect Xianxiang to still have such a good thing. The City Lord took the painting and his expression softened slightly. "Xiangnan, your grandfather and I are good friends. Leave now. I can help you stop the Wang clan," whispered the City Lord in Xiangnan's ear. Xiangnan smiled instead. "I haven't finished my work yet, so I'm not in a hurry to leave." "City Lord." Wang Rongxing was furious. "He killed my nephew and was so arrogant. I must kill him today." The City Lord waved his hand and interrupted Wang Rongxing. He frowned at Xiangnan and said, "Why are you such an ignorant child? You've caused a great disaster, but you don't know how to advance or retreat." The guests all shook their heads as they looked at Xiangnan. They thought to themselves, "This kid is spoiled. Can't you even tell that the City Lord is helping you?" However, the expression on Xiangnan's face subsided slightly as he said in a deep voice, "A great calamity? Lord City Lord, let me ask you, As he spoke, Xianxia pointed in the direction of the Wang clan and said, "His Wang clan caused the destruction of the Xiang Manor. Use a red ring to trap the Xiang Manor like a livestock. Whoever stepped out of the red line will be killed without mercy." "What? His Wang clan just bullied us?" You and everyone else watched coldly. "My Xiang clan only killed one person from his Wang clan, yet it's considered to have caused a great calamity." The city lord was speechless after being asked by Xianxia. His face filled with shame. The surrounding guests also shut their mouths. "Are you here to reason?" Suddenly, a voice came from inside the reception hall, followed by a person slowly stepping out. This person was wearing a loose snow-white robe. He was the current head of the Wang clan, an expert at the first level of the heavenly Yuan realm, Wang Changhe. Wang Changhe put his hands behind his back and said in a condescending manner, "The world of martial arts is originally like this. Reason doesn't work. It depends on who is strong." Xianxia nodded. "Everything depends on strength, right? Remember what you said." Xianxia turned his head to look at the city lord. "I will register for the martial arts town election 2 days later. Will I be able to obtain protection during this period?" The city lord's eyes lit up and he said, "That's right. But..." The city lord hesitated for a moment and said, "The registration ended 2 days ago. Now, it doesn't matter." Wang Changhe interrupted again and said, "Didn't he want to participate in the martial arts town election? I will recommend him to participate. But there is one condition, Xianxia. Do you dare to accept it?" Xianxia laughed loudly. "Patriarch Wang. Just say it." Wang Changhe nodded. "You have already violated the rules of the town election by asking to participate. However, as long as you sign the life and death treaty, I will personally recommend you." Life and death treaty? Everyone exploded. Killing was not allowed in the tournament of Marshalltown. But a life and death treaty would be different. In other words, others could kill Xianxia, but Xianxia could not. At this moment, the clans of the other towns under Bluestone City were also watching the show, and there were also people who started to heckle. Xianxia agreed without hesitation. "The city lord is so angry. He thinks that your future life is too ungrateful. Can't you see that they are trying to kill you on an excuse? You actually agreed. I hope you..." The city lord patted Xianxia on the shoulder and sighed, "I hope you can show some outstanding skills. Come on, the City Defense Corps. Listen to the order and escort Xianxia back to the manor. Stay in the manor until the town election is over." Wang Changhe sneered and watched Xianxia leave. Everyone in the streets and alleys was watching the show. Who were all the youths protected by the city guards? Xianxia did a good job. He went to the city lord's mansion alone and even dragged the city defense army over. In the past 2 days, Xianxia did not leave the house. He used a large wooden bucket to crush the spiritual herbs he kneaded into powder and pour them into clean water. As for himself, he was immersed in that bucket of potions and meditated cross-legged, absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, continuously raising his cultivation level. Each of these herbs was of exceptional quality, so expensive that it made one's flesh hurt. However, Xianxia didn't care about it and put a lot of them into the water. With his tyrannical divine talent, he crazily advanced to the 9th level of body tempering within a day. The cultivation method he used was still the cultivation method of the rushing lightning spear. Before he could find a new lightning meridian cultivation method, he could only make do with it. After the town selection is complete, I have to go to the largest auction house in Bluestone City. Perhaps I can find something related to the lightning meridian technique there. On the morning of the 3rd day, today was the day of the Marshalltown election, and Xianxia finally opened his eyes abruptly. At that moment, the spiritual qi in the world suddenly increased in speed and frantically entered Xianxia's body. Only a faint muffled sound could be heard from his dantian. Advanced. Xiantian realm, 1st level. Xianxia slightly raised his right hand, and a translucent ball of gas slowly rotated in his palm. This was the 1st day. With the blessing of the previous weather, his basic strength instantly became 2,100 gene. Time to go. Xianxia cleaned his body briefly, swallowed another grade 1 marrow cleansing pill, and pushed the door open. This precious marrow cleansing pill was able to consolidate Xianxia's body, which had just been raised to a higher realm, and immediately stabilize his unstable realm, making him look like an experienced Xiantian realm expert. Xianxia's parents came from a large family and knew a lot about it. They knew that they couldn't go to the town elections. Otherwise, they would draw a lot of unnecessary hatred towards Xianxia. On the day Xianxia participated in the town elections, the Xiang family held a funeral for Li Zhong. This time, the martial arts town selection was held at the same time in every town in Bluestone City. Each town was held separately, and outstanding martial arts talents were selected. The town election is limited to 16 to 18 years of age. After the martial arts town selection is over, it will be the time for the various sects to pick people. They will be called the Martial Arts City Selection. At that time, all the outstanding people in the town will participate together. Moreover, the restriction would be relaxed to between the ages of 16 and 20, and outstanding martial arts youths would be selected by various sections. There were 6 families in Bluestone Town participating in the town elections. Among them, the Wang family, Li family, and Mo family of the 3 great families were enemies of the Xiang family. An empty arena was placed in the middle of the arena, and the spectators of the Bluestone Town had already occupied their seats. At this time, a person suddenly slammed into Xianxia's shoulder fiercely. Turning around, he saw that it was the Wang family. "Little bastard, you really dare to come?" A Wang clan disciple coldly said to Xianxia, "I'll personally kill you later." Immediately after, another group of people entered the arena. This time, they were from the Mo clan. The people in front of the Mo clan laughed strangely and made a gesture of beheading Xianxia. After that, the Li clan's people also came. They patted Xianxia on the shoulder and whispered, "Xianxia, don't worry, I won't let the Wang clan succeed, because, before they do, I will kill you in advance." The people of the 3 families and each team welcomed the cheers of the spectators. After all the clans entered, Xianxia finally entered the arena without any hesitation. When he entered the arena, the whole arena was booed. These people were trying to curry favor with the 3 great clans. Xianxia smiled and said, "3 great clans? Haha. What you said to me just now. How did you say it? How did you swallow it?" The first was the drawing of lots. There was a martial arts expert from the City Lord's mansion as the chief referee, and 4 deputy referees were in charge of observing the 4 corners of the arena. The referee announced loudly, "There are a total of 320 participants in the Bluestone Town Martial Arts Town Election. The first round is the arena competition. Each of the 2 contestants is a group. Draw lots to determine the group. There are a total of 160 groups. Let's compete on the arena. In the end, the top 40 contestants will automatically advance and participate in the Martial Arts City Selection in a month's time." Afterwards, the referee announced that 320 contestants had come forward to draw lots. When Xianxia went to draw lots, there were quite a few people in the audience who flattered the Wang clan and angrily scolded Xianxia, doing their utmost to insult him. Xianxia turned his head, looked at the shouts, and handed the number token in his hand to the referee. The referee nodded and wrote Xianxia's name on the stone slab behind him, marking 16 behind him. On behalf of Xianxia, he was the 16th contestant. In the end, a youth named Zhang Chuang was also selected as 16. Seeing this result, everyone in the audience booed. They felt very regretful that Xianxia had not been able to draw with the Wang clan. The referee spoke and began to announce the specific rules. The duration of each group's final battle shall not exceed 5 minutes, and the opponent shall not be killed. All right, let's invite the first group of contestants to the stage. One of them was named Lu Kai, and the other was Wang Jinghai from the Wang clan. Wang Jinghai was only 16 years old, but he was already at the 4th level of the Xiantian realm. Lu Kai's strength was also extraordinary, and at the age of 18, he was at the Xiantian 1st layer. "My God, look, that's Wang Jinghai. He's one of the Wang clan's young geniuses." The crowd immediately boiled. "That's right. I heard that Wang Jinghai has a talent for earth veins of the mortal stage. Earth veins represented the potential for defense. Wang Jinghai smiled faintly and leapt up into the arena. With just this move, he won the applause of the crowd. In the spectator stands and in the direction of the VIP seats, the Li family patriarch smiled and said, "Changhe, Jinghai is a very good child. He is indeed a genius who possesses the affinity of the 5 elements, especially the affinity of the earth vein. It is truly rare. Now I declare." The referee raised his right hand and quickly sliced down his palm. "Begin!" Wang Jinghai waved to Lu Kai. "Come, let me give you 3 moves." Furthermore, under the gazes of the crowd, he made a gesture of beheading Xiang Nan. "Where are you looking?" Lu Kai leapt into the air and swept his fierce right whip leg towards the back of Wang Jinghai's neck. This whip leg even brought with it the whistling sound of the wind. Could be said to be extremely powerful. On the other side, Xiang Nan didn't dodge Wang Jinghai's fiery and murderous gaze and just looked at Wang Jinghai indifferently. Suddenly, with a muffled sound, Lu Kai's leg ruthlessly swept across the back of Wang Jinghai's neck. But in the end, the next scene shocked everyone. Wang Jinghai was hit by the whip leg and only took half a step sideways. He then turned around to look at Lu Kai and shrugged his shoulders. "Is that all?" Lu Kai's expression changed drastically. "Come, there are still 2 more moves." Wang Jinghai smiled and waved at Lu Kai. This time, even the young geniuses of the Mo clan and the Li clan had serious expressions on their faces. Jinghai, this brat Mo-chi of the Mo clan, frowned. He hasn't fought with him for half a year. His defense is already so abnormal. Looking at the arena, Lu Kai took a deep breath. He took 3 steps back and began to condense his yuan qi. A faint glow wrapped around Lu Kai's entire right arm. "Oh, the weather first." Wang Jinghai smiled faintly. "Come on. You use the weather to attack, and I use the weather to defend." After saying that, Wang Jinghai straightened his chest, and a layer of pre-weather that was much denser than Lu Kai attached itself to his body. After Lu Kai finished gathering, he sprinted forward and threw a heavy punch at Wang Jinghai. Wang Jinghai's Xiantian was instantly moved to his forehead, and his head was actually pushed forward. Lu Kai's fists collided heavily with Wang Jinghai's forehead. Peng's muffled sound was followed by a cracking sound. Lu Kai was actually knocked backwards by Wang Jinghai's fist, and his arm bone was broken. Hiss, the scene was filled with gasps of cold air. I admit defeat." Lu Kai clutched his broken arm, his face ashen with pain, large drops of cold sweat. After the atmosphere froze for a moment, the crowd immediately cheered and shook the heavens. Wang Jinghai defeated Lu Kai without a single move. What heaven-defying strength was this? I haven't even finished 3 moves. Wang Jinghai shook his forehead in disdain. Without looking at Lu Kai, he turned back to look at Xiang Nan and said, "Xiang Nan, you'd better pray that you don't meet me." The first winner, Wang Jinghai, the referee announced on the spot, and then said, "The next match will be played by both sides." In the next 11 matches, there weren't too many bright spots. Even though a few youths from the 3 great clans had appeared on the stage, they quickly defeated their opponents. But no one else showed Wang Jinghai's overwhelming advantage. Until the 12th match, Xiantian 4th layer expert Mo-chi appeared. The auditorium was boiling again. It's the Mo clan's Mo-chi. He, Wang Jinghai of the Wang clan, and Li Lingfeng of the Li clan are known as the 3 heroes. That's right, he really is a young hero. I heard that he also possesses the affinity of the 5 elements. He seems to be a mortal-grade fire vein. What was even more remarkable was that Mo-chi's opponent was a Li clan's Li Yuntian. He was 18 years old and was at the Xiantian 3rd layer. The battle between the 2 of them was very interesting. Mo-chi pulled out a snow-white longsword from behind him. He poured the weather into the sword and saw that there was a dazed air current on the sword. "It's indeed a fire vein." Wang Changhe nodded and said, "This kind of flame affinity is too rare. It is worthy of being as famous as my Jinghai." The airflow around the sword was caused by the temperature. Anyone who looked at it would feel terrified. Li Yuntian's expression was incomparably grave. He drew out his saber and poured the weather into it. He rushed towards Mochi. Every time the two weapons collided, Li Yuntian was knocked back a few steps. His face turned green and red, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Finally, he was knocked out of the arena in the 8th move. Mochi casually carried his sword behind him and raised his head calmly. The two of them were only one level away, especially since Li Yuntian was a genius from one of the 3 great clans. Mochi used this crushing strength to defeat Li Yuntian, who was 2 years older, and his shocking power was not inferior to Wang Jinghai's. The gazes of Wang Jinghai and Mochi met in midair, as if the audience could feel the fiery gaze colliding with each other. Damn it! If Wang Jinghai and Mochi could fight, then this trip would not have been in vain. One of the spectators clenched his fists and said excitedly. Afterwards, it was Xiangnan's turn to enter the 16th match. After Xiangnan and Zhang Chuang stepped onto the arena at the same time, the referee deliberately announced, "Since Xiangnan has signed a life and death treaty, killing Xiangnan is not against the rules." The scene immediately burst into applause. This was the kind of thrilling, hot-blooded competition everyone wanted. These spectators didn't care about human lives at all. They even hoped that the two sides would fight to the death. A youth's death arena represented a sad end to his short life, but to the audience, it was just a good performance, a conversation after tea. The indifference in the hearts of the people had already reached this level. What was even more exaggerated was that a large number of spectators had voluntarily set up a gamble. Moreover, it was a gamble specifically aimed at Xiangnan. The bet was when Xiangnan would die. How many battles did he die in? Moreover, the odds were astonishingly low. The number of spectators betting on Xiangnan's victory was 0. There were a total of 20,000 spectators at the town election. Everyone bet, but none of them voted for Xiangnan to leave the town election alive. "Xiangnan!" A spectator stood up and shouted at Xiangnan, "I bet half of my worth on you. You must die in the first match. If you die in the second match, I will lose a lot of money." Another spectator stood up and laughed. "I will only die if I suppress you in the second match. Xiangnan, even if you are beaten like a dead dog, you must climb out of the arena. Don't die in the first match." Zhang Chuang smiled and said, "Xiangnan, you should just admit defeat. I don't want to offend the Wang clan by killing you. I just need you to kneel down and call me grandpa and I'll let you go." "Oh right, I heard that your grandfather is a cripple. I presume that you are also a cripple. Why bother to humiliate yourself?" The reality was such an irony. In the past, the Xiang clan was a clan where many people were kneeling and crawling to curry favor. Now, the trees were scattered and the walls were pushed down by the crowd. Xiangnan smiled faintly. He took out his spear and said, "Leave this to you. I really don't know what's good for me." Zhang Chuang shook his head and rushed towards Xiangnan with his sword in hand. "Grandpa, I gave you a chance, but you gave me no face. No wonder I was ruthless." The moment Zhang Chuang rushed forward, the entire audience held their breaths, feeling extremely nervous. The youngsters from the Wang clan, Mo clan, Li clan, and the 3 great clans also frowned. They didn't want Xiangnan to die at the hands of anyone else. "Try this move of mine, moon setting slash." Zhang Chuang shouted as he drew a large arc on the sword in his hand and slashed towards Xiangnan. Xiangnan raised his hand and shot. This spear actually sent Zhang Chuang flying with his sword. Zhang Chuangpu coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body flew off like a flying spin, falling out of the arena in a spiral shape. The entire arena was completely silent. One move. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't even find an adjective to describe their shock at this moment. Xiangnan walked to the edge of the arena alone and said to Zhang Chuang, who was lying half dead on the ground, "Who did you call trash just now?" "Sorry, I didn't hear you clearly." Zhang Chuang's throat rumbled a few times, but he didn't say a word. Blood flowed out of his mouth. The young experts of the 3 great clans looked at each other, but they did not react after a long time. The next match was still very long. Xiangnan simply sat cross-legged and began to taste his thunder vein talent. According to Xiangnan's own actual exploration, if he activated his lightning meridian innate, his strength would instantly triple to a terrifying level. That was 6,300 gene. This is the current limit. Of course, the price of doing so is also very high, and that is to burn a large number of pre-weather. Therefore, when fighting, you should try to minimize unnecessary consumption and avoid overloading your lightning meridian stats. Xiangnan didn't even watch a single match in the next arena match, so he didn't care. However, it was worth mentioning that the Li clan had produced a genius, Li Lingfeng. This person did not have the affinity of the 5 elements, but his talent was spiritual. Mortal, spirit, earth, heaven. With 4 levels of talent, the higher the level, the greater the potential of a martial artist. Although Li Lingfeng did not possess the affinity of the 5 elements, just his talent in the mortal stage had already caused everyone to go crazy with envy. As expected, Li Lingfeng, a 16-year-old Xiantian 4-dan expert, defeated his opponent by an overwhelming margin. After a total of 160 groups of matches were played, it was already late. All the contestants rested for one night and continued the next day. Of the 320 people, 160 were eliminated, leaving 116. The next day, the competition continued. 160 contestants drew lots for the second round. Xiangnan also picked an insignificant figure and won, while the other contestants' matches were no longer fresh. 160 people, 80 eliminated, leaving 80 people. Among them, Xiangnan won and advanced. That afternoon, the third round of elimination began and ended successfully. 40 people were eliminated, leaving 40 people. Xiangnan still advanced. These 40 people were definitely eligible to enter the city. However, it was worth mentioning that in all 3 matches, Xiangnan had defeated his enemies in one move. Moreover, he had never really used the spear in his hand. This gave the audience a huge amount of expectation. Was Xiangnan lucky or was his strength heaven-defying? Obviously, after the 3 matches, Xiangnan had caused all the spectators to lose all their money, and the biggest winner was the city lord. But in the end, the next stage of the competition truly ignited the enthusiasm of all the spectators. This was because this stage of the competition was a competition for the top 40 spots. Moreover, the rules of the competition were extremely exaggerated. The referee stood on the arena and raised a finger. At this stage, the top 40 contestants are going to have a wheel battle. The cheers of the spectators were deafening when they heard the words, "Chariot Battle." The referee waited for a long time. After the cheers, he continued, "Let the audience vote for a contestant. The first one to stand on the arena. Then, let the other contestants take the initiative to challenge him. If the first contestant wins, then stay on the arena and continue to meet other contestants' challenges until he loses, or until he wins completely." This was another big bomb. The audience cheered and roared, the veins on their necks bulging. This kind of rule was clearly eye-catching, and it was aimed at Xiangnan, because even with his toes, he could imagine who the audience would vote for first. It was also because of this rule that the gambling game was opened again. Similarly, none of the spectators placed a bet on Xiangnan, because Xiangnan could not leave alive. Xiangnan's support rate was still 0. Those spectators who had lost money earlier would not hesitate to bet more chips on Xiangnan's death. "All right," the referee clapped his hands and said, "Voting begins." The results came out. Of the 23,000 spectators present, 22,940 voted for Xiangnan. Only 60 people voted for someone else. After the referee announced the result of the election, the atmosphere at the scene instantly exploded. The audience roared, "Xiangnan, for the sake of my silver coins, please die. You'd better die more quickly. Xiangnan, I bet all my money on you. You must die." Xiangnan looked at the judge and said, "Your city lord's mansion is a dealer. I want to ask, if I bet on myself, what is the odds?" The referee said, "Let's put it this way. Our casino is different from the casino. But if you vote for yourself and you win, then you can take all 3.1 million. "All right," Xiang Nan casually tossed out a gold coin and was caught by the referee. The referee nodded. According to the rules, if you bet a gold coin, you will win. The curses from the crowd shook the heavens, while Xiang Nan maintained a faint smile. In the shadows, the city lord quietly observed Xiang Nan and nodded his head in praise. No matter how strong Xiang Nan is in battle, just his unchanging calmness against 10,000 people is worth admiring. All right. At the edge of the arena, the referee clapped his hands to silence everyone and said, "Next, the chariot war is about to begin. I have a request." Xiang Nan raised a finger and said, "Give me a jar of wine." "Sure." The referee immediately ordered someone to carry a jar of wine and some bowls to the arena. Xiang Nan slapped open the wine jars sealing mud and drank it all in one gulp. "Happy! I'll do it." Someone below the stage raised his hand angrily and a Xianxia first stage martial artist jumped onto the stage. The other experts all hugged their shoulders and watched. The stronger the person, the more they wanted to step back to show that they were extraordinary. The contestant flipped onto the stage and said, "My name is..." Xiang Nan shook his head. "Cut the crap and do it." The contestant was instantly enraged. He held the sword in his right hand and injected the weather into the sword, causing the sword to begin to tremble slightly. Sure enough, it's different from the previous arena competition. The contestants are very strong. Xiang Nan smiled and took a step forward. Lightning energy surged in his dantian. The first thing he did was to inject a spear into the sky and sweep it out, sending the contestant flying out of the arena with a loud boom. One move to subdue the enemy. "It's still one move," an audience exclaimed. The referee was a little unable to react. After a moment of shock, he said, "Xiang Nan wins." Xiang Nan poured himself a bowl of wine and drank it all in one gulp, smashing the bowl onto the arena. "I'll do it." Another contestant jumped onto the arena. This person was also at the Xianxia first layer. This person wanted to introduce himself, but when he saw Xiang Nan walking towards him with big strides, he closed his mouth and ran towards Xiang Nan. The moment he was about to attack, Xiang Nan attacked even faster. Before the contestant could lift his right hand, he felt the cold spear tip pressing against his throat. Xiang Nan said indifferently, "You're already dead." With that, he turned the spear around and sent the opponent flying with a loud bang. It was still a single move to suppress the enemy. Faced with the hostility of the audience, Xiang Nan took a bowl of wine and wiped his mouth. "Good wine. So good. I'll do it." Another contestant stepped onto the stage. Because of his previous experience, this contestant no longer introduced himself and directly attacked Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan, a frightening dragon, went out to sea. First, the weather was mixed with a powerful lightning attributed martial skill, and with a single shot, he knocked the enemy over. Under the dumbfounded expressions of countless spectators, Xiang Nan drank another large bowl of wine. "Not enough to see. Something really capable. Jinghai, are you coming on? This kid's strength is beyond our expectations." A young man from the Wang clan asked in a low voice. Wang Jinghai's expression was serious as he said, "This kid's progress is exaggerated, but since he has already reached this stage, I'm not in a hurry to step onto the stage. Mochi and the others haven't moved yet. Let's watch from the sidelines." Then the 4th, 5th, 8th, 10th, and 15th contestants all came on stage, all of them defeated by Xiang Nan's attack. At this moment, there was not a single sound in the Colosseum. The audience could not even cry, let alone laugh. This guy, is he really going to fight 39 of them? Oh my God! I'm not dreaming, am I? Previously, the audience had hoped that Xiang Nan would die, but Xiang Nan was using one person and one gun to frantically turn the situation around in the town election. This scene was completely unexpected. When the 20th challenger arrived, the spectators finally rekindled their hopes. The last 19 people were all young experts from the 3 great clans. They're finally on stage. Wang Jingtian, 18 years old, Xiantan's second layer, said a handsome man as he stepped onto the stage with a long saber in his hand. Seeing this person, Xiang Nan laughed loudly. "Good job! I'm waiting for the people from your three great clans. Wang Jingtian shouted and rushed towards Xiangnan. Let me see what you can do. Wang Jingtian chopped down with a half-moon slash. This saber strike brought with it a fierce weather, like a crescent moon descending from the sky. Its lethality soared to 2,700 gene. Xiangnan did not use any tricks. The most straightforward revenge was undoubtedly to use violence to counter violence. The thunder energy within Xiangnan's body roared, and the weather quickly rose. A spear swung out, carrying a strength of 3,000 gene. Boom! The arena was trembling. Wang Jingtian didn't even let out a miserable scream and fainted when he flew backwards. Weak! Looking at Wang Jingtian flying out of the arena, Xiangnan drank a large bowl of wine. I'll do it! The Mo clan jumped onto the arena and said, 18-year-old Xiantian second-layer martial artist? Mo Hongying. Mo Hongying's body moved like a leopard, bringing with it strong winds. He pulled out 3 sword flowers from his sword and roared, 100 flowers dazzle! Every single sword flower was a bunch of weather before it was released. Sword chi could not be measured purely by strength, because it was extremely sharp. Xiangnan waved his spear with one hand. The spear was like a dragon. A fan-shaped spear chi shot out, instantly shattering Mo Hongying's 3 sword flowers. Following that, the spear body was very close, and the spear tip pierced through Mo Hongying's left leg, blasting him out of the arena. Too weak. Xiangnan drank a large bowl of wine and looked around. Who else? At this moment, the entire arena was so quiet that the needles could be heard. Everyone was stunned. Xiangnan held a spear in his hand and pointed it at the sky. How did you humiliate my Xiang clan back then? Today, I want to return them to you one by one, he shouted. What an arrogant and domineering little bastard. Person from the Li clan rushed out. This person quickly ran under the arena and suddenly jumped 5 meters away from the arena. Slash the wind. The young man from the Li clan roared in a low voice, his sword coming from the sky. This sword brought along 2 strong winds, which formed a whirlpool and smashed towards Xiangnan with great might. The audience immediately clenched their fists in excitement. It's the Li clan's cultivation technique, wind severing. This person was a Xiantian third-layer expert, far surpassing the previous Xiantian expert. Xiangnan's waist was straight and he laughed loudly. So what if he was at the Xiantian third layer? This time, Xiangnan charged forward like a fierce dragon. He wrapped the gun's body around the stronger weather, and the gun's body even started to tremble slightly. The weather continued to soar for 1,000 kilograms of strength. The basic strength was tripled from the terrifying lightning vein attribute. Boom! The Li clan expert even had his sword shattered by Xiangnan. A piece of broken sword fragment floated in the sky, but the bones of the Li family's entire body were broken and they fainted under the stage. Isn't there anyone who can fight? Xiangnan drew his gun and stood upright, proudly sweeping his gaze across the entire arena. The entire arena was completely silent. The following battles became fiercer and fiercer. The challengers grew stronger and stronger, but Xiangnan crushed the entire arena with unimaginable strength. The entire town election seemed to have become a stage for Xiangnan alone. After knocking over one person, he drank a bowl of wine. Weak, weak, too weak to see. Everyone present was filled with Xiangnan's voice. Those weak words caused the faces of the 3 great clans to be disgraced. The young masters that the 3 great clans had cultivated with all their effort were actually so weak against this destitute disciple of Xiangnan's. At this moment, the faces of the 3 masters were ashen, as ugly as if they had eaten a dead mouse. Xiangnan, on the other hand, grew more and more courageous. He didn't even rest for a minute, defeating 36 powerful enemies in a row. In the end, only Wang Jinghai, Mo Qi, and Li Lingfeng were left. The 3 of them exchanged a glance and saw that Wang Jinghai's expression was extremely ugly. He said in a deep voice, "It seems that only the 3 of us can punish him." Mo Qi rubbed his wrist and said, "Let him see the heavens and the earth. Otherwise, it would be annoying for him to continue being so arrogant." Li Lingfeng laughed loudly. I thought this town election would be very boring. I never thought that someone from the Xiang clan would be able to let us stretch our muscles and bones. I didn't expect that, but that's good. The three of us don't have to hide our strength anymore. Xiang Nan hugged the wine jar and poured a few mouthfuls of liquor into his mouth. Then, he smashed the jar onto the arena and laughed loudly. You bullied my Xiang clan. Today, I will turn around and bully all of you by myself. What three heroes? What three great experts? Let's go together. What? Is that kid crazy? He wants to fight 3 times. Haha. I actually bought it right. I bought him the last time he died. This time, he made a big profit. The audience boiled over. Xiang Nan proposed to fight 3 of them one at a time. This was a situation that had never occurred in the previous year's town election arena tournament. Someone asked, but someone in the audience shouted, 1 versus 3? Is that in line with the rules of the game? After some thought, the referee nodded and said, since Xiang Nan is the one who accepts the challenge, as long as Xiang Nan is willing, it will not be against the rules. This could be considered a loophole in the rules. No one thought that the challenged would be willing to fight alone against everyone. Therefore, there was no specific provision for such a situation. Since there was no specific provision, it was not a violation of the rules. Wang Jinghai, Mo Qi, and Li Lingfeng exchanged glances with each other, their expressions extremely ugly. You're too arrogant. Wang Jinghai's face was gloomy as he took the lead in jumping onto the arena. It seemed that the 3 great masters had their own pride, and it was impossible for them to accept 1 versus 3. As Wang Jinghai spoke, he took out a set of thick black armor from his low-grade storage ring and began to slowly wear it. That's... Mo Qi frowned and said, Black Kuei battle armor, high-grade spirit-grade protective equipment. The audience clamored. Protectors were also considered weapons, sharing the same level algorithm. The lowest grade was mortal grade and then spirit grade. Weapons and protective equipment of spirit grade all had the ability to enhance the weather first. Li Lingfeng nodded silently. Looks like Wang Jinghai took out all the treasures of the housekeeper. Xiang Nan did not expect that Wang Jinghai would use such a powerful defensive armor. He silently calculated in his heart that high-grade spirit-grade protective equipment could resist at least 3,500 gene of attack power. As for the spirit armor, it could be enhanced by the first weather. After Wang Jinghai's own first weather enhanced the black Kuei armor, he should be able to withstand a maximum of 4,200 gene of attack power. This was only the defensive power of the armor itself. This terrifying defensive power was simply a nightmare for a Xiantian realm martial artist. Even a Xiantian 9th layer martial artist would only have a strength of 2,900 gene. Previously, I had always used one move to defeat the enemy. I wasted 1/3 of my time on the weather first, and the last 2/3 needed to be used properly. Xiang Nan's expression was solemn. His lightning meridian talent allowed him to erupt at most 3 times his strength, or 6,300 gene. However, this eruption was extremely terrifying to the previous weather. 2/3 of the initial weather was barely enough to erupt 3 times. After 3 times, he would immediately fall into a weak state. This was also one of the reasons why Xiang Nan wanted to fight 3 enemies at once. He wanted to use his strongest explosion period to deal with 3 enemies at once. It seems impossible now. Wang Jinghai was already dressed in battle armor. After the referee announced the start of the match, he rushed towards Xiang Nan. This black Kuei battle armor was too thick. It slowed down a portion of Wang Jinghai's flexibility. Xiang Nan first tentatively exploded with twice his strength, and with a strength of 4,200 gene, he shot Wang Jinghai in the chest. With a loud bang from Pong, Wang Jinghai was sent flying backwards and landed on the edge of the arena. Hiss! The entire arena was gasping for breath. You actually have such powerful strength? Wang Jinghai stood up in disbelief. The 4,200 gene attack power was the critical point of the black Kuei battle armor's defense, so Wang Jinghai didn't suffer any damage. Xiang Nan furrowed his brows and looked down at the gun in his hand. He thought to himself, indeed, numerous cracks had already appeared on the spear's tip, and with a loud crash, the entire spear tip was scattered into pieces on the ground. Ha ha ha! Wang Jinghai laughed loudly. Your tattered mortal-grade spear also wants to fight against my high-grade spiritual-grade protective gear? Xianxia's mortal-grade spear was simply unable to withstand such a powerful attack and was still shattered. It's my turn. Wang Jinghai suddenly leapt up. The terrifying surface of the black Kuei battle armor howled before the weather. His entire body was like a giant boulder falling from the sky, fiercely smashing down towards Xianxian. Xianxian immediately poured the weather into his legs and dodged, while Wang Jinghai smashed into the arena where Xianxian was just a moment ago. There was a loud boom, and the entire arena was cracked open by Wang Jinghai. Too scary, the audience exclaimed. That arena was made of earth crystal stones. It was actually able to be blasted open by Wang Jinghai's attack. Wang Jinghai became even more arrogant as he roared as he charged towards Xianxian. You don't have any weapons? How can you resist me? Xianxian frowned, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. Without weapons, you can't be crippled? Before he could finish speaking, Xianxian's voice flickered rapidly. After drawing a large arc, he not only dodged Wang Jinghai's attack, but even arrived behind Wang Jinghai. In the next moment, Xianxian's hands pierced into Wang Jinghai's armor at the same time. Following that, the weather erupted, and his hands actually tore off Wang Jinghai's shoulders. What, you? Wang Jinghai was shocked. Clang. Xianxian threw two thick shoulder pads down the arena. He twisted his wrists and moved his body, ready for the next attack. Although the armor is extremely defensive, your Wang Jinghai speed is not as fast as mine, Xianxian. Could it be that I can't rely on this advantage to remove your armor? A trace of fear appeared in Wang Jinghai's eyes. He hadn't expected Xianxian to have such strength with his bare hands. One had to know that the black Kuei battle armor had adherence. That was about the same as his own defense. In other words, unless Xianxian used more than 4,200 gene of strength, he would not be able to remove the black Kuei battle armor. The panicked Wang Jinghai didn't have time to think too much. He hurriedly launched a fierce charge towards Xianxian. The weather beneath his feet erupted, causing his entire body to rush out. His strength and speed had increased unprecedentedly. Xianxian once again circled Wang Jinghai's front at a faster speed. His body was like a flexible cheetah, and he suddenly climbed onto Wang Jinghai's back. At the same time, Xianxian's hands had already lifted the armor on Wang Jinghai's back. At this instant, a sharp first-day sky suddenly shot out from below the arena. The weather was like sword chi, approaching Xianxian's head. This sudden change made it impossible for anyone to dodge, but Xianxian's perception was incomparably sensitive. In the blink of an eye, Xianxian decisively gave up on tearing Wang Jinghai apart and flicked his body backwards. The sword chi flew out close to the arena, and with a whoosh, a corner of the arena was cut off. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. Looking at the arena, there was already one more person. It was Mo-Chi. You really can't wait any longer. Xianxian sneered and glanced at the sword in Mo-Chi's hand. The sword in Mo-Chi's hand was no longer the weapon he had used earlier, but had been temporarily replaced. The entire body of the sword was pale red, and without pouring in through the previous weather, it carried a faint temperature. Mo-Chi pulled the sword into a sword flower and said, "Scarlet Fire Sword, a high-grade spirit weapon." Everyone was in an uproar. Another high-grade spirit weapon. With a weapon of this level, the power of the sword chi released could no longer be measured purely by its strength. This was because the sword chi did not belong to the attack power, but to the sharp cutting power. At this moment, Wang Jinghai no longer cared about his dignity. He roared in a low voice, "Mo-Chi, I'll charge from the front, and you'll slay him from the side." After saying that, Wang Jinghai roared angrily. Relying on the strong weather, he rushed towards Xianxian and completely sealed off Xianxian's frontal line of defense. As for Mo-Chi, he waited for an opportunity to attack. He swam beside Wang Jinghai. The scarlet flame sword in his hand was already buzzing because of the abundance of the previous weather. The sharp sword chi was ready to deal a fatal blow at any moment. Good job! Xianxian's eyes erupted with a bright light. Although he couldn't lure Li Lingfeng out, it was still worth it to seriously injure the two of them. Xiangnan did not have nowhere to hide as everyone had expected. Instead, he unexpectedly launched a counterattack against Wang Jinghai, who had the strongest defense. What? Mochi was shocked. Xiangnan rushed out abruptly. He stabbed his legs into a sideways horse step and spread out his fingers. His entire right hand was wrapped in the weather and was ruthlessly stamped on the armor on Wang Jinghai's chest. In that instant, the lightning meridian talent suddenly exploded. The power of Xiangnan's palm exploded to 6,300 Jin. With a single palm strike, he heavily struck the high-grade spirit-grade battle armor. The terrifying power of the lightning vein had forcefully imprinted an inch-deep palm print on the black Kuei battle armor's chest. A muffled boom rang out. The voice was deep and terrifying, causing Wang Jinghai's entire armor to instantly disintegrate. Thick pieces of armor scattered in all directions. The three masters stood up at the same time, their eyes wide open, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. The black Kuei battle armor was blasted apart by Xiangnan. Wang Jinghai coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His internal organs were all shaken by a terrifying force. In that instant, he had already fainted. Swoosh! An incomparably sharp sword chi cut through the cracks in the armor that scattered in all directions, and directly approached the southern gate of the necklace. This time, Xiangnan's explosion of strength had not yet completely ended. He did not dodge or dodge and casually grabbed a piece of flying armor and placed it horizontally in front of him. Without Wang Jinghai's blessing, the armor was cut in half by Mo Chi's sword chi. But the sword chi was also cancelled out. Xiangnan grabbed the armor plate with his left hand and placed it with his legs. He quickly rotated half a circle and threw the armor plate out with a buzzing sound, just about to hit Mo Chi's chest. At this moment, Li Lingfeng suddenly attacked. He rushed out of the arena with a heavy saber in his hand, but he came too quickly to release his saber chi. He could only use his long saber to protect Mo Chi's chest. Mo Chi also drew out the scarlet fire sword. At the same time, he was struck by the armor fragment that contained 6,000 Jin of attack power. Clang! A deafening collision sounded. Mo Chi and Li Lingfeng were smashed to the point that they vomited blood. With their combined strength, they were knocked back more than 10 steps and both retreated to the edge of the arena. Xiangnan took advantage of the victory to chase after them and rush towards the two of them with a slippery step. At this moment, a sound of air breaking suddenly sounded from outside the arena. A small object suddenly shot towards the arena. The target was Xiangnan. Xiangnan was caught off guard and hurriedly turned around, sweeping the bare barrel of the gun in the direction of the concealed weapon. The thing that flew over made Xiangnan feel extremely threatening. It was with this spear that he exploded to the limit, pushing his strength to the peak of 6,300 Jin. The barrel of the spear suddenly collided with that thing, and it actually shattered the spear barrel into pieces on the ground. As for Xiangnan, because he was bombarded by a huge force, he quickly retreated. The blood in his body surged, and he almost spat out a mouthful of sweet blood. Fortunately, he suppressed it in time. Who ambushed me? How shameless! Xiangnan cursed angrily. He had already seen clearly that the thing that flew over was actually just a grain of peanut. Moreover, that peanut was definitely not accompanied by the weather first, but by a genuine yuan qi. Only experts at the origin realm above the Xiantian realm could release their yuan qi. Seeing the opportunity, Mo Chi and Li Lingfeng immediately counterattacked Xiangnan without hesitation. Xiangnan's palm landed on the side of Mo Chi's sword, sending the scarlet flame sword flying. Then he punched Mo Chi's chest. Outside the arena, another peanut had actually flown over. The accuracy of this peanut was astonishingly high. In the next instant, it would hit Xiangnan's fist. If it hit, then the power of the peanut would definitely cripple Xiangnan's right hand. In a hurry, Xiangnan immediately removed the power from his fist and took 3 steps back, only to be kicked in the stomach by Mo Chi. Li Lingfeng, who was rushing over from the side, was about to hit Xiangnan's back with the long saber in his hand. Xiangnan quickly poured the weather into his feet. With an almost impossible posture, his entire body leaned against the ground and slid out, avoiding Li Lingfeng's heavy saber. After settling down, Xiangnan coldly turned around and saw a man dressed in white standing in the direction of the Wang clan. The man was in his early 20s, and his cultivation level was around the 5th level of the Origin Return realm. At this moment, the man was holding an empty peanut shell in his hand. He looked at Xiangnan with a smile that was not a smile, and there was a grain of peanut between his right fingers. Good opportunity. Mo Qi and Li Lingfeng got a chance to catch their breath and wrapped around Xiangnan from both sides. Xiangnan glared angrily at the handsome man in the direction of the Wang clan. The man raised his fingers with peanuts between them, which meant that if you dared to move, I would jump out. Stop! At this moment, City Lord Hongjin stepped forward and shouted, "Who is so bold to disturb the town selection?" However, now that the City Lord had just appeared, it was too late. The battles on the arena were changing in the blink of an eye. Mo Qi and Li Lingfeng had already arrived, using their best abilities. The scarlet flame sword in Mo Qi's hand instantly slashed out 3 times. 3 sharp sword Qi shot towards Xiangnan at the same time like a trident. These 3 swords were hacked out almost at the same time, which showed how shocking Mo Qi's technique was. Li Lingfeng chopped down the heavy saber in his hand. The heavy saber was like a huge mountain, and it pressed down with a magnificent momentum. The man in the direction of the Wang clan was still smiling faintly, his eyes closely following Xiangnan's every move. Xiangnan was furious. He glanced at the Wang clan man provocatively, as if he was saying, "You want to help them? All right, today, I will personally defeat Mo Qi and the others under your disturbance." At this moment, Xiangnan moved. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Mo Qi's sword, Li Lingfeng's saber, and the peanuts in the hands of the Wang family man were all aimed at Xiangnan. Xiangnan's upper body suddenly bent backwards like a bow. At the same time, the last peanut in the Wang clan man's hand pierced through the sky with a whoosh and shot in the direction of Xiangnan. This peanut was incredibly fast after adding a small amount of yuan qi. It instantly cut through a long distance, and almost in the next moment, it was already close to sticking to Xiangnan's back. At this moment, the lightning veins in Xiangnan's body once again exploded to its limit. The direction the peanuts flew in was predictable. As long as Xiangnan's upper body bounced back, he would definitely be hit. However, Xiangnan relied on his shocking explosive power to turn his upper body back into a backward somersault. He soared into the air, and peanuts brushed past his back. He forcefully pierced through the back of his long shirt, but failed to hit Xiangnan's fleshly body. This time, Xiangnan's back somersault focused all of his strength on his feet. Not only did he dodge the peanuts, he dodged Mo Qi's trident sword Qi, and dodged Li Lingfeng's heavy saber descending from the sky. He even used his feet to kick Mo Qi and Li Lingfeng's chests. Mo Qi and Li Lingfeng were kicked to the point their chests caved in. They didn't even have time to react. At the same time, they coughed out a large mouthful of blood and fainted before they were sent flying out of the arena. Swoosh! Xiangnan successfully landed on the ground and stood upright on the arena. The entire arena was completely silent. Bang! 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 1. The audience was dumbfounded. He actually won? Xiangnan won the battle with 1 versus 3? Especially since he was alone. He had defeated 39 young masters without rest. This was an unprecedented victory in the Bluestone Town election. He won so beautifully, so shockingly. I declare. When the referee came on stage, he grabbed Xiangnan's right hand and raised it high up, shouting loudly, "Bluestone City, Bluestone Town's regional town election is over. First place, from Bluestone Town, Xiang Clan, Xiangnan." Boom! The scene exploded, and countless spectators cheered loudly. This way of winning overturned everyone's perceptions and even made them forget that they had lost the bet. If it weren't for the fence blocking the edge of the spectators' seats, there would probably have been spectators rushing down by now. The referee raised Xiang Nan's hand high up, announcing Xiang Nan's glorious victory. This was the most unbelievable victory in the history of the town election. At this moment, countless people cheered for Xiang Nan. There was only one protagonist in the entire town selection, and that was Xiang Nan. Since the Xiang clan has this child, it seems that they are going to rise again. City Lord Hongjin nodded in relief. He seemed to have seen the future of the Xiang clan. The referee said to Xiang Nan, according to the previous agreement, you won all the money in the gambling house. Someone will personally deliver it to the Xiang family later. Xiang Nan nodded slightly. He took a deep breath. He was in a good mood. It seemed like his lightning meridian talent was really strong. However, the young man from the Wang clan, he turned around and looked at the Wang clan. The mysterious young man had already disappeared. Only the Wang Changhe clan's clan master roared angrily, "Bring those useless trash home for me." Very quickly, the Wang clan, Mo clan, Li clan, and the three great clans carried away the defeated juniors of their clans. This time, Wang Changhe had painstakingly tried to kill Xiang Nan, but in the end, he had become the biggest loser. It became the joke of the entire Bluestone City. Everyone in Bluestone City knew about the life and death contract that Wang Changhe had made with Xiang Nan. In the end, not only did Xiang Nan not die, he also won. Not only did he win, he even won so fiercely. This slap was enough to make the Wang clan unable to lift their heads in the next few years. However, one thing made Xiang Nan feel very strange. The young man from the Wang clan had clearly ambushed him, and the city lord had clearly seen him. However, City Lord Hongjin did not say anything and let the young man leave. Thinking of this, Xiang Nan secretly thought that the young man's background was definitely not simple. Xiang Nan. The city lord personally came down to congratulate Xiang Nan and said, "Come to the celebration banquet tonight. At that time, all the winners of the town selection in Bluestone City will come." "All right. Thank you, Uncle Hong, for your hospitality." Xiang Nan smiled and nodded. He did not have the arrogance he had after winning. Seeing this, Hongjin praised Xiang Nan. "Xiang Zhanxiong has a grandson like you. It's worth it." In a noisy atmosphere, Xiang Nan left the arena and returned to Bluestone Town. But behind him, there was a tide of people. As they followed Xiang Nan, they rushed to inform everyone about what had happened in the Bluestone Town election. It was as if the winner was not Xiang Nan, but the spectators who were fortunate enough to see Xiang Nan's spectacular game. At this moment, no one dared to shout at Xiang Nan anymore. Even a fool knew that Xiang Nan was a youth with boundless prospects. Who would dare to offend him in the slightest? This was especially true for Xiang Nan, who was definitely a celebrity besides City Lord Hongjin. Xiang Nan was unable to withstand the disturbance and directly used force to speed up his return to Bluestone Town like a gust of wind. When he got home, he couldn't wait to tell his parents the good news. Xiang Zhanxiong even made an exception and left the cultivation room. The entire family was filled with joy. Before Xiang Nan could chat with his family, he heard someone shouting loudly from outside the mansion. "Bluestone City. The Huang clan is here to pay their respects." "Oh, Huang clan." Xiang Zhanxiong and Xiang Xiaohua were both stunned, but they saw a large group of people rushing in from the gate outside the mansion. The Huang clan was one of the clans in Bluestone City, but it did not belong to the martial arts clan. The leader was the Huang clan's clan head, Huang Dengtian. Behind him were dozens of servants and many servants carrying 2 large boxes. Huang Dengtian cupped his fists and smiled. "Brother Zhanxiong, I heard that your mansion Xiang Nan has won a great victory. I am here to congratulate you." "Ha ha ha." Xiang Zhanxiong was very pleased with himself, so he was naturally in a good mood. "Brother Huang, you're too polite," he replied. "Black Rock Town. The Lu clan is here to congratulate you." Outside the door, another shout sounded, and a large group of people surrounded them as they walked in. "Oh, Patriarch Lu Luanxiong." Xiang Zhanxiong had just received Huang Dengtian and quickly went to greet the Lu clan. "I didn't expect that even the people from Blackstone Town would come." Xiang Xiaohua smiled incomparably happily. "Greenwood Town, Lu clan, Zhang clan, and Kai clan, come and congratulate us." Xianxia was overwhelmed and hurriedly called for Xianxia and his wife, along with a few servants, to greet the guests. However, the Xiang clan had been in a terrible state of despair in recent years. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been in such a hurry. The news of Xiang Nan's victory spread across the entire Blue Stone City like wings. There was an endless stream of people coming to congratulate him. There were wealthy families, commercial clans, and many martial arts clans also came to congratulate him. It had been many years since the Xiang clan had become as lively as it was today. Some people even knew about the Xiang clan's recent situation. They even brought red lanterns and hanging colors, causing the Xiang clan to decorate their lanterns and gongs and drums. Those who came to congratulate him all rushed over to chat with Xiang Nan, hoping to get to know a young hero like Xiang Nan. But before they could get close to Xiang Nan, the outside of the Xiang manor became lively again. 200 city guards personally rushed to the Xiang clan, and the one leading them was the referee who presided over the selection of Bluestone Town. The guests who came to congratulate him naturally moved aside tactfully. The referee smiled heartily and handed a wooden tray over to Xiang Nan. He kindly said, "Little Nan, open it and take a look." Xianxia stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. The more he looked at his grandson, the happier he felt, as if he had eaten honey. Xiang Nan opened the red cloth covering the tray and saw two things lying inside. One was a red invitation card, and the other was a shiny golden card. The referee said, "This invitation is from the city lord who invited Xiang Nan to participate in the town election celebration banquet tonight. And this storage card contains more than 3 million gold coins. It is the winning bet you won today. I personally delivered it to you according to the agreement." 3 million. The onlookers immediately cried out in alarm. Even Xianxia and Xianxia were shocked. They hadn't heard that Xiang Nan had won the bet, because the news of Xiang Nan's victory in the battle was too shocking. So much so that everyone rushed to tell each other how powerful Xiang Nan was and how outstanding he was. However, they did not publicize that Xiang Nan had won the bet. It was probably because those spectators felt embarrassed that they deliberately avoided this matter. Xianxia laughed until now, his face stiffened, but he still felt pleasantly surprised one after another. Previously, Xiang Nan had sent back 5 million gold coins and a large amount of herbs, but now he had won another 3 million gold coins. This time, the Xiang clan's turnover was certain. As for the guests, they all looked at Xiang Nan with envy. They all envied Xianxia for having such a good grandson. Look at him. The city lord's mansion personally sent 200 city guards to send invitations. What kind of identity was this? Xiang Nan smiled as he accepted the invitation and handed the storage card to his grandfather, Xianxia. Then, he cupped his fists and cupped his hands to the guests, saying, "Thank you, uncles and uncles, for coming to congratulate me. However, please make amends. I have to hurry back to Bluestone City to attend the city lord's celebration banquet." Everyone hurriedly cupped their fists and cupped their hands, expressing their understanding. Naturally, little Nan doesn't need to be so polite. That's right. The city lord personally invited him. That's a matter of great importance. Of course, it's the most important. The referee smiled and said to Xianxia, "Brother Xianxia, let's go to the city lord's mansion together. It's been a long time since you and our city lord have gathered." These words made Xianxia feel incomparably comfortable. He only felt that he had lost face for many years, and today he had recovered all of them. However, Xianxia still clasped his fists and apologized, saying, "I, son Xiaonan, will go alone. Someone Xiang's avatar is useless, so he has to stay behind to entertain the guests." Understandable. The referee nodded reasonably. "Then please find time to meet with the city lord another day. Our city lord misses you very much." "All right, Xiaonan, let's go." Grandfather, father, mother, little Nan has gone. Xiang Nan waved goodbye to his family and went to Bluestone City with the city guards. By the time they arrived at the city lord's mansion, the carriages and horses had already gathered outside the city lord's mansion. The town selection wasn't just Bluestone Town. There were also 6 other towns, big and small. In each town's town selection, the top 40 winners were invited. The other clans were thriving. Naturally, the elders brought their juniors to the celebration banquet. Only Xianxia came alone from the Xiang clan. He looked a little lonely. At the entrance of the city lord's mansion, the people of the various towns and clans were greeting each other and humbly giving way to each other. They were all squeezed at the entrance. Xianxia felt strange in his heart. Why didn't those people enter the manor? Why were they all squeezed here? It was only when they got closer that they realized that City Lord Hongzhen was actually standing at the door. Naturally, the people from all the clans didn't dare to cross Hongzhen and lead them into the manor. "Little Nan, you're here." Inside the crowd, City Lord Hongzhen laughed loudly. Xianxia was stunned and asked in surprise, "City Lord, are you welcoming me?" "Naturally, I will welcome you." Hongzhen laughed and pushed the crowd away, heading straight for Xianxia. Everyone didn't dare to enter the manor without permission. Instead, they stayed at the entrance and waited for the city lord to enter the manor. Yet, the city lord's actions were only to welcome a Xianxia? This treatment is a little too bad. The young disciples of the victorious clans had originally thought that it was a good thing to be able to attend the celebration banquet. However, when compared to Xianxia, they felt both envious and jealous. Especially the Wang clan, Li clan, and Mo clan of Bluestone Town. They were secretly staring at Xianxia, who had received special treatment, with ugly expressions on their faces. This Xianxia sensed everyone's gazes and said humbly, "Thank you for your invitation, City Lord. Xianxia has felt honored to be prepared. How dare you trouble City Lord to personally go out to welcome him?" The City Lord patted Xianxia on the shoulder and said, "You came to the City Lord's mansion personally before the town election to try to get a spot in the competition. How courageous! In order to participate in the town election, you did not hesitate to sign a life and death contract. What courage! In the town election, you fought alone against all the heroes and won the first place. What a hero!" The City Lord seemed to intentionally say these words to others, and his voice was raised several times. He grabbed Xianxia's right hand and said, "Such a courageous young hero deserves to be welcomed by me, Hongzhen. Come, Xianxia, come with Uncle Hong. Our celebration banquet officially begins." Under everyone's gazes, Hongzhen actually pulled Xianxia into the manor together. Everyone knew what was going on when they saw this scene. If they couldn't even tell what the City Lord meant, then they would really be an idiot. Xianxia had truly become the #1 celebrity that City Lord Hongzhen had taken a fancy to, within the City Lord's mansion. 6 towns, each with 40 winners, a total of 240 people. Amongst them, only the top 5 experts of each town, a total of 30 people, and their family elders, could sit in the living room of the City Lord's mansion. The other winners and their families sat down in the main courtyard outside the living room to participate in the celebration banquet. Because the Bluestone Town's town selection competition was Xianxia's victory from the first to the last, he was unable to rank 2345. Therefore, Xianxia, Wang Jinghai, Li Lingfeng, and Mo Qi entered the living room. There were many seats in the living room, but they were also filled with people from various clans. The main seat was naturally the seat of City Lord Hongzhen, and there were 6 seats beside him. The champions of the 6 towns were seated on each side of City Lord Hongzhen. After Xianxia sat down, he immediately discovered the members of the Wang clan, the Li clan, and the Mo clan. It was worth noting to Xianxia that the young man from the Wang clan who had used peanuts to ambush him in the last round of the town election was actually one of the Wang clan's disciples. While Xianxia was looking at the man was also looking at Xianxia. The gazes of the two of them met in the air, but the young man's eyes carried a very interesting expression. This kind of gaze made Xianxia feel a little strange. Normally speaking, the Wang clan had lost so much face now, so they should try to stay as far away from him as possible. However, the young man from the Wang clan seemed to have a confident look on his face. Come. At this moment, the City Lord interrupted Xianxia's thoughts. Hongzhen raised his glass and said, "Let's congratulate the young geniuses of our Bluestone City together, Because of their existence, our blue stone city can grow stronger and stronger. Everyone raised their glasses and congratulated in unison. After 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere was lively, and the topic of discussion was naturally around martial arts and the wonderful performances of the 6 township selection areas. Following that, the city lord announced on the spot that he wanted to introduce a very important guest to everyone. The important guest he invited over was the mysterious young man from the Wang clan. Upon seeing this person, Xianxia paid extra attention. Seeing how respectful City Lord Hongzhen was towards that mysterious youth, he knew that that person's identity was extraordinary. "Let me introduce you." City Lord Hongzhen pointed at the man from the Wang clan and said, "This person is Wang Xiaoyun, the eldest son of Wang Changhe, the current head of the Wang clan. At the same time, Wang Xiaoyun is also a core disciple of our Blue Tide Continent's second-rate sect, Qihua sect." Once these words were spoken, there was an uproar. Second-rate sects? That was an existence second only to the 8 great sects. To a person in a small place like Bluestone City, a second-rate sect like Qihua sect was definitely an existence above the clouds. A junior from the Wang clan actually entered the Qihua sect. Moreover, he had become a core disciple of the Qihua sect. Congratulations! I knew the Wang clan would definitely be extraordinary. That's right, Xiaoyun. This child has been talented since he was young. I've already seen it. Patriarch Long River, the nobility has produced such a talented person. This is truly the glory of our Bluestone City. Everyone's attitudes towards the Wang clan instantly changed. Even the large clans in the other towns looked at the Wang clan differently. So that's the case. Xianxia nodded to himself. No wonder Wang Xiaoyun ambushed him on the day of the election. But the city lord didn't blame him, so he didn't dare to offend Qihua sect. Immediately after, the city lord threw out another bomb. Wang Xiaoyun was actually the sect representative representing the Qihua sect. In other words, Wang Xiaoyun's words could determine who would be able to enter the Qihua sect in the future. This news instantly praised the Wang clan to the heavens. His status had even surpassed that of the city lord in this sensitive period. Everyone from the Wang clan stood up one after another and went to establish a relationship with the Wang clan. At this time, the Wang clan sneered in Xianxia's direction. The situation was obvious. Most of the sects that had come to select outstanding talents were third-rate sects or even fourth-rate sections. At this moment, the involvement of a second-rate sect would definitely make the other sects very fearful. It could be said that the representatives of the other sects would follow Wang Xiaoyun's lead. Now that everyone looked at Wang Xiaoyun again, they were already quite respectful. This kind of respect came from fear and admiration. Xianxia frowned. He knew that his path of retreat was getting narrower and narrower. He and the Wang clan were enemies, but the Wang clan had obtained the absolute right to speak in the selection of Martial City. He was afraid that his future path would become even more difficult. Thus, the focus of the celebration banquet shifted from the 6 champions to Wang Xiaoyun alone. Xianxia also sensed that everyone's attitudes towards him had also quickly turned indifferent, as if everyone had deliberately kept a distance from him. Wang Xiaoyun gave Xianxia a meaningful look and cleared his throat. Everyone knew that Wang Xiaoyun was going to speak, and the scene fell into absolute silence. Wang Xiaoyun smiled and said, "If it weren't for my strong recommendation, how could we, Qihua sect, have fallen for such a remote corner of Green Cloud City? And this time, Qihua sect only gave me 5 spots. So I hope that the young geniuses of each clan can work hard." Everyone nodded respectfully. Young Master Wang is right. We will do our best to live up to the expectations of the Qihua sect. Yes, we will not let you down. On behalf of Bluestone City, I would like to thank you for your kindness. As the representative of the Qihua sect, Wang Xiaoyun had become a local emperor. At this moment, City Lord Hongzhen looked at Xianxia indifferently with a look of sympathy and helplessness in his eyes. Young Master Wang, I heard that Qihua sect's status is extraordinary. He is only inferior to the power of the 8 great sections. That's right, young Master Wang. To be able to enter the Qihua sect is truly the glory of our entire Bluestone City. Can you talk about the situation of the Qihua sect? so that we can broaden our horizons? Everyone asked, but the question they were asking was clearly to curry favor with Wang Xiaoyun. As for the young people who were preparing to participate in the selection of Martial City, they treated Wang Xiaoyun as if they were worshipping an idol. Ha. Wang Xiaoyun smiled and said, "The reason I was able to enter the Qihua sect is partly because of my outstanding martial arts talent, and partly because I cultivated hard. I always remember one thing, that is, you can't be too ostentatious. You have to learn to be humble." When the women heard Wang Xiaoyun's words, their eyes flickered with bright little stars. They admired Wang Xiaoyun very much. Wang Xiaoyun's words were obviously a side attack on Xiangnan, mocking him for being arrogant and domineering in the selection of Martial Town. "Xiangnan, you are one of the most outstanding young men in our Bluestone town. Do you think what I said makes sense?" Wang Xiaoyun suddenly asked Xiangnan. This question exceeded everyone's expectations. No one expected Wang Xiaoyun to directly point the spear at Xiangnan at the celebration banquet. Everyone's gaze shifted to Xiangnan. In the entire celebration banquet, everyone was standing and listening to Wang Xiaoyun's speech, but Xiangnan was the only one sitting in his seat. Xiangnan's actions caused everyone to frown, believing that Xiangnan was too arrogant. Xiangnan's voice was loud and clear as he said, "Our Xiang clan was too low-key and couldn't bear to suppress our rival clans. That's why they ended up in such a miserable situation." Everyone's expressions changed when they heard this. They all thought that Xiangnan would lower his head to Wang Xiaoyun. At the very least, he should be more polite, right? Who knew that not only did Xiangnan not bow his head, he was actually fighting with Wang Xiaoyun. These words had already made Wang Xiaoyun's expression unsightly. Then Xiangnan smiled and said, "Also, keeping a low profile and being humble? That's the behavior of the weak. Sometimes it's not our choice to keep a high profile, but because our opponent is too incompetent." "Oh!" Wang Xiaoyun's face was gloomy as he slowly played with the finger ring in his hand and said, "You're too arrogant to say that. You think you're the most outstanding person? Even so, do you dare to compete with other geniuses on the spot?" "Ha." Xiangnan smiled faintly and said, "Your Wang clan really doesn't forget to suppress our Xiang clan at all times. Do you want me to make a fool of myself in public? However, that's good. I fulfilled your wish. If you have any ability, just take it out." Right. The city lord hurriedly came out to make things right, saying, "Since you want to compete, then naturally you will have to compete in martial comprehension. I have collected some very good cultivation techniques over the years. How about letting the outstanding geniuses on the scene learn them on the spot?" The city lord was afraid that Wang Xiaoyun would attack Xiangnan in public, so he came up with this idea. This made everyone overjoyed. The city lord's own cultivation technique was actually going to be taken out for others to learn. Every single one of those precious cultivation techniques was priceless. "We can't use it here. Let's go to the main courtyard." The city lord immediately ordered people to retrieve their cultivation methods and invited everyone to go to the open space. After hearing this news, all the families in the main courtyard were overjoyed. Even young people who knew that their talent was inferior to others would squeeze their heads open to participate in this competition. "Even if I lose, what's the harm?" After all, he had seen the cultivation technique. Remember, he would quickly write it down when he returned home. Soon, the main courtyard was emptied of a large area, and on a table at the scene, 3 cultivation techniques were placed by the city lord. Looking at the 3 cultivation technique manuals, everyone present was restless. They rubbed their fists and were eager to try. Some even took a few large mouthfuls of tea. No matter what, they had to memorize as many cultivation technique manuals as possible. The city lord stood behind the table and said, "These 3 cultivation techniques are not of very high grade. The first one is a low-grade spirit stage, the second one is a mid-grade spirit stage, and the third one is a high-grade spirit stage." Hearing this, everyone's blood immediately boiled. Heavens, all of them are spiritual cultivation techniques. At this moment, the city lord took out a stick of incense and said, "Let's set a time limit of 1 stick of incense. Even if the person who learns a cultivation technique within the time limit wins, He can participate in the second round of the competition, learn the second cultivation technique, and so on. In that case, all the geniuses and youths who won the town election should come and participate. Everyone cheered happily. Spiritual grade cultivation techniques were extremely rare. A clan like the Wang clan, the Li clan, and the Mo clan probably only had 3 books and 5 books. If they memorized these 3 books today, it would be a great harvest. Looks like the city lord has really invested a lot of money. Unexpectedly, Xianxia suddenly spoke. He looked at Wang Xiaoyun and said, "It's just that it's too boring to compete with the winner of the town election. Brother Xiaoyun, since you want to make things difficult for me, why don't you join us?" Xianxia. The city lord's expression changed slightly as he whispered, "You're crazy. Wang Xiaoyun is a core disciple of Qihua sect. Do you need me to remind you of his comprehension?" Xianxia only smiled and didn't say anything, but Wang Xiaoyun laughed and stared at Xianxia. "Are you sure? Do you really want to humiliate yourself?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Then let's invite Brother Xiaoyun to humiliate me. How about it?" "All right." Wang Xiaoyun raised his robe and walked to the center of the arena. "Today, I will meet you, you ignorant brat." The city lord loved and hated Xianxia. He loved Xianxia for his courage, and hated him for the same reason. Immediately, the city lord let the 240 winners of the town selection, together with Wang Xiaoyun himself, enter the reception hall. The rest of the idle people stayed in the courtyard. The city lord held the first cultivation technique in his hand. 241 people formed a circle. The city lord personally read out the incantation of this cultivation technique. Everyone immediately comprehended it after listening to it. Hearing the incantation chanted by the city lord, 200 of the 240 people revealed expressions of embarrassment. Xianxia listened to the cultivation method and laughed in his heart. This cultivation method was quite strange. It was very different from ordinary cultivation methods, so it was naturally extremely difficult for ordinary people to learn it. However, he was knowledgeable. To him, this cultivation technique sounded like a child's play. On the other hand, Wang Xiaoyun had a calm expression. After all, he had seen a high-level cultivation technique in Qihua sect, so he had some ability. After the city lord finished reading the cultivation technique, he said, "This cultivation technique is called the Blue Cloud Sword. If you want to learn it to great success, it will take at least 1 to 3 years. My request is very simple. You only need to learn within 1 incense stick to reach a small success. Even if you follow suit, you only need to not lose the essence of the Blue Cloud Sword to pass the test. All right, everyone, let's go out." Arriving at the courtyard, the city lord held a long sword in his hand and said, "I will use the 3 moves of the Blue Cloud Sword on the spot for everyone to judge." As he spoke, the city lord pointed at a tree in the courtyard and said, "The first stance of the Blue Cloud Sword, Autumn Leaf Slash. If you want to do a drill, you must stand within my limits." The city lord drew a straight line on the ground, and then threw a fallen leaf into the sky. The straight line was exactly 10 meters away from the fallen leaf. Immediately after, the yuan qi of the sword in his hand condensed and slashed out. The yuan qi condensed into a sword light and sliced open the fallen leaves with a whoosh. Everyone was filled with envy. That was the sword light. Only those who were activated by yuan qi could be called sword radiance, while those who were activated by the first weather could only be called sword qi. After the fallen leaves fell to the ground, the pupils of everyone who knew something about martial arts contracted. The fallen leaf was actually sliced in half by a single sword strike. Not only was the place where it was broken very smoothly, it was almost incomplete. One had to know that sword qi or sword light could be easily hacked out, but when the sword qi and sword light hit a fallen leaf, basically all of the leaves would be destroyed. However, the fallen leaves were neatly divided into 2 halves. This required that the sword qi and sword light must be refined. Be careful. It's the same as hacking a leaf with an axe. The leaf must have been smashed. Only by cutting a leaf with a steel needle can the leaf be preserved so intact. Seeing this, everyone clapped their hands and applauded. While the youths participating in the competition all had bitter expressions on their faces. "Let's begin." After the city lord finished his drill, he lit a stick of incense. Many youths were each assigned a sword, so they began to practice on the spot with all sorts of hands and feet. Only 2 people did not hold a sword. One was Xianxia, the other was Wang Xiaoyun. Xianxia had gone through the autumn leaf/'s incantation once in his mind, and he already knew what to do. This move was to highly condense the primordial weather or yuan qi, compress the strike surface of the sword qi and sword light to the narrowest, and strive to obtain the sharpest cutting effect. Sword is just a carrier. The true essence lies in the way yuan qi circulates. Xianxia sat down cross-legged, and the xiantian in his body moved according to the unique way the autumn leaf/ operated. Wang Xiaoyun stood on the same spot and used a finger to draw, as if he was groping for something. The parents of those clans were all sweating for their clan's younger generation. After an incense stick, the city lord asked all the participants to practice the autumn leaf/ on the spot. The expressions of the youths were awkward. It was obvious that they had not learned it, so they could only brave it. A youth walked forward and stood in a straight line. He held a sword in his hand and condensed the weather into a sword. Then he slashed out with his sword. However, the fallen leaves thrown out of the sky by the city lord did not follow a fixed trajectory. The youth's sword chi actually failed to hit the fallen leaves. Failed. The city lord shook his head. He didn't even touch the leaves and was eliminated. The next youth was even more exaggerated. His sword chi was actually more than 10 feet away from the fallen leaves. Failed. The city lord shook his head. Afterwards, of the 241 people, 210 were actually cleaved. The spectators were all confused. If one were to say that their clan's juniors were considered outstanding, how could they not even be able to cut the leaves? Autumn leaf/ is still too difficult for you. You have to do your best to compress the width of your sword chi. This will make it difficult for your sword chi to remain stable, sighed the city lord. But you don't have to blame yourselves. It's already pretty good that you can do this. Most people can't even cut a straight line. Only then did everyone understand that it was not that the accuracy of those youths was too bad, but that this sword chi was too difficult to control. In the end, the top 30 geniuses and youths began to practice. Wang Jinghai was the first to perform, and his performance caused a lot of cheers. This was because Wang Jinghai was the first person to be able to hit a fallen leaf with his sword chi. Unfortunately, the sword chi was not refined enough, and the entire leaf was destroyed. The second Li Lingfeng was about the same as Wang Jinghai. The sword chi also hit the fallen leaf, but it didn't cut down the leaf at all. Instead, it pushed the leaf away. Mo Chi's performance was the best. He had originally used his sword. This sword hit the leaf, but the sword energy was not enough to condense it. He directly cut the leaf in half. The city lord immediately took the leaf to take a look. However, he saw that the leaf was indeed cut open, and it was also cut from the center. Unfortunately, the entire leaf had lost about 90% of its surface area. Very good. The city lord nodded. It's good to be able to leave some fragments of the leaves behind. When the Mo family heard this, they were extremely proud. As for the others, most of them were similar to Wang Jinghai and Li Lingfeng. They could touch the leaves, but they were unable to cut them apart. They either blasted the leaves away or sent the light leaves flying. Of the 6 champion youths, 5 had done almost the same thing as Mo Chi, and could already be ranked in the top 6. In the end, only Xianxia and Wang Xiaoyun were left. Everyone's gazes were focused on the 2 of them. The 2 of them were the protagonists who provoked this dispute. Are you coming, or am I coming? Xianxia smiled faintly without the slightest bit of pressure. Wang Xiaoyun also maintained his demeanor and said, Since I provoked the competition, I will give you more time to slowly study. I will first, then you. After saying that, Wang Xiaoyun straightened his body. He held a sword in his hand and his waist was straight. Just this hand stance was very handsome and beautiful, and it inevitably caused the female guests to scream. Xianxia, watch carefully. Let's see what a genius's perception is. Wang Xiaoyun circulated his yuan qi and poured it into the long sword, causing the entire long sword to immediately flash with a faint light. Immediately after, the city lord threw out the fallen leaves, and Wang Xiaoyun slashed out with his sword. Its yuan qi condensed into light, and the sword light gathered without dissipating. When it hacked out, it was a meter long, but when it hit the fallen leaves, it was actually a meter long. It could almost be said that there was not a single bit of dissipation. One had to know that the sword qi that the teenagers had chopped out earlier was already showing signs of dispersing halfway through the journey. Swoosh! The leaves split in half. Everyone watched nervously as the city lord recalled the fallen leaves. The city lord lowered his head and looked at the fallen leaves in his palm. He couldn't help but nod in admiration and then showed the leaves to everyone. Everyone cried out in alarm when they saw the leaves. The fallen leaf was split vertically from the middle, and it was accurate. And the loss of fallen leaves was only 40%. All right, the Wang Changhe clan's clan master applauded on the spot. To be able to achieve such a degree within a stick of incense is truly worthy of being the #1 genius of our Wang clan. The city lord also nodded. Thinking back to the first time I cultivated autumn leaf slash, I didn't reach this level. Wang Xiaoyun, a genius. It's your turn. Wang Xiaoyun casually carried his sword behind him and made a please gesture to Xiang Nan. The city lord looked at Xiang Nan worriedly and tossed the fallen leaves out. And Xiang Nan, swinging his hand, was a sword. Quick! Too fast. It was so fast that the audience didn't even have time to exclaim and question. At the very least, Wang Xiaoyun did a handstance and aimed at the fallen leaves. However, Xiang Nan immediately drew his sword the moment the city lord threw out the leaves. This sword strike seemed to be extremely casual, as if it had been practiced thousands of times. The sword qi sliced through the sky, and the fallen leaves were divided into two halves, slowly drifting away. When the city lord saw this, his expression immediately changed drastically. He quickly retrieved the fallen leaves and held them in his palm to watch. This gaze was actually dripping with cold sweat. When he showed the leaves to everyone, none of them could speak. The fallen leaves that Xiang Nan cleaved were exactly the same as Wang Xiaoyun's. He only caused the fallen leaves to lose 30% of their value. However, this was based on 3 prerequisites. Only after careful consideration did he know the path. First, Wang Xiaoyun was 6 or 7 years older than Xiang Nan, and he was also an expert at the origin realm. He spent much more time cultivating martial arts than Xiang Nan. Second, Xiang Nan drew his sword even faster. Could be said that he didn't even make any preparations and directly attacked, but Wang Xiaoyun did. Third, yuan qi itself was more condensed than before. The first weather was very easy to dissipate. A streak of sword qi was usually the most complete within 5 to 6 meters, and it was also the most powerful. But beyond this distance, it would easily collapse and even change its shape. However, yuan qi was not. In the hands of powerful experts, yuan qi could be hacked out by hundreds of feet, or even thousands of feet, or even tens of thousands of feet. Of course, this depended on the strength of the cultivation technique. A powerful cultivation technique could better condense yuan qi before the weather, allowing it to gather and not disperse. However, Wang Xiaoyun and Xiang Nan used the same cultivation method. As for Wang Xiaoyun, he used yuan qi that was naturally stronger than the previous weather. Judge. Even though the city lord did not announce who was stronger, Wang Xiaoyun's expression was extremely hard to see. How could it be? How could this be? How could that kid surnamed Xiang do this? The city lord interrupted everyone's whispers and said, "Second stance, autumn leaf scroll." After saying that, the city lord tossed out a fallen leaf. Following that, the tiger beneath his feet blew with the wind, and his entire body took light steps to reach the bottom of the fallen leaf. Then, the sword in his hand continuously slashed towards the sky. Streaks of sword light crisscrossed each other, but they never touched the fallen leaves. They only used the air currents brought along by the sword light to prevent the fallen leaves from falling, rising, deviating, or leaving. It was as if the leaf had been frozen in mid-air, and it didn't move at all. Seeing this scene, the spectators on the scene were all excited, and they clapped their hands and applauded vigorously. One incense stick. The city lord put away the fallen leaves for everyone to see. The leaves were intact, and he said, After an incense stick, please invite the 30 youths who won the first round to come and practice. Those 30 people were all using autumn leaf slash, and those who touched the fallen leaves could be considered to have passed the test. Everyone immediately started practicing again, but this time, they were clearly even more anxious. After bringing along an incense stick, the 30 most outstanding youths began to practice. The first teenager sliced the leaf aside and turned it into powder with a single sword strike. The second youth was even more exaggerated. With a single strike, the strong wind brought by the sword chi blew away the leaf without a trace. The rest of them also practiced one after another. They followed the example of the city lord and chopped out strands of sword chi, intending to counteract each other with the strong winds brought about by the sword chi, producing the result that the fallen leaves would always soar into the sky. Unfortunately, the difficulty of this autumn leaf scroll far exceeded that of autumn leaf slash. After an entire round, all of them failed. Not even Machi could do it. In the end, only Xiang Nan and Wang Xiaoyun remained. Who will come first this time? Xiang Nan hugged his shoulders and looked at Wang Xiaoyun confidently. Wang Xiaoyun gritted his teeth and walked to the center of the arena with a livid expression. After the city lord abandoned the fallen leaves, he took a quick step forward. He saw the sword in his hand continuously hacking out, streaks of sword light crisscrossing and swishing towards the sky. As for that leaf, it was constantly leaping up and down in the wind driven by the sword light, clashing with each other and swaying unsteadily. This was already extremely rare. Everyone was intoxicated as they watched it. Waves after waves of cheers rang out. In the end, Wang Xiaoyun let the fallen leaf stay in midair for nearly 10 breaths before landing on the ground due to a mistake. A single breath of this world represented the time an ordinary person took to breathe in and out. It was about 4 seconds, and 10 breaths was 40 seconds, almost a minute. It's your turn. Wang Xiaoyun wiped the sweat from his nervousness. His face was full of confidence. He believed that this time, Xiang Nan could not surpass him no matter what. Xiang Nan smiled and walked into the open space. Then, the city lord tossed the fallen leaves away. Immediately afterwards, Xiang Nan actually had a sword in his hand, his left hand behind his back, and he casually slashed out with a sword chi soared into the sky, blowing the falling leaves in the sky, followed by the second, third, fourth, and fifth swords sword after sword after sword. The strands of sword chi were neat and even, like the perfect lines written on rice paper with ink brush against a ruler. He seemed to act casually, but in reality the sword chi was extremely accurate, no more, no less. Each sword chi had the same strength, the same speed, and the same degree of condensation. The leaf seemed to have stopped moving in the sky. It didn't move, nor did it tremble. The scene fell into a deathly silence once again. If it was said that the city lord of the first round was still able to take care of Wang Xiaoyun's face, he didn't give Xiang Nan and Wang Xiaoyun the upper hand. In this second round, anyone with eyes could see who was the strongest genius. Wang Xiaoyun's face was filled with frustration. His face was completely red from being suppressed. He had never thought that he would want to make things difficult for Xiang Nan, but in the end he was fiercely beaten in the face by Xiang Nan. This doesn't count. At this moment, Wang Xiaoyun no longer cared about his dignity. He angrily said, "The cultivation methods I cultivate are all biased towards the berserk type. This blue cloud sword technique clearly doesn't conform to my martial arts characteristics. That's why Xiang Nan took advantage of me." As soon as these words were spoken, the city lord frowned slightly. He thought to himself that this Wang Xiaoyun looked elegant and graceful, but he was actually such a petty person. If he lost, he would lose, but he refused to admit it. "All right then." The city lord nodded. "Since only the two of you have won this round, then the third round will begin." In the third round, the city lord practiced the blue cloud sword. The name of this move was exactly the same as the cultivation technique. It could be seen that it was the most difficult and powerful move. The city lord tossed out the fallen leaves, and he was in a straight line, 10 meters away from the fallen leaves. However, he used sword beams to swiftly hack at the fallen leaves. The fallen leaf swayed back and forth in the collision of the sword light, jumping up and down, finally landing on the ground, and was retracted by the city lord. What was frightening was that when he showed it to everyone, everyone's faces had already turned pale from fear. The fallen leaf was not chopped into pieces, but on the surface of the leaf was a neat word, sword. Even Xianxia couldn't help but applaud this scene. It seemed that City Lord Hongjin really had some skills. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoyun's face had already turned very pale. Obviously, he felt extremely exhausted. After an incense stick, Xianxia and Wang Xiaoyun were going to compete in the last round of the Blue Cloud Sword. The other contestants could only watch from afar, but the way they looked at Xianxia was very different. It could be said that there was a kind of fear in their eyes as if they were looking at a monster. He didn't know how terrifying the difference in talent between him and Xianxia was. "I'll go first." Wang Xiaoyun took a deep breath and was ready. Wang Changhe's expression was very nervous. He knew that Wang Xiaoyun definitely wouldn't be able to do it well, but he expected that Xianxia would definitely be worse. "Begin." The city lord tossed the fallen leaves away. Wang Xiaoyun took a deep breath and immediately slashed out with the sword in his hand. Sword beams shot out randomly, causing the fallen leaves to churn up and down. However, it was clear that the leaves were in a terrible state. After the leaves landed on the ground, the city lord took them back and showed them to everyone. The leaf had already been hacked into a sorry state. 50% of its surface had been lost. On the remaining leaf surface, one could only see a paradoxical word, sword, crooked and crooked. Moreover, this sword only had the upper half, and the lower half had disappeared along with Yezi. Wang Xiaoyun gritted his teeth and looked at Xianxia fiercely. He thought to himself that if I could do this, you definitely wouldn't be able to do it. Everyone's gaze shifted to Xianxia once again. "Little Nan, you're ready." The city lord threw out a new leaf. Xianxia still had a smile on his face. He had his left hand behind his back, and there was a sword in his hand aimed at the fallen leaves in the sky. It was directly the 9 swords. Quick! His speed was frighteningly fast. He didn't chop one sword chi after another, but used his fastest speed to chop out 9 sword chi at once. The 9 strands of sword chi struck the leaves one after another. Each strand of sword chi did not cut the leaves apart, leaving only traces of the sword chi's edge. The drill ended in an instant. Beautiful! The city lord no longer cared about his identity and shouted on the spot. After retrieving the fallen leaves, the expression on his face was incomparably wonderful, and he then showed the leaves to everyone. Sword! On the fallen leaf, the word sword was incomparably clear and true. Moreover, this sword character actually contained the charm of the sword, the smell of the sword, and the spirit of the sword. If the word right of the city lord was just a word, in that case the sword character Xianxia wrote really carried a bit of the sharpness of the sword. It had a charm. The city lord held the fallen leaves and was speechless for a long time. Xianxia's sword characters weren't as neat as his own, but they had a taste that he couldn't even write. This kind of character could not be written unless he had been immersed in the path of the sword Tao for dozens of years. However, this kind of character was written by a 16-year-old youth. It was simply unimaginable. Everyone present had big mouths and almost forgot to breathe in shock. Wang Xiaoyun. Xianxia turned around and retracted his sword. He stood there in a beautiful retracted position. He pointed at Wang Xiaoyun and said, "What else do you have to say?" Wang Xiaoyun's entire face was red and purple and blue, and he wished he could find a crack in the ground. In his entire life, he had never encountered such a huge defeat in martial arts, especially when he was defeated by a 16-year-old youth at the first level of the Xiantian realm. This sense of defeat made Wang Xiaoyun unwilling to accept it, and he was absolutely unwilling to accept it. That's right. After a long time, the city lord let out a long sigh and said, "Both of you did well. Actually, I think—" "No!" Wang Xiaoyun roared. He was so angry that his long hair fell down like a madman. "Xiaoyun." The city lord frowned. Wang Xiaoyun said angrily, "What kind of comprehension consideration is this? This examination is simply a person's ingenuity. What does it have to do with comprehension? I admit that the little brat surnamed Xiang is smarter than me. So what? Smart? A woman needs to be smart. This is martial arts, not sewing. Wang Xiaoyun had completely lost his demeanor, causing everyone to be stunned. Then what do you think we should do? The city lord frowned. He originally wanted to give Wang Xiaoyun a step down, but Wang Xiaoyun didn't appreciate it. Xiangnan looked at Wang Xiaoyun with a faint smile. He saw that this brat had lost his dignity and identity. He saw that he was written as a rogue in the hearts of everyone. Wang Xiaoyun said angrily, "To compete with comprehension, it is naturally to compete with comprehension ability. Then we need to find an unfathomable cultivation technique, and everyone will compete with comprehension ability. No one else can do it. Only I can do it. This is called a high level of comprehension. Only I can succeed." These words were uttered by Wang Xiaoyun and sounded extremely ear-piercing. Obviously, Wang Xiaoyun had been spoiled by his family since he was young. He could only accept that everyone praised him alone and would never allow anyone to steal his limelight. This kind of behavior was clearly a child who fought for the favor of his parents. How could he be an adult? All right. The city lord was already in a bad mood. He nodded and said, "What do you mean? There's no need to compare the next two cultivation techniques?" "No need." Wang Xiaoyun waved his hand and said, "Find a high-difficulty technique. It would be best if you, the city lord, didn't learn it." The city lord took a deep breath and endured Wang Xiaoyun's arrogant words. He nodded and said, "Coincidentally, I have one here." With that, the city lord flew into the air and returned in less than a cup of tea. He already had a damaged book in his hand. The book looked tattered, without even a cover, as if it had existed for many years. The city lord said, "This technique was obtained by chance when I was young. Because it is incomplete and has never been practiced, the grade of the technique cannot be determined. In my opinion, this should be a fire attribute cultivation technique, but strangely, its cultivation technique is very awkward. No matter what, it can't be cultivated." Awkward. Xiangnan frowned. He noticed that the city lord's words weren't difficult, complicated, but awkward. "Since you want this kind of cultivation technique, then you and Xiangnan should come and comprehend it together." The city lord directly invited Xiangnan and Wang Xiaoyun into the reception hall, and then only taught them the cultivation technique and chant. Xiangnan's brows furrowed deeper and deeper as he listened to the mantra. On the other hand, Wang Xiaoyun was at a loss when he heard this. This cultivation technique is very strange. As far as the existing part is concerned, the entire technique revolves around fire attributes. However, the awkward part was that if he cultivated according to the incantation, he would not be able to condense Xiantian into fire energy and Yuanqi into Yuanqi flames. It was as if an outsider had randomly created it. However, he carefully tasted it, and it seemed that there was some kind of essence hidden within it. Xiangnan secretly mobilized the weather and used the cultivation technique to describe it, but he tried 3 times and failed to condense his fire energy. Strange, Xiangnan thought to himself. There is such a peculiar cultivation method in the world. Every time before the fire qi is successfully condensed, the weather will suddenly dissipate. This technique doesn't seem to want people to condense fire energy, but its description seems to want people to condense fire energy. Isn't this inconsistent? Could it be? That's right. That's right. Xiangnan was shocked and broke out in cold sweat. He thought to himself, "Damn it. This is not a fire attribute cultivation technique. This is a lightning attribute cultivation technique." After thinking through this section, Xiangnan thought about it again. Every time he thought deeply, he was very surprised. This was a fire-lightning cultivation technique. It surged like fire, and it was as fierce and domineering as thunder. Ray was too tyrannical. Moreover, it was too condensed, just like a bolt of lightning falling from the sky. Therefore, lightning-attributed cultivation methods were mostly difficult to form damage ranges. Even if they could be formed, they would still spread out into a huge power grid. The consumption of Yuanqi was unimaginable. However, this book forcefully turned the power of thunder into fire. It exploded like a flame, forming a large-scale destructive move, but its consumption was far less than that of lightning. He really had no place to find after stepping through the iron shoes, so it didn't take much effort to obtain them. The lightning attribute cultivation technique that he had been thinking of day and night had actually been obtained because of Wang Xiaoyun's troubles. However, the power of this technique was too shocking. Xiang Nan decided to only do a drill and not display the power of this remnant technique in public. Later, the city lord invited the two of them back to the courtyard and said, "I used 23 years, but I was unable to cultivate this technique. Therefore, I will give you more time today. 3 incense sticks. Furthermore, I don't want you to really be able to cultivate it. You only need 3 incense sticks before you can tell me the truth." Hearing this, Xiang Nan smiled. He knew that he would win. Wang Xiaoyun couldn't possibly succeed. This was because one had to possess the lightning meridian talent to learn this damaged book. Even Wang Xiaoyun could not think of the mysteries of this damaged book. Afterwards, the 3 incense sticks began to count. Xiang Nan sat down cross-legged and quietly cultivated. The 3 incense sticks quickly passed, and the moment everyone was looking forward to finally arrived. The city lord clapped his hands, signaling that the time was up. According to the introduction of the incantation in this damaged book, an incomplete incantation can be practiced into a move. If I can successfully cultivate this move, I should be able to activate a fire ring. Unfortunately, I have not succeeded before. Then, I would like to invite the two of you to talk about it now. What exactly did you see in this cultivation technique? Xiang Nan smiled at Wang Xiaoyun and said, "Do you want to go first or should I go first?" However, Wang Xiaoyun sneered, "Since I used to be the one to go first, then I'll go first this time." As he spoke, he looked at the city lord and said, "Lord City Lord, it's a bit too simple to tell the secrets of this cultivation technique. I can practice it on the spot." "What?" The city lord and Xiang Nan were stunned. The city lord was shocked. "You actually learned it?" Naturally. Wang Xiaoyun was filled with high spirits. Everyone present was also shocked. With such a powerful martial artist like the city lord, Wang Xiaoyun had only used 3 incense sticks to master a cultivation technique that he had not been able to learn for 23 years, and he could even practice on the spot? Xiang Nan also found it inconceivable. He couldn't figure out why Wang Xiaoyun could learn it. Could it be Wang Xiaoyun also had the talent for lightning veins? "Hurry up." The city lord hurriedly brought over a table and said, "Please Xiaoyun drill. It's right here on the table." The Wang clan was so happy, especially Wang Changhe, who could be considered arrogant, although his eldest son had lost to Xiang Nan in the front. So what? In Wang Xiaoyun's words, the thing before him was simply nonsense. As long as Xiaoyun could comprehend this cultivation technique, he would see what face Xiang Nan had. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Xiaoyun regained his calm and collected appearance. He tied up his long hair and enjoyed the admiration of everyone. Afterwards, he walked to the table and pressed his palm against the table, keeping a small distance between his palm and the table. Immediately after, he closed his eyes and secretly mobilized his yuan qi. After about 3 breaths of time, Wang Xiaoyun shouted in a low voice, but a ring of fire suddenly appeared in his palm. Everyone present was shocked. The core disciples of the second-rate sects were indeed extraordinary. Wang Xiaoyun really succeeded. On the other hand, a suspicious expression appeared on the city lord's face. Xiang Nan, on the other hand, immediately laughed. "How is it?" Wang Xiaoyun wiped away his cold sweat. He raised his hands high and shouted, "Who exactly is the #1 genius of Bluestone City?" Everyone sighed in admiration as they clapped their hands and applauded. However, the city lord still had a suspicious expression. He seemed to feel that something wasn't right, and it couldn't be said that something wasn't right. He had flipped through this cultivation technique by himself. Although he hadn't succeeded in cultivating it, he still knew more or less about it. If this damaged book was successfully cultivated, would it really be like this? Something's wrong. Isn't it? Can't you figure it out? Xiang Nan stood on the city lord's body and said, "You can't figure out what's wrong, can you?" The city lord nodded in confusion. Xiaoyun is indeed talented, but But the effect is different from what you expected, right? Xianxia laughed out loud. Do you know what's wrong? The city lord shook his head, and the spectators beside him were surprised to hear Xianxia's words. Xianxia laughed loudly. Because Wang Xiaoyun did not succeed at all. He is cheating. What are you talking about? The city lord was shocked. Xianxia nodded and said, Wang Xiaoyun only used a fire attribute cultivation method to deceive everyone. Perhaps he used Qihua Sek's own cultivation method. Perhaps the effect of that cultivation method is somewhat similar to that described in this damaged book. So that's the case. The city lord woke up from a dream and patted his forehead. No wonder I always felt that something was wrong. Wang Xiaoyun's face immediately turned red and he angrily said, Xianxia, what nonsense are you talking about? What evidence do you have that I cheated? I'm using the technique from the damaged book. Since you've lost, you have to admit it. Stop spouting nonsense here. Do you think this will prove that you're stronger than me? It's so funny. Xianxia walked to a table with a faint smile and said, You want evidence? Open your eyes and see clearly. This is evidence. With that, Xianxia's right hand pressed down on the table, and a crackling sound came from the center of his palm. Immediately after, a very strange ring of fire instantly spread out. The ring of fire was actually crystal blue. It was precisely the fire energy condensed from the previous weather, but its color was too strange. What was even stranger was that the table wasn't burnt to ashes by the ring of fire, but instantly shattered the entire table. It was as if a 5-horse corpse had been torn apart, and the table was directly blown apart, causing it to shoot everywhere. The power of the explosion was not due to the high temperature of the flames, but to the lethality of the explosion. The guests at the scene couldn't help but applaud. This was due to admiration from the bottom of their hearts, so much so that they temporarily forgot about their own positions. If he forgot to do so, would he offend the Wang clan and Wang Xiaoyun? Tonight, Xianxia's skill was shocking. The talent he displayed was truly amazing. Wang Xiaoyun, what else do you have to say? Xianxia looked at Wang Xiaoyun indifferently. This time, the scene immediately quieted down. Everyone knew that Wang Xiaoyun had lost. Moreover, his loss was too embarrassing. He had such a high status. He actually chose to cheat in order to win against a youth 5 or 6 years younger than him. It was a disgrace. It was just that no one dared to make a ruckus on the spot. Everyone quietly looked at Wang Xiaoyun and waited for his reaction. Wang Xiaoyun stood on the empty ground. His face was first pale, then it slowly turned into an iron-green color. Finally, it turned red, and even his eyes turned red. This expression clearly meant that Wang Xiaoyun was already furious. All right, Wang Xiaoyun shouted. His right hand grabbed back and unsheathed his sword. He angrily said to Xianxia, How dare you humiliate my Qihua sect disciple in front of everyone? How dare you? My Qihua sect has never suffered a loss. Not good. When City Lord Hongzhen heard this, his heart was filled with anxiety. Hongzhen had seen too much of Wang Xiaoyun's expression and behavior. Sure enough, before Wang Xiaoyun could finish his sentence, he unexpectedly stabbed at Xianxia with his sword in hand. He wanted to kill Xianxia on the spot. The long sword sliced through the sky, bringing with it a sharp and domineering sword light. It was incomparably dazzling under the night sky. Wang Xiaoyun was an expert at the 5th level of origin return. Even if Xianxia used all of his strength, he would not be able to withstand his sword strike. Everyone present was shocked. No one expected that Wang Xiaoyun would start a massacre after losing the competition. At this critical moment, another thick and fierce yuan qi suddenly pierced through from the other side. The 2 strands of yuan qi collided violently in the air, causing a deafening explosion. Wang Xiaoyun's sword light was inclined towards the yuan qi, causing it to be blasted into specks of light all over the sky. The yuan qi that saved Xianxia was clearly many times stronger. After shattering Wang Xiaoyun's sword light, it still flew into the distance until it disappeared into the night sky. Hongzhen! Wang Xiaoyun was furious and turned to look at Hongzhen. Sure enough, City Lord Hongzhen was maintaining his punch, and his fist was shining with primordial energy. Wang Xiaoyun pointed at Hong Zhen's nose and said, "Even you, the little Bluestone City Lord, dare to stop me? Aren't you afraid of offending me?" Qihua sect. Hong Zhen's expression was also very ugly, but he was speechless. Indeed, with his status, the Qihua sect could annihilate him with just a flick of his finger. At this moment, a sudden applause rang out from the clinker. Everyone looked at the source of the applause in unison, only to see that Xiangnan was smiling and applauding. There was not even a trace of panic on his face, as if the person who had almost been killed earlier was not him. "Little bastard." Wang Xiaoyun glared at Xiangnan angrily. Xiangnan said neither humbly nor arrogantly, "What a good core disciple of the Qihua sect. How magnanimous. But don't forget your identity. What are you doing in Blue Stone City?" Wang Xiaoyun was shocked and immediately fell silent. Yes, he, Wang Xiaoyun, represents the Qihua sect to select outstanding disciples. If he killed Xiangnan, then the Qihua sect would not have to mix with him anymore. What, your Qihua sect's disciple representative killed someone because the candidate's talent was too strong? Then who would dare to enter the Qihua sect in the future? Xiangnan's words pierced into Wang Xiaoyun's heart like steel needles, especially when Xiangnan opened his arms and said to Wang Xiaoyun, "Come, if you are not afraid that your sect will punish you, then come kill me." Wang Xiaoyun hesitated for a long time and could only stomp his feet angrily. He pointed at Xiangnan's nose and said, "Good boy, there's yours. Wait for me." After saying that, Wang Xiaoyun stomped his right foot on the ground. After a violent burst of yuan qi, his entire body rushed into the night sky with a whoosh and disappeared. The moment Wang Xiaoyun left, the Wang clan didn't have the face to stay here. They wanted to kill Xiangnan 3 times and 4 times, but they were slapped fiercely by Xiangnan 3 times and 4 times. First, Wang Jinghai and the others were overthrown by Xiangnan. Then the Wang clan moved out of Wang Xiaoyun, but they were still defeated by Xiangnan. After the Wang clan left, the other clans came forward and cupped their fists towards Xiangnan, saying some respectful and kind words. No one was blind. Everyone knew that Xiangnan would definitely make a big splash in the future. Taking advantage of Xiangnan's young age, it was important to get on well with him. All right. City Lord Hongjin clapped his hands and said, "Since that's the case, the celebration banquet has come to an end. Everyone, let's disperse. Xiangnan, it's been a long time since I talked to your grandfather. Let's go. Today, I'll go back with you to catch up with Xiangxiong and drink wine." Hearing this, everyone was moved. Hongzhen's words were too profound. He was obviously not going to see Xiangxiong, but was afraid that the Wang clan would kill Xiangnan halfway and wanted to personally escort Xiangnan home. Xiangnan was also very touched. He whispered to Hongzhen, "There is no need for the city lord to do this. If you do this, you will be at odds with Wang Xiaoyun openly. You are afraid of offending Qihua sect." Hongzhen laughed heartily 3 times and said heroically, "I, Hongzhen, have been a smooth person for half my life. I was ignited by your hot blood tonight, so what if I accompany you to fight?" Xiangnan nodded solemnly and said, "Xiangnan will not forget the kindness of the city lord." Hongzhen grabbed Xiangnan's hand and shouted, "Someone, accompany me to the Xiang clan in Bluestone Town." The night was getting darker and darker, but the little Bluestone Town was still brightly lit. It was all because many clans had gone to visit the Xiang clan tonight and had not been willing to leave. They were just waiting for Xiangnan to come back and talk to Xiangnan. Xiangnan and City Lord Hongzhen easily arrived outside the Xiang Manor under the protection of the 200 city guards. The city lord smiled when he saw the large number of carriages at the entrance of the Xiang Manor. It seems that the Xiang Manor is very lively today. Little Nan, you can go in first. I'll wait for you to have a cup of tea before entering. Xiangnan looked at the city lord and was grateful. He cupped his fists at Hongzhen and strode into the house. Hongzhen was very meticulous. He knew that Xiangnan was the main character tonight. If he and Xiangnan entered the house together, he would steal Xiangnan's limelight. At this moment, it was a crucial period for the Xiang clan, so Hongzhen took the initiative to give a cup of tea to Xiangnan. Xiangnan had just entered the courtyard, when he saw that the courtyard was full of shadows and guests were everywhere to congratulate him. However, the atmosphere seemed to be a little strange at this moment. Ah, Xiangnan is back. When the surrounding crowd saw Xiangnan, they all smiled and greeted him. Xiangnan nodded to the crowd one by one. From the path everyone had opened, he saw hundreds of strangers in the middle, confronting his grandfather. When Xiangnan saw this, memories immediately surged out of his mind. These hundreds of people who had suddenly appeared were actually the Xiang clan's fleeing clansmen. Huh? Why are they back? Xiangnan frowned and continued forward. Haha. This must be little Nan. I haven't seen him in years. He really looks like an adult. Among the hundreds of newly returning clansmen, 3 old men stopped Xiangnan's footsteps. Xiangnan frowned. These 3 people he knew were his own uncle, his 3rd uncle, and his 4th uncle. Xianxiang had a total of 4 brothers. Among them, the eldest brother, the 3rd elder, and the 4th elder were the 3 great elders of the Xiang clan, while Xianxiang was the 2nd elder and inherited the position of Xiang clan's clan master. However, when Xiangnan saw the expressions of the 3 elders and his grandfather Xianxiang's ugly face, he realized that things weren't that simple. Looking at his cousins, and cousins that he hadn't seen for a long time, all of them had arrogant expressions on their faces. As for his parents, he was unable to find them all of a sudden. After searching carefully, he discovered that they had actually been pushed to the periphery by the crowd. This scene caused Xiangnan's eyes to narrow. Boss? 3rd brother? 4th brother? Xianxiang took a deep breath and his face sank like a waterway. Could it be that what you said just now is true? That's right. Naturally, it's serious. The great elder stepped forward and said with a smile that was not a smile, "We are also members of the Xiang clan. It is only natural for us to take back half of the Xiang clan's property." That's right. A young man stood beside the great elder and helped. This person was the great elder's grandson, Xiang Zhonghua. Xiang Zhonghua said to Xiang Zhanxiong, "Old grandpa, in the past, you controlled half of the Xiang clan's property, while my grandfather, 3rd father, and 4th father held the other half together. Now that we've returned to the Xiang clan, it's still the same as before, and it's still the same now." Hearing these people's words, Xiangnan almost burst into laughter. With these people, they came back to split the money. Seeing that the Xiang clan was about to rise again, they ran back to get a piece of the pie. Previously, the Xiang clan was destitute. Later, Xiangnan brought back 5 to 6 million gold coins. After winning the bet, he brought back another 3 million gold coins. In addition, there were countless guests giving gifts today. That was a huge fortune. This group of people had previously abandoned the Xiang clan and escaped, but now they wanted to come back and split the money. The abacus was a little too good. Xiang Zhanxiong was furious. He angrily said, "The reason our Xiang clan was able to come back from the dead was because of little Nan's efforts to turn the tide. If it weren't for his brilliance in the town elections, how could our Xiang clan have the current status? You people are really shameless." 3rd elder chuckled and said, "We naturally know that it was little Nan's contribution, so we won't compete with little Nan for anything. He can continue to be the future successor of the Xiang clan's patriarch." That's right. 3rd elder's grandson said, "We brothers have given up the position of successor to little Nan. We just want our own share of the property back." Xiang Zhanxiong was left speechless by everyone's words. As a matter of fact, everyone was a member of the Xiang clan, and they all had close relatives. Their request made it impossible for Xiang Zhanxiong to refuse. 4th elder added another fire and said, "Why, 2nd brother? Aren't you planning on letting us return to the Xiang clan? You want to dominate the Xiang clan? Grandfather, look what you said." A graceful girl covered her mouth and chuckled. "2nd grandpa is the most reasonable. How could he do such a thing? Otherwise, how would he face the ancestors?" At this moment, Xiangnan suddenly laughed. Everyone was arguing fiercely when Xiangnan's laughter sounded a little abrupt. Everyone looked at Xiangnan with strange expressions. As for the guests who came to congratulate him, they were secretly observing. They wanted to take this opportunity to see if this young man, Xiangnan, would panic when dealing with such a scene. If Xiangnan's performance was good enough, then it meant that everyone had come to deliver the congratulatory gift today. It was the right gift. If Xiangnan was captured by the returning tribesmen, it meant that Xiangnan was not a big shot. Little brother Nan, do you have something to say? Grand Elder's eldest grandson, Xiang Zhonghua, asked with a smile. Xiangnan did not answer directly. Instead, he smiled as he walked towards the crowd and pulled his parents over. Father, mother, you guys stand here. Xiangnan placed his parents beside Xiang Zhanxiong and said, "This is the position of your two elders. No one else can snatch it away." Good. Everyone secretly raised their thumbs. The first step was to straighten out his parents' positions. This was done beautifully. Little brother, you have something to say, Xiang Zhonghua said with a strange tone. Xiangnan ignored him and turned around to bow to Xiang Zhanxiong. Grandpa, can little Nan speak a few more words here? He said respectfully. Everyone secretly shouted in their hearts, "Hello!" Xiangnan straightened out his parents' seats to show his filial piety, and then used the respectful attitude that a clansman should have towards the clan leader to ask for the floor. This was equivalent to slapping the faces of those juniors in disguise. Those Xiangnan peers had interrupted without restraint when the elders were talking just now, and they seemed to know very little about the rules. Xiang Zhanxiong was very pleased. He nodded and said, "Little Nan, you can express your opinion. Our Xiang family understands the rules." Xiang Zhonghua and the others blushed when they heard this. Thus, Xiangnan thanked his grandfather first, and then faced everyone with a serious expression. He swept his gaze over his clansmen and suddenly said, "The Xiang clan was in trouble earlier, grandpas and uncles. Did you leave the Xiang clan reluctantly and take away all the property of the Xiang clan?" Everyone's faces turned red when they heard this. The three great clans were led by the Wang clan. When they were about to annihilate the Xiang clan, all of them ran away. Xiangnan continued, "You all disappeared, leaving us alone to guard the Xiang clan. Have you ever thought of giving us a gold coin?" Everyone was still speechless. Xiangnan nodded. "Since that's the case, there's no need for little Nan to talk about the feelings of his clansmen. Let's talk about it when we have something to say. By escaping from the Xiang Manor, you are abandoning the Xiang Manor. The Xiang Manor belongs to my grandfather and my parents. You've taken so many things, but you didn't leave a single one behind. Since you came back today, you want to divide them up? All right, I'll return half of what you took earlier." "Grandfather, how many properties did they take with them?" Everyone was shocked. Not only did Xiangnan not give money to his clansmen, he even wanted money from his clansmen? Xiang Zhanxiong laughed loudly. At that time, the Xiang clan was already depressed. Everything was worth about 2.3 million gold coins. As for them, they took 2.2 million. Yes. Xiangnan nodded and said, "Since you are a blood-related clansman, then spare change. Master, third master, and fourth master, if you want to share your family property, you can. Hand over 1 million gold coins. This is exactly half of what you asked for." The expressions of the various clansmen changed drastically. They all looked at the Great Elder in unison, hoping that the Great Elder would be able to solve this difficult problem. The Great Elder smiled coldly and said with a gloomy face, "You want to share? Sure. We won't just give you 1 million gold coins. We'll give you 2,200,000 gold coins. These 2.2 million gold coins will be directly put into the Xiang clan's treasury, and then we will split it equally." What a scheme! At this moment, the Xiang clan had nearly 9 million in cash alone, and with the addition of 2,200,000 in half, they would be able to obtain nearly 6 million. A few elders were overjoyed when they heard this, and they thought to themselves, Xiangnan is still young, after all, and he is not in the mood for it. Everyone smiled as they looked at Xiangnan and saw how this brat had bound himself. Xiangnan's smile did not diminish. "All right, that's settled. The Xiang clan probably only has 700 to 800 gold coins left, right?" Xiang Zhanxiong immediately nodded and said, "That's right. 700 to 800 gold coins plus 2.2 million gold coins. Let's split it equally." Please hand over 1 million gold coins. Boss, Elder 3, Elder 4. What nonsense! Do you really think you can deceive us? At this moment, there are millions of gold coins in the Xiang clan. The great elder said angrily. It's 8.6 million, but it's all my money, not the Xiang family's money, Xiangnan said with his hands behind his back. The scene suddenly became quiet. That's right. Those were all Xiangnan's private property money. The clan's branch properties were all divided from the clan treasury, and they weren't directly taken from the younger generation. The great elder suddenly panicked. He pointed at a large number of gifts and said, Then, can we at least split these? These are the things of the Xiang clan. Is that so? Xiangnan calmly looked around at the guests and asked, May I ask everyone, are these gifts for my Xiang family or for me? At this time, the guests had already looked at Xiangnan differently and were very satisfied. Naturally, they would not make things difficult for Xiangnan. For a moment, everyone shouted, Of course it's for little Nan. All of the clansmen who had just returned were instantly ashen. Of course, the reason why they came to the Xiang clan to present gifts and make friends with each other was because they came for Xiangnan. Xiangnan smiled faintly. He extended his right hand and said to the first elder, Then all of you, grandfather and uncle, if you still choose to return to the Xiang clan, please take out 1 million gold coins. If you refuse to take it out, then pack up your things and go back where you came from. Well said. Many guests applauded in succession. Although this scene in the Xiang clan had nothing to do with them, it was relieving to just watch from the side. The three elders glared at him angrily. They didn't expect that stealing chickens wouldn't erode rice. Divide or not? Xiangnan's smile gradually turned cold. Everyone, look at me and look at you. All of them have bitter faces. They saw that the Xiang clan was about to rise, and they really wanted to return. At the same time, it was because they were really not doing well outside. However, if they came back, they would have to pay 1 million gold coins as a price, which was unacceptable to them. Lord City Lord is here. Right at this moment, the loud shouts of the city guards suddenly came from outside the door. Immediately after, a burly figure walked in laughing loudly. It was City Lord Hongzhen. Everyone on the scene moved aside and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, City Lord. Hongzhen waved his hand and laughed loudly. Everyone, you're welcome. Today, I'm here to deliver a gift. Gift? Even the City Lord came to present gifts? City Lord Hongzhen secretly gave Xiangnan a thumbs up. Obviously, he had heard what Xiangnan had just said. Then, Hongzhen said, I came here specifically for Xiangnan alone. As for my gift, it's very simple. As long as it's Xiangnan's words, all the shops that the Xiang clan opens in Blue Stone City in the next 3 years will be exempt from tax. Furthermore, they will receive all support policies. Once these words were spoken, the entire audience erupted into an uproar. Tax exemption for 3 years. How much is that? More importantly, all support policies. With the City Lord's guarantee, the Xiang clan would be able to reopen their property. That was to say, they would have a smooth journey and be able to ignite their flames in the wind. While everyone was dumbfounded, the City Lord threw another bomb. The City Lord asked Xiangnan, Little Nan, the Xiang clan has already transferred all their shops in order to make a living, right? Indeed. Xiangnan nodded. The City Lord said, The new urban area of Bluestone City has just been completed recently. Then I will draw a boundary for the Xiang clan to use as an industrial area. In the first 5 years, the Xiang clan didn't spend a penny. They would first use it for 5 years. After 5 years, they would return the rent they owed for the first 5 years. Okay. If the gift in front of the City Lord made everyone envious, then this gift would really make everyone's eyes turn red. New city. Let's use it for 5 years first. That piece of land was crammed into countless people's heads, and they wanted to rent a small piece of land. Not to mention they could owe it for the first 5 years. Even if they gave it money, they might not be able to get it. Xiang Zhanxiong looks up at the starry sky and sighs in his heart that the spring of our Xiang clan has come. Someone, the great elder gave the order and shouted, Take 1 million gold coins and hand it over to the patriarch. First Elder immediately recognized the situation. What was 1,000,000 gold coins? With the promise of the city lord, 10 of them would be able to earn back 1,000,000. Even if one of their clansmen gave them 1,000,000 gold coins, they would directly hand it over to Xianxia. After Xianxia received the money, he remained silent for a long time, but everyone was on pins and needles, depending on Xianxia's opinion. After a while, Xianxia let out a long sigh and said, "Forget it. Since you want to come back, then come back." Many clansmen hurriedly bowed in gratitude. This time they were convinced and did not complain at all. Brother Xianxia, the city lord, laughed loudly and walked forward, saying, "It's been a long time since we've met. I'm not leaving today. Let's drink until dawn." "We're not leaving anymore. Let's celebrate with the city lord." Many guests expressed their opinions. This was a good opportunity to get close to the city lord. Good, good, good. Xianxiang was very spirited and waved his hand. Good wine and good food greets the dawn. This night laid a solid foundation for the rise of the Xiang clan. That night, Xiangnan's name shook Bluestone City. Everyone knew that a 16-year-old youth had relied on extraordinary strength and courage to pull the Xiang clan back from the brink of death, saying this was simply a bit of a fantasy. But the truth was that it was so dramatic. To Xiangnan, this was just a small starting point. Afterwards, the Xiang clan officially went on the right track, mainly because Xiangnan brought back a large amount of gold coins as a foundation, allowing the Xiang clan to regroup. Xianxiang personally presided over the arrangements for the clansmen, and then started to get busy like a raging fire. On the other side, Xiangnan didn't slack off at all. He didn't waste a minute, spending all of his time to increase his strength. This was because he knew very well that the Xiang clan was not strong enough and could be suppressed by the 3 great clans at any time. A month later, the selection of the martial arts city was the key to the Xiang clan's solid footing. Wang Xiaoyun had to get a good result before he could be chosen by an outstanding sect. At that time, Wang Xiaoyun would not dare to touch the Xiang clan. Otherwise, without the support of the sect, the Xiang clan would be devoured by the Wang clan in a minute. After all, this was a world where martial power reigned supreme. In the Black Sharp Mountain Range, in a secret woodland, after 2 hours of cultivation, Xiangnan spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He raised his right hand slightly, and a ball of early weather was slowly beating in his palm. As he refined the remaining medicinal pill power in his body, he muttered to himself, "There is still 1 month left before the martial arts city selection. As for the city selection, the age limit for the contestants has been relaxed to 20 years old. I'm afraid that there will be some Xiantian 8th level or even 9th level experts at that time. As for me, I'm only at the Xiantian 1st stage. It won't be easy for me to fight them." Xiangnan's expression was solemn. Although his lightning meridian talent could erupt with 3 times its maximum strength, it could only erupt 3 times. These 3 eruptions could defeat 3 peak Xiantian realm experts. Then what? At that time, even a Xiantian 1st stage cultivator would be able to easily kill him. Therefore, in order to win the city election battle, one could not rely solely on the heaven-defying attributes of the lightning vein. Only solid strength was a hard method. It's time to practice that half of the broken book. The remaining half of the book was temporarily named Fire Lightning Technique by Xiangnan. He didn't know what grade this fire lightning technique belonged to, but Xiangnan knew that the power of this technique was astonishing. At least it was above the high-grade spiritual grade. It might even be an earth-grade cultivation technique that surpassed spirit grade. Xiangnan raised his right hand slightly. A crystal blue dot the size of a grain of rice floated in the center of his palm. It was exceptionally dazzling. On that day, I was in the city lord's mansion to test my skills. It's not clear how powerful this ring of fire was. Xiangnan thought for a moment and named this move Thunderclap. I'd like to see just how powerful this Thunderclap is. With that thought in mind, Xiangnan circulated the Xiantian Qi in his Dantian and quickly converted it into lightning power. Then, he used the lightning vibration art to hold this power in his right hand. In this way, he felt that his previous weather was being sucked away like a whale absorbing water. His right fist actually shone with a dazzling crystal blue light, But what was even more shocking was that Xianxia felt that he could no longer control this power, as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. Shit! Xianxia's pupils constricted and he exclaimed, I didn't expect the complete power of the thunderclap to be so great. I must release it immediately, otherwise, my body will explode and die. Xianxia didn't have time to think about it, so he immediately jumped up and punched heavily on the ground. Crystal blue lightning energy poured out. Following Xianxia's punch, the crystal blue lightning energy instantly transformed into a giant crystal blue ring of fire. Boom! The entire earth trembled from this punch, and the terrifying crystal blue flames scattered like waves. Xianxia could only feel a blue light in front of him. The ring of flames roared, roaring furiously, tearing apart everything that had happened to him. The deafening explosions that filled the mountains and fields were even mixed with the faint howls of tigers. After the blue light in the sky disappeared, the scene in front of him shocked Xianxia, who had seen a lot of things. Is this really caused by a Xiantian first-stage martial artist? Xianxia's eyes widened in disbelief. It was a hemispherical crater with a diameter of 10 meters. The outer edge of the crater was a radial pattern that spread in all directions. Xianxia stood at the core of the giant crater. What was even more terrifying was that an entire radius of 1 mile had been razed to the ground. The trees and rocks were all gone. The ground was flat and smooth. Looking down from above, it was a neat circular clearing. Only at the edge of the radiation zone, a mile away, could one see intact trees and rocks. Xianxia took a few deep breaths, his mood unable to calm down for a long time. This fire and lightning technique is definitely an Earth-level technique. Xianxia gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. That's right, it was at least an Earth-level technique. At the very least, it was an Earth-grade cultivation technique that could trigger a heaven and earth phenomenon, and when he released Thunderclap earlier, he clearly heard the roar of a tiger. No, it's not suitable to stay here for long. Retreat. Xianxia calmed his emotions and immediately ran into the distance. With such a big move, he would definitely disturb the martial arts experts of the nearby towns. If anyone found out that he, Xianxia, had created this open space, the consequences would be unimaginable. As he sprinted, Xianxia was thinking about another question. His previous weather wasn't enough to consume thunderclaps. The thunderclap waves did not display their full power at all. It was precisely because his previous weather was too little that he drained all of his previous weather at once. After Xianxia ran a long distance and confirmed that he was safe, he finally stopped. This won't do. Xianxia leaned against an ancient tree and looked down at his hands. My strength is still there, but the weather was drained in one bite. Without the Xiantian martial artists of Xiantian, their strength will be greatly weakened. This is not the result I hope to see. He calmly analyzed the situation and found the crux of the problem. This thunderclap was like a car, and his strength was equivalent to an ox. Obviously, he was now a little cow pulling a big cart, and his initial weather was too little, so he had to hurry up and raise his cultivation level. What a pity! Xianxia shook his head. That fire lightning technique is only half a damaged book. There is only one skill in it, but there is no body refinement or qigong technique. Skill moves were only used for battles. Only body refinement and qigong techniques could be used to raise a martial artist's realm. Choosing between body refinement or qigong techniques could both raise a martial artist's realm. His own characteristic was the power of thunder and lightning, so it was obvious that qi condensation was more suitable for him. However, at this moment, Xianxia thought of something else. He muttered, speaking of lightning-attributed qi refining techniques, the 9 transformations of thunder is definitely the strongest in the world. Since I don't have a fire and lightning technique, I can use the 9 transformations of thunder to replace it. As he spoke, Xianxia took out a yellow talisman paper from his storage ring. This was the lightning talisman that sealed the 17th place on the divine lightning rankings, White Flame Lightning. Xianxia sat down cross-legged and threw the lightning talisman into the air. What was amazing was that the lightning talisman actually floated in midair without falling. Xianxia's expression was hesitant. He thought to himself that the minimum requirement for cultivating the 9 transformations of thunder was the Xiantian realm. He didn't know if he could withstand it, so he decided to give it a try. After finishing his plan, he first swallowed a small pill. This pill was not a medicinal pill, but was made by grinding the first-grade spring return grass. As the pill entered his stomach, the medicinal properties of the spiritual herbs slowly spread out. Xianxia was bathed in a warm atmosphere. In less than a cup of tea, all of his previous weather had recovered. Thus, after making complete preparations, Xianxia took a deep look at the lightning talisman in midair, and then silently circulated the 9 transformations of thunder incantation in his heart. He possessed a rare divine grade lightning meridian talent. This formidable talent allowed him to have an incomparable affinity for lightning attribute techniques. The profound and mysterious 9 transformations of thunder were actually circulated extremely smoothly by Xianxia, as if a fish was getting water. After the incantation successfully entered a circle, the air around Xianxia fluctuated, and the lightning talisman floating in the air began to tremble. The lightning talisman sensed the summoning of the 9 transformations of thunder art. Strange white arcs of lightning quickly spread out from the surface of the talisman paper. The white arcs were densely packed together and interweaved into a power grid, causing the land to form a vacuum belt. The surrounding trees were attracted to the ground and flew towards the lightning talisman one after another. However, the moment the trees touched the white lightning arc, they turned into powder. Seeing this scene, Xianxia was shocked. That was the source of the divine lightning. It was definitely not a joke. However, he gritted his teeth. Since he was ready to fight, he couldn't stop. Thinking of this, Xianxia immediately waved his hand, drawing only a white lightning arc from the countless lightning arcs on the lightning talisman. The moment the white lightning bolt touched Xianxia's body, it quickly merged into his body. In that instant, Xianxia's entire body was bounced up by lightning. His limbs were incomparably stiff, and he was unable to move at all. However, he could clearly feel the overbearing power of Baiyan lightning rampaging through his body. The terrifying white flame lightning filled Xianxia's entire body. At that moment, Xianxia was very worried that he would go crazy because he couldn't bear it. But then, a scene that frightened Xianxia appeared. He felt that the white lightning bolt had been refined by the 9 transformations thundershocking cultivation technique and transformed into power that fused into his body. At the same time, his realm began to explode. That speed was out of Xianxia's control. This, my realm. Xianxia's eyes flashed brightly. Xiantian's second layer. Breakthrough. The realm that he could only improve by assisting with high-grade pills and diligently cultivating was actually crossed because he had only absorbed a bolt of lightning from the white flames. However, he had only consumed 1/10 of the energy of that lightning arc when he advanced from the first level of the Xiantian realm to the second level of the Xiantian realm. There was more stored in his body. If he did not quickly think of a way to consume the remaining lightning power, then what it would bring him would not be help but destruction. However, his realm had just risen, and his body was in a full state. He didn't know if he could hold on to it even if he raised it once more. Xianxia gritted his teeth. He was truly reluctant to disperse this precious energy, so he forcefully continued to absorb it. He felt like his body was being blown up like a balloon, growing bigger and bigger, becoming fuller and fuller. He was about to reach the limit of what his body could withstand. At this time, the energy of the white flame lightning allowed Xianxia to break free from the bindings of his realm once again, and his realm soared in a straight line. Xiantian third layer. However, 80% of the lightning bolt's energy was still left. I can't. I've reached my limit. Xianxia immediately gave up on advancing his cultivation. This was because every time a martial artist advanced a realm, it would take a period of time for their bodies to adapt to the new realm. However, there was still too much white flame lightning in his body. Xianxia thought of how to dissipate the remaining energy. He suddenly took a step forward and punched heavily into the sky. He roared, "Thunderclap!" The thunderclap waves from this punch had actually drained all of the excess energy in his body. The thunderclap was blasted into an incomparably large fan-shaped light that shot straight into the 9 heavens. This time, the power of the thunderclap was more than 10 times greater than the previous time. Even half of the sky was reflected in crystal blue. The roar of a tiger in the sky was unexpectedly deafening. Who? Who? He took a few deep breaths in succession, shocked by the terrifying divine lightning. This was too scary. He had only pulled out a small arc of lightning and created such a terrifying situation. What if he absorbed the entire white flame lightning? At the same time, that thunderclap was too abnormal. So many remnants of the lightning power in his body were still drained by the shock of the lightning. Xianxia couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. What kind of realm did he need to level up to before he could release thunderclap twice? Let's test it now. My weather first. Xianxia closed his eyes and checked the weather in his dantian. Ha! Xianxia abruptly opened his eyes and said happily, my current Xiantian storage is actually 3 times that of the Xiantian first stage. Under normal circumstances, every time a Xiantian realm martial artist leveled up, the Xiantian, whether in their dantian, would only increase their storage by half, and every time they leveled up, they would double their storage. In other words, just by looking at the amount of storage in the first layer of the weather, if he were to increase his cultivation by 1 layer, it would be equivalent to someone else's cultivation by 2 layers. That's horrible. This was the astonishing thing about the 9 transformations of thunder. He hurriedly rushed away. After leaving this place far away, he spent half a day to adapt his body to the 3rd level of the Xiantian realm, and then continued to improve. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately sat down cross-legged, and the 9 transformations of thunder formula began to circulate again. He cautiously drew a white arc according to his previous method and merged it into his body. However, what happened this time was something that Xianxia hadn't expected. The white lightning bolt did not increase his cultivation like it did the previous time. Rather, the power of the white flame blazing lightning actually began to directly attack Xianxia's body. Xianxia let out a muffled snort, and his entire body actually floated into the air from the ground. That white arc of lightning split into countless threads of lightning that seemed to wrap around him like a round ball of lightning. Every inch of his skin was under the electric shock of the white flames and lightning. He felt his blood boil. All the bones in his body were howling in pain, and his muscles were spasming. No, we must persevere, we must persevere. Xianxia clenched his teeth. However, the situation did not improve as he had imagined. Instead, it became even worse. He even felt his skin begin to crack and even break apart. Shit! Aware of the seriousness of the problem, Xianxia was unable to endure the indescribable pain anymore. So he quickly disbanded the 9 transformations of Thunder's incantation and circulated it. In an instant, the white lightning shattered and dissipated in the sky. As for Xianxia, he fell to the ground from midair. During the entire time he spent drinking a cup of tea, he was convulsed by pain. Only after drinking a cup of tea did he recover. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? Xianxia frowned and gently rubbed his joints. Right? He suddenly understood that the reason why he had absorbed the lightning bolts of the white flame lightning for the first time was because he did not possess the attributes of the lightning bolt in his body. That was why the power of the lightning bolt had increased his cultivation by leaps and bounds. However, the second time the arc was absorbed, the increase was not in quantity, but in quality. If the first bolt of lightning he absorbed was only 1,000th of the power of the white flame lightning, then the second bolt of lightning he absorbed could reach 2 or 3 thousandths of the power of the white flame lightning. In other words, every time he absorbed a bolt of lightning from the white flames in the future, the attribute power of the lightning in his body would rise to a higher level. Just now, I was almost fatal because I was unable to withstand the stronger power of the lightning. There are only 2 ways to solve this problem, Xianxia said as he rubbed his hands. First, raise my cultivation level. Second, increase my resistance to electricity. What's troublesome is that there is no formula to improve one's resistance to electricity in the 9 transformations of thunder. Xianxia sighed. The Thunder Martial King had created the 9 transformations of thunder in the heavenly tribulation realm. Naturally, he didn't need to improve his resistance to electricity, and he didn't write a solution to this matter into his cultivation method. His divine grade lightning meridian talent also had a very abnormal resistance to electricity. If it wasn't for this talent, he would have been shattered when he absorbed the first bolt of lightning. There's no other way. I can only think of a way to solve it myself. To improve one's resistance to electricity, one couldn't use qi condensation to solve it. That required body refinement. Xianxia nodded, took out a paper and brush from his storage ring, and wrote down a paragraph of text. Second grade snow cicada grass, second grade thundervine, second grade rejuvenation pill, second grade blood condensation grass, second grade stone skin pill, spirit grade pill furnace. Xianxia looked at the words and was satisfied. In his previous life, he knew many strange and capable people, some of whom his master called strange and disdainful to associate with. However, at that time, Baimukin's nature was carefree, but he didn't care about these things. Among the people he knew was a peculiar alchemist. That person had once mentioned a method of body refinement. That is, using the method of refining pills to allow martial artists to refine their bodies. Put a martial artist into a pill furnace like a pill. This idea could not be said to be unbold, but Xianxia felt that it was very feasible. Although this wasn't a body refining technique, it could increase his resistance to electricity and achieve his goal. I already have a Tier 2 rejuvenation pill, a Tier 2 blood coagulation grass, and a Tier 2 stone skin pill. Although I don't have any, the main ingredients for the stone skin pill can be found in my storage ring. Xianxia pondered. Right now, we can only find Tier 2 snow cicada grass, thunderbolt vine, and spirit grade pill furnaces. Looks like we need to go to the Azure Stone City's auction house. Apart from the pill furnace, although the other two were not pills, they were only spirit herbs, but because they were too rare, they should not be found in ordinary spirit herb shops. Thinking of this, Xianxia was unwilling to rest and immediately set off. In this troubled autumn, Xianxia knew that his identity was sensitive, so he made a simple disguise. He wore a loose black robe and covered his nose and mouth with a black cloth. Fortunately, Blue Stone City was close to the Black Sharp mountain range. Normally, there were many hunters, herb gatherers, and various caravans in the city. In this kind of place, there were many people who covered their faces to avoid unnecessary battles. Xianxia's outfit, which covered his figure and appearance, did not attract much attention. Sure enough, as soon as he entered Blue Stone City, he heard people discussing about the blue phenomenon in the sky. Some people said that it must be a martial arts expert cultivating nearby. I heard that many experts from the clans have gone to the back mountain to look for that expert. This caused Xianxia to lower his hood a little. Experts, those people definitely can't be found. How could they know that such a terrifying phenomenon was created by this young boy Xianxia? However, Xianxia searched the city until dusk. He could be said to have visited all the famous spirit herb shops, but he couldn't find the snow cicada grass and thunderclap vine. However, the spirit pill furnace was already available, so it wasn't difficult to find this item. As for the two spiritual herbs, it seemed that he could only try his luck at the auction house. However, buying things at the auction house was likely to cost a large sum of money. At this time, Xianxia didn't have much cash on him, so he gave it all to his grandfather. The Xiang clan was now at a critical juncture in their comeback. He did not want to ask for money from his grandfather. Fortunately, he still had quite a few spirit herb pills and precious calligraphy and paintings on him. He could use them to exchange for money. The only auction house in Bluestone City was just about to start a large-scale auction. This place was called the Treasure Gathering Pavilion. Behind these three golden characters there was a small pattern. When others saw the pattern, they didn't feel anything. But when Xianxia saw it, he was shocked. It was a clover logo. This logo represented an ancient mysterious clan in this world, the Huangpu aristocrat clan. The scope of this clan's business covered almost all fields. Just how enormous it was and how much energy it hid were still a mystery. Xianxia only knew that this clan definitely could not be easily offended. Even the people from the 8 great sects had to be respectful when they saw the upper echelons of the Huangpu aristocrat clan. Their hands have actually reached such a remote corner. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before walking in. In any case, he was here to openly buy things. How strong this Huangpu aristocrat clan was had nothing to do with him. There were 2 exhibition halls in the Jutsai Pavilion auction house, and there were 6 auction halls of all sizes. Today, the largest auction hall was opened. The exhibition hall was responsible for displaying the items that were about to be auctioned off. It had already ended 3 days ago, and Xianxia had not caught up. Therefore, this time it was just a blind cat trying to kill a mouse. It was all due to luck. The auction hall was already filled with people, and the buyers who came were all silent, their expressions extremely solemn. Although no one knew the Huangpu aristocrat clan in this small place, everyone knew that the treasure-gathering pavilion was built by a large foreign clan. Therefore, even the local wealthy didn't dare to make a mistake here. Very quickly, the oppressive scene slowly became lively. An auctioneer walked up to the exhibition platform and greeted the buyers politely. Then, he began to auction the first treasure. Xianxia glanced at the treasure and landed on a woman beside the auctioneer. Normally, there would be 2 assistants next to the auctioneer, but that woman was obviously not an assistant. She was just standing there for no apparent reason. Xianxia frowned and quietly sensed that the woman's identity was extraordinary. This woman wore a black veil and could not see her appearance clearly. The key was that there was not a single trace of spiritual energy fluctuation in her body. But Xianxia knew that she was definitely a martial artist. Her spiritual energy fluctuations are suppressed very ingeniously. Xianxia nodded silently, knowing that this woman was a master that could not be provoked. But at this moment, the woman caught Xianxia's gaze amidst the countless gazes of the audience. The 2's gazes collided in the air. Xianxia pretended to look away as if nothing had happened, but the woman nodded slightly, appearing extremely cultured. What a keen perception, Xianxia thought to himself, and couldn't help but think a little more highly of that woman. The first item to be auctioned was a mid-grade spirit weapon. The starting bid was 50,000 gold coins. The buyers on the scene all bid. The buyers who came to participate in the auction were all wealthy businessmen from the 6 towns. The upper echelons of the clans were also very generous. This inadvertently increased the pressure on Xianxia. Very quickly, the first weapon fell into the hands of the Mo clan in Bluestone Town. The second item was a calligraphy and painting. The starting bid was 50,000 gold coins, which was equivalent to the price of a first-grade medicinal pill. However, Xianxia's attention was not on the auction item. He always felt that there was a pair of eyes that were secretly observing him intentionally or unintentionally. When he followed that gaze and captured it back, he discovered that it was still the same woman. However, the woman looked elsewhere and dodged in a timely manner. Xianxia became more cautious and began to pay more attention to the woman. The following auction process was very lively. People often bid up the price to an unbelievable height in order to compete for the same item. The result of Xianxia's secret observation was that the woman was observing the buyers all the time, not knowing what her purpose was. Finally, the 8th item was actually the second-grade snow cicada grass that Xianxia wanted. The auctioneer smiled at the crowd. Second-grade snow cicada grass. The starting bid is 30,000 gold coins. Every time the bid is increased, it will start at least 5,000 gold coins. Hearing this, many buyers were shocked. The average price of a Tier 2 spirit grass was 3,000 gold coins, but this Tier 2 snow cicada grass cost 30,000 gold coins. It was still the starting price. Thus, the problem arose. Originally, many people didn't know what this snow cicada grass was, but when they heard that its starting bid was so high, they were all curious. Someone raised his hand on the spot. 40,000. The auctioneer smiled in that direction. This buyer is bidding 40,000 yuan. Is there anything higher? Xianxia frowned and raised his right hand, but did not bid. The auctioneer nodded and pointed in Xianxia's direction. This buyer offers 45,000 gold coins. In the end, the buyers bid one after another. In just half a cup of tea, the snow cicada grass was actually lifted to 100,000 gold coins. This was the last thing Xianxia wanted to see. This was a vicious circle. Everyone was curious about the unknown, and the more people rushed to buy this mysterious snow cicada grass, the higher the price would be. Higher prices attract greater curiosity. 150,000. Someone shouted loudly. The price was already ridiculously high. Xianxia gritted his teeth and raised his hand again to bid 155,000 yuan. 150,000 was no longer a small number. It was enough to buy 3 mid-grade spirit weapons. Many people had given up at this time. However, there were still more than 20 families in 6 towns competing. 200,000. Someone made a bid. Xianxia was determined to obtain the snow cicada grass. He couldn't allow everyone to pay such a high price. He had to give them a high enough price to intimidate them. Thinking of this, Xianxia raised his hand in pain and lowered his voice as low and hoarse as possible. 400,000. As soon as the price was announced, the entire arena fell silent. This time, no one bid again. 400,000 yuan for a second-grade spirit herb. Isn't that crazy? Such an astronomical price was almost enough to buy a Tier 2 spirit pill. After the auctioneer asked the crowd, he saw that no one was bidding and decided on the spot. The snow cicada grass returned to Xianxia. Xianxia secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Under normal circumstances, the snow cicada grass was only worth 40,000 to 50,000 gold coins. However, there was no other way. Who would have thought that there was only such a single plant here? To be honest, Xianxia wasn't interested in the next auction item, so he didn't bid anymore. He just waited for the auction to end before trading. There were a total of 25 items in the auction. After all the items were sold, Xianxia was ready to go backstage to trade. But at this moment, the woman who had been silently standing beside the auctioneer suddenly walked towards the exhibition stand, but also replaced the position of auctioneer. She took out an item from her storage ring and placed it on the exhibition stand. For the first time, she said, "This is a knife." Hearing this, the originally orderly scene immediately became restless. It wasn't because of the knife, but because of the woman's voice. People often use the sound of nature to describe a person's voice. But what exactly is the sound of nature? I'm afraid no one has really heard of it. However, if there really was a heavenly voice in the world, then this mysterious woman's voice would definitely be considered one. Xianxia was also shocked by the woman's voice, but his eyes were quickly attracted by the saber. It was a very strange saber. The length of the blade was 3 meters, which was considered too long for ordinary people. The blade was pitch black without any reflection, as if it was carved out of a piece of carbon. There were strange patterns on the blade. At first glance, the saber was too heavy, too large, and ordinary. Could even be said to be too simple. However, when Xianxia saw the blade, the lightning meridian attribute in his body suddenly changed. Saber! Xianxia was shocked and thought to himself, "That blade is strange. My lightning meridian attribute can actually sense it. By this knife no matter what." At this moment, the woman pressed her hands down, signaling everyone to shut up. This saber is a low-grade weapon of the mortal stage. The starting bid is 1 million gold coins. The scene became even more restless. Just now, everyone's restlessness was shocked by the sound of the woman's voice. Now, the restlessness was shocked by the sky-high price of this saber. What does a low-grade mortal realm mean? That meant that this saber was no different from a saber forged from ordinary steel. This kind of shitty thing could be bought for a dozen or 20 silver coins. As a result, the scene was noisy, but there wasn't even a single bidder. No one could see anything special about this saber. The woman seemed to have no intention of introducing it at all, but her eyes curved as she swept across the crowd. Obviously, her face was smiling under the black veil. Is anyone bidding? The woman's eyes swept through the crowd, still maintaining a calm and elegant demeanor. Xianxia was worried in his heart. At this moment, his bid had become the focus of everyone's attention. However, he really wanted that saber. Not to mention 1 million gold coins, even if it was 2 million, 3 million, Xianxia would definitely buy a saber that could cause the lightning vein attribute to feel stress. Seeing that the woman had already stretched out her hand, she wanted to take back her saber. Xianxia sighed helplessly and raised his hand. 1 million, I want it. At this moment, countless pairs of eyes on the scene aimed at Xiang Nan. An unusual splendor quickly flashed through the woman's eyes, and that splendid gaze disappeared in an instant. Ha ha! Someone really fell for this trick. Someone finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Others echoed, yes. This broken saber costs 100 silver coins. Xiang Nan ignored everyone's mockery and sat down calmly. The auctioneer stepped forward and smiled. This auction is officially over. VIP bidders, please come and trade later. Behind the auction hall there was a long corridor. On both sides of the corridor were a number of small trading halls that contained the treasures that had been auctioned off. Xiang Nan followed a maid to the 10th trading hall and pushed open the door. There were only 2 people inside. One was the mysterious black-veiled woman, while the other was a teenage girl. The little girl looked like she was carved out of jade. Her pair of big black eyes shone brightly. Her small nose was cute, and her snow-white skin was like a porcelain doll. She was dressed in brocade-clothed mink fur, and her large furry collar made her even more exquisite and cute. However, it was a bit too exaggerated to wear such thick clothes at this time of year. The little girl rippled her legs playfully. She took out a small piece of translucent pastries from an exquisite plate and put it into her mouth. She bit her head and tilted her head as she looked at Xiang Nan curiously. The black-veiled woman still did not take off her veil. She dotingly stroked the little girl's black hair and spoiled her. Do you want some water? Don't choke. The little girl grinned like the sun. Xiang Nan hesitated for a moment, then said, I'm here to take the things I took. But, the woman's eyes curved and she smiled as she asked, But what? But I don't have any cash. Xiang Nan shook his head and said, Can I exchange it for something else? As he spoke, Xiang Nan took out a calligraphy and painting from his storage ring. This was the best and most expensive calligraphy and painting he had preserved, and it was even better than the one he had given to the city lord earlier. Xiang Nan said, This calligraphy painting is worth about 2 million gold coins. It is extremely difficult to find a similar level in the market. I will use it to offset 1.5 million gold coins. How about it? Xiang Nan's actions were equivalent to a loss of 500,000 yuan. But who knew that the woman would shake her head with a smile? Xiang Nan frowned. 2 million for 1.5 million? You're not even going to change? The woman smiled and said, I only want cash. Xiang Nan took a deep breath. He could tell that this woman was clearly making things difficult for him. As a businessman of an auction house, how could he not take advantage of it? All right. Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and said, Wait for me. 2 hours later, I'll take the money to buy it. The woman shook her head and said, If you want to buy it, trade it face to face. After 2 hours, I won't sell it. This knife is my personal belongings. It doesn't violate the rules of the auction house. The little girl giggled as she listened to the two of them. Her voice was as crisp as a pair of bronze bells. As for Xiang Nan, he couldn't help but say in a low voice, What do you mean? Tell me clearly. The woman stroked the black saber and glanced at Xiang Nan intentionally or unintentionally. You have to tell me why you bought this saber. Xiang Nan's heart sounded an alarm. Could it be that this woman knew that this saber could sense the attributes of thunder meridians? However, he said, It's just a personal preference. The woman shook her head. You're too disingenuous to say that. I won't sell the saber anymore. Xiang Nan felt that this woman was not simple, but if he really wanted to tell him why he bought the knife, it would be impossible. Lightning meridian talent was rare in the world. How could it be exposed for a saber? Immediately, Xiang Nan took out another painting and said, This painting is worth about 700,000 gold coins. It's for a second-grade snow cicada grass. After saying that, Xiang Nan picked up the snow cicada grass and left. The snow cicada grass was a treasure that was auctioned by the auction house. Xiang Nan had decided on a purchase contract after bidding. Women could not stop Xiang Nan. After leaving the auction house, Xiang Nan quickened his pace, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. He always felt that the mysterious woman had other plans. Along the way, he quietly changed into his normal clothes. When he returned to his room, he found his mother waiting at a table with a steaming bowl of ginseng soup on it. Mother! In Xiang Nan's mind, memories and emotions belonging to the real Xiang Nan appeared, causing him to involuntarily use the intimate term mother instead of the word mother. Mother kindly pulled Xiang Nan to sit down beside her. She stroked Xiang Nan's temples and said softly, "Mother has cooked a bowl of ginseng soup for you. It has been 3 hours. Nan should take advantage of the heat to drink it." Xiang Nan watched his mother recover from her long illness and her slightly pale face. He immediately felt a choke in his throat and a sour nose. He hurriedly said, "The child is in good health. Mother, drink it." The mother lovingly said, "Silly child. In recent years, the Xiang clan has fallen into a state of despair, which has made you suffer. Mother's heart aches when she sees it. Mother, stop talking." Xiang Nan couldn't help but hug her mother. Xiang Nan, who had never experienced maternal love in his previous life, couldn't help but feel his eyes turn red, and tears rolled in his eyes. He only felt that this life was worth it. Even if he didn't have any divine talent or lightning meridian attributes, just having a loving mother was enough. Her mother patted Xiang Nan's back gently, as if she had coaxed him when he was a child. Nan, come, drink the soup." Xiang Nan shook his head. "Mother doesn't drink, and neither do I." Mother didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Then I'll drink half of it, Nan. Okay? All right." Xiang Nan withdrew from his mother's embrace and quickly wiped his eyes. Mother drank half a bowl of ginseng soup and looked at Xiang Nan happily as he drank half a bowl of ginseng soup. Only then did she bloom with a happy smile. This half bowl of soup was probably the most delicious ginseng soup Xiang Nan had ever tasted in his previous life. At this moment, in the courtyard outside Xiang Nan's room, there was an ancient tree. The crescent moon curved. Through the moonlight, one could vaguely see that there was a woman standing on the tree. She was the mysterious woman of the conglomerate pavilion auction house. The woman could clearly see what was happening in the room. Her eyes were slowly filled with a layer of gentle light. "Right? In the room," Mother said to Xiang Nan. "Your grandfather and the others are looking for you. I almost forgot. Nan will go over after a rest. Mother will leave first." "All right, I'll send Mother out." Xiang Nan escorted her mother out of the door and glanced at the tree, but it was empty. Later, he hurried to his grandfather's room. In Grandpa's study, the 3 elders of the family, his father, and some uncles were discussing. Xiang Nan came in and found a seat to sit and listen. Originally, there wasn't a seat for a junior like Xiang Nan here, but because Xiang Nan had made a special contribution to the Xiang family, Xiang Nan also listened to what had happened in the family recently. After listening to the elders' conversation, Xiang Nan finally knew the whole story. The city lord did draw a plot of land for the Xiang clan in the newly completed new city, but if that place was to be put into use, it would take at least 1 to 2 years. In this short period of time, the Xiang clan could not remain idle, so they wanted to buy back the property that originally belonged to the Xiang clan in the old city. Unfortunately, this matter was obstructed by the 3 great clans of Bluestone Town. No matter how much the Xiang clan wanted to buy back the property, the 3 great clans increased their prices even more. Bullying! Xianxia slammed the table angrily. They are clearly going to cut off our Xiang clan's path of retreat. Whether it was Xiang Nan or Bai Mukin in his previous life, they were not proficient in business matters. Therefore, although the elders were filled with righteous indignation, Xiang Nan had no choice but to listen to them from the side. "Little Nan." Xianxia suddenly turned to look at Xiang Nan and said, "The city lord thinks highly of you. See if you can. Let the city lord talk to you. This is the only chance for our Xiang clan to rise. If we can't get the deeds to the houses and land of those shops, our Xiang clan will. All right, I'll discuss it with the city lord tomorrow." Xiang Nan knew that this matter was of great importance, so he could only do so. After receiving Xiang Nan's reply, the faces of the elders of the clan became much more relaxed. At this moment, no one dared to make things difficult for Xiang Nan at all. It could also be said that the Xiang clan now relied on Xiang Nan alone. "All right, let's stop here. Little Nan, stay here. Everyone else, go back." Xianxiong waved his hand, leaving Xianxia alone. After everyone had left, Xianxia lowered his voice and said, "Little Nan, your martial arts cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds recently. What exactly is going on?" Xianxia knew that he couldn't conceal this matter, so he was mentally prepared and said, "Grandfather, actually, someone secretly helped little Nan." "Oh!" Xianxia was shocked. "So, that person secretly taught you cultivation techniques and taught you how to cultivate? Who is that person?" Xianxia shook his head. "It's an old senior, but little Nan doesn't know his name. He didn't take little Nan as his disciple. However, the old man said that he valued my talent. He wanted to nurture me first. If I had any future prospects, he would consider accepting me." Xianxia's face was filled with joy. He stroked his beard and smiled. "The strength and combat skills you've displayed lately, even Grandpa is ashamed of being inferior to you. I guessed that there must be an expert behind you. Even so, you must cultivate diligently. Don't waste their goodwill." "Little Nan understands," Xianxia said respectfully. Xianxiaqiong nodded and smiled. "Don't bother about the family matters. Just focus on your cultivation. You must be selected in Martial City and hand in a satisfactory answer to that senior." "Yes." Xianxia nodded in agreement. Early the next morning, Xianxia brought all the ingredients and pill furnaces with him and rushed to the back mountain to refine the second-grade stone skin pill. However, before that, he still sent a message to City Lord Hongzhen, indicating the Xiang clan's request for help. Signaling was an expensive means of communication. It was a type of token filled with essence that could be sent directly to the City Lord's mansion. Back mountain. Xianxia set up a pill furnace and placed all the spiritual herbs needed to refine the stone skin pill in front of it. Apothecary was an extremely noble profession in this world. Their martial arts might not be very strong, but their status was exceptionally high. Just like how an ordinary mortal would have money and status, one day you would ask for a doctor, and a martial artist would definitely ask for an alchemist. Pill concoction was a profound and unfathomable knowledge. This thing only depended on talent, not hard work. If you don't have talent, even if you work hard all your life, you definitely won't be able to become a beginner alchemist. In his previous life, Xianxia was a disciple candidate that countless alchemists wanted to frantically snatch. He had indeed learned some very high-end alchemy techniques, but he was more focused on martial arts. "I've lost my 5 heavenly spiritual meridians. I wonder if I still have the talent to concoct pills in this life." Xianxia took 3 deep breaths in front of the furnace. To tell the truth, he really didn't know if he could refine pills in this life. The second-grade pill, the stone skin pill, was complex as well as simple. It depended on who refined it. The ingredients are just superficial knowledge. Xianxia muttered to himself as he threw all kinds of spiritual herbs into the pill furnace. Then he took a deep breath and the weather in his body flowed to his right hand, slapping the pill furnace's outer wall with his palm. The palm landed on the outer wall of the pill furnace, and the weather contained within it immediately poured into the pill furnace. Almost at the same time, a fire rose beneath the pill furnace. The temperature of the furnace quickly penetrated through the outer wall and entered the interior. The temperature was swept up by the previous weather and began to swim inside the pill furnace, preheating the spiritual herbs first. There were far too many things to consider for an alchemist in pill concoction. From the intensity of the fire, the speed of the fire, the timing of the furnace opening, to the alchemist's perception of the changes in the medicinal properties, every detail of the reaction of the spiritual herbs to the high temperature had to be taken into account. If he wanted to write out this knowledge, he was afraid that even a dozen or so thick books wouldn't be able to hold it. At this moment, Xianxia's expression became uglier and uglier. He possessed extremely strong control over the weather, and the accuracy of his strength could be said to be rare in the world. But the trouble is, damn it! Xianxia frowned and said, "I can't feel the changes in the medicinal properties anymore." Wood talent was a great help in pill refinement. It allowed Xianxia to feel the changes in the temperature of every spiritual herb at any time. However, in this life, he had already lost the innate attributes of the 5 elements. Although the fire could be controlled to perfection, He was unable to sense the medicinal properties inside the spirit herbs, nor could he sense the changes in the temperature of the spirit herbs. Without this kind of perception, it would be foolish to refine pills. At this moment, Xianxia was able to control the fire, but he didn't know what was going on with those spirit herbs. No, continue to refine blindly. All the spiritual herbs will be destroyed. Sweat appeared on Xianxia's forehead. It wasn't a pity that the spiritual herbs had been destroyed. Unfortunately, he had lost his talent in pill refining. Just as he was about to give up helplessly, he suddenly had an idea. He suddenly converted the weather that swept the temperature of the furnace into thunder and lightning. The divine grade lightning meridian innate talent allowed Xianxia to control the lightning power with absolute precision. Thunder and lightning swept through the high temperature and quickly pierced through the spiritual herbs. In the next moment, a miracle occurred. Those thunder and lightning energy actually pierced through the spirit herbs, dialyzing the most basic components of the spirit herbs. Xianxia was shocked and said, The power of thunder and lightning pierced through the spirit herbs, allowing Xianxia to understand the most detailed changes in the spirit herbs in his chest. The level of detail was even accurate to the molecular level. Not only did he not lose his talent in alchemy, he was even more powerful. His perception of the changes in spiritual herbs was simply unprecedented. Xianxia felt everything inside the pill furnace in disbelief. It was clear, thorough, accurate, and perfect. After the herbs were preheated, Xianxia immediately increased the power of lightning and tempered the furnace fire to a higher temperature. An hour later, Xianxia slammed his palm heavily on the outer wall of the furnace, and the top of the furnace instantly opened. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 3 yellow pills were rolling in his palm, and Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. The second-grade stone skin pill had succeeded, but it didn't waste the slightest bit of medicinal power. It had been refined into 3 pills. Each grade of medicinal pill was divided into 4 grades, namely low-grade, intermediate-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. As for the second-grade stone skin pills that Xianxia refined, they were all top-grade second-grade pills, top-grade second-grade pills. I really didn't expect that. Xianxia was filled with emotions as he held onto 3 top-grade pills. It turned out that his lightning meridian talent was so heaven-defying. No wonder lightning meridian martial artists were so rare from ancient times until now. And this heaven-defying talent could also bring him such tremendous help in the path of pill refining. In other words, according to his previous thoughts, if he used himself as a pill to refine his body, wouldn't the success rate be even higher? Since that's the case, he put the 3 stone skin pills into his storage ring and nodded. The only ingredients I need for body refinement are the thunderbolt vines. It seemed that his bold idea could be realized, and Xianxia immediately felt very happy. However, where would he find something like the thunderclap vine? This stunned Xianxia. He was not familiar with the abundant spiritual herbs within the Bluestone City. Right? He patted his forehead and said, I can ask the city lord. He is in charge of Bluestone City. Thinking of this, Xianxia immediately set off towards Bluestone City. To enter the city lord's mansion, one had to cross a busy trade street called Welcome Street. This was because merchants and martial artists traveling from south to north would sell their goods here, making this street a must for all families. Back then, the Xiang clan had 4 shops on this street, including 2 weapons shops, an armor shop, and a spirit herb shop. Right? Xianxia walked down the street and thought to himself, Grandpa and the others want to buy back a few shops. It seems that they are here. I wonder if they have succeeded. Since I'm here, I'll go take a look. After advancing for a while, Xianxia arrived at a spirit herb shop. This place used to belong to the Xiang clan, but Xianxia looked inside from the door and saw a round table in the shop. Sitting around the round table was the shopkeeper of the spirit herb shop. On the other 2 sides were his father and 2 uncles. Xianxia walked in and sat down beside his father. However, he saw that his father's expression was extremely ugly. It seemed that the conversation was not going very smoothly. Aren't you asking a sky-high price? Xianxia's face turned ashen as he angrily said to the shopkeeper, "Back then, we only sold this shop to you for 70,000 gold coins, but now you're asking for 500,000 gold coins." The shopkeeper's expression did not change. He glanced at Xianxia indifferently. "Today is different from the past. The new city district is about to open. This welcome street is also inch by inch. As the water rises, the boat will naturally be much more expensive than before. Furthermore, if it weren't for the city lord helping your Xiang clan, I wouldn't even have sold it to you. Xiaohua, what do you think we should do?" One of Xiang Nan's uncles turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia struggled in his heart for a long time before he let out a sigh and said, 500,000 yuan is 500,000 yuan. I want this shop. Since that's the case, the shopkeeper revealed a smile. Just as he spoke, he was interrupted by a very ear-piercing voice. "Wait!" Two people suddenly appeared in front of the shop. They were Wang Rongxing of the Wang clan and a woman around the age of 18 or 19. When Xiang Nan saw the Wang clan appear, he immediately frowned. He knew that the Wang clan had indeed come looking for trouble again. Wang Rongxing strode into the shop and sat down directly opposite the shopkeeper. He smiled and said, "Our Wang clan has offered 550,000 yuan to buy this shop." When the shopkeeper heard this, he immediately waved his hand at Xianxia and said, "Sorry, someone is bidding higher than you." Xianxia glared at Wang Rongxing and said, "Our Xiang clan asked the city lord for help, so the shopkeeper was willing to sell this shop. Otherwise, the shopkeeper wouldn't sell it at all." Wang Rongxing didn't care at all. He said, "Of course, the highest bidder will get the goods. Our Wang clan is bidding higher than yours. This shop will naturally belong to our Wang clan." The shopkeeper smiled and nodded. Brother Wang is right. When Xianxia heard this, he could only ruthlessly say, "Then our Xiang clan will pay 570,000 yuan. Too stingy." Wang Rongxing mockingly said, "Our Wang clan will pay 600,000 yuan. Yu Xianxia pointed at Wang Rongxing, speechless. "What happened to me?" Wang Rongxing crossed his legs and sneered. "I can tell you that none of the 4 shops of your Xiang clan will be taken back." At this moment, a group of people arrived at the entrance, but they were the 3 elders of the Xiang clan. Xianxia hurriedly stood up and said, "Big uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle, how are things over there?" The faces of the 3 elders were extremely ugly. It was obvious that they were angry. The great elder gritted his teeth and said, "The other 3 shops were messed up by the Wang Clansli clan and the Mo clan. We were unable to take them down." Hearing this, Xianxia sat down and his heart went cold. Wang Limo and the other 3 families worked together to deal with the Xiang family. Even if Xianxia was willing to spend more money to buy it, how could he withstand the financial resources of the 3 families? Xiang Nan had been sitting on the side and listening. When things got to this point, Xiang Nan's heart was filled with anger. "Father!" Xiang Nan stood up and whispered, "It's better for us to go back and discuss the matter of buying a shop before making a decision." Xiang Nan was very clear in his heart that this matter had already reached a dead end. He had to rely on the help of outsiders to coordinate it. Perhaps he could talk to the city lord. Xianxia was helpless and could only sigh as he walked out of the shop. "You are Xiang Nan?" At this time, the Wang family in the shop followed. The woman who had always been standing beside Wang Rongxing asked. Xiang Nan turned around to look at her and saw that she was 18 or 19 years old and pretty. What was even more rare was that she had reached the 8th level of the Xiantian realm. "I've heard of you." The woman smiled faintly and extended her right hand to Xiang Nan. "I heard that you shouldered the heavy burden of the Xiang clan by yourself. I admire your character very much," she said. "My name is Wang Jingyun. We will meet in the city selection in a month. I hope you can perform better then." Xiang Nan hesitated for a moment, but he still held Wang Jingyun's hand together. This Wang Jingyun was not as arrogant and domineering as Wang Jinghai, so it seemed to be easy to accept. At this moment, a muffled bang suddenly came from the side, followed by a miserable scream. A figure suddenly flew backwards from outside and landed at Xiang Nan's feet. Xiangnan stared intently at the man lying under his feet who was seriously injured and vomiting blood. He was actually the grandson of the first elder, Xiang Zhonghua. Zhonghua! The great elder was shocked and hurriedly wanted to help Xiang Zhonghua. Xiangnan pulled Xiang Zhonghua up and frowned. "Cousin, how are you?" Before Xiangnan could finish his words, a ray of early weather suddenly shot towards him from the crack in the crowd. The target of the early weather was Xiang Zhonghua. Xiangnan was instantly enraged. Who rewarded Xiang Zhonghua? That person was unexpectedly unforgiving, and he was actually still chasing after them. At this critical moment, Xiangnan raised his hand and slapped the weather away. Suddenly, a cold breath sounded from the crowd. That was the first day. He was actually sent flying by Xiangnan's slap? Xiangnan looked in the direction of the weather and saw Wang Jinghai. Wang Jinghai was still smiling sinisterly, but his face was already pale. He pointed at Xiangnan and said, "When did you reach the third level of the Xiantian realm?" "Wang Jinghai." Xiangnan gritted his teeth and raised his hand. This weather was not a joke. When Xiangnan was at Xiantian first layer, he could easily defeat Wang Jinghai. Now, Xiangnan was already a Xiantian third-layer martial artist. Wang Jinghai could definitely break a few of his ribs in this weather. Wang Jinghai's expression changed drastically. "Sister, quickly save me." Almost at the same time, Wang Jingyun suddenly made a move. She raised her hand and waved it. A strong Xiantian gathered on her palm, sending the Xiantian that Xiangnan had attacked flying away. Xiangnan did not hesitate at all. When Wang Jingyun sent her flying, he had already rushed out. Xiangnan's figure circled around Wang Jingyun and punched Wang Jinghai in the chest. "Xiangnan, stop!" Wang Jingyun frowned and grabbed Xiangnan's wrist. Moreover, she used the Xiantian 8th layer of Xiantian Qi in her hand. The strength of her hand was astonishing. She was sure that Xiangnan could not break free from her wrist, so she opened her mouth to speak. Clinker. Xiangnan secretly converted his previous weather into lightning power, and its power instantly doubled to a total of 4,600 Jin. Wang Jingyun's expression changed. She shook her wrist and whispered, "Capture the snake hand." At that moment, the Xiantian that Wang Jingyun had attached to her hand suddenly turned into a ferocious python, tightly gripping Xiangnan's wrist. Xiangnan's explosive power doubled, but he was unable to break free. One had to know that the strength of a Xiantian realm martial artist could no longer be measured solely by strength. Xiantian could indeed strengthen a martial artist's own strength, but not only did it exist to increase one's strength, it also had an even more important role to play, and that was to activate a martial skill. Her 8th level Xiantian realm allowed her to use even more Xiantian Qi at once. As for the so-called snake capturing hand, it was clearly a high-grade spiritual grade martial skill. At this moment, Xiangnan only had one trump card of the thunderclap martial skill. He couldn't use it casually, so he couldn't compete with Wang Jingyun in terms of martial skills. He could only clench his teeth and expend a lot of energy to triple his strength. This time, Xiangnan's strength soared to 6,900 Jin. Even though Wang Jingyun had forcefully sealed off Xiangnan's strength with her powerful martial skill, it wasn't enough to lock down nearly 7,000 Jin of strength. Xiangnan shook his wrist and directly pushed away Wang Jingyun's right hand. Then he slapped Wang Jinghai with his palm. Wang Jinghai had already begun to flee, but Xiangnan and Wang Jingyun had fought too quickly, allowing Wang Jinghai only 5 or 6 steps away. Xiangnan slid over and saw that his palm was about to be imprinted on Wang Jinghai's back, and the annoying Wang Jingyun caught up with him again. She grabbed Xiangnan's arm. This pull of hers pulled Xiangnan's strength back a lot. Unfortunately, she took action a little later than Xiangnan, and Xiangnan's palm was still on Wang Jinghai's back. Pooh! Wang Jinghai spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. "Xiangnan, you?" Wang Jingyun's eyes turned red with anger. She pointed at Xiangnan's nose and angrily said, "I thought you were a responsible man, but who would have thought you would be so aggressive? I've put aside my family feud and admired you. I really saw the wrong person." Xiangnan's eyes gradually narrowed as he said in a deep voice, It was clearly Wang Jinghai who injured my cousin first, but I can only be considered as avenging my cousin. Wang Jingyun, could it be that only your Wang clan can injure others? Our Xiang clan's counterattack has become aggressive. Wang Jingyun blushed angrily and shouted, "You really have sharp teeth and sharp tongue. A grown man's mouth is so sharp. It's too narrow-bellied." Xiang Nan frowned deeply. "Don't tell me I can't explain your slander of me for being aggressive?" However, Xiang Nan did not say anything further. Since the Tao was different, then he did not conspire. This time, Xiang Nan's only good impression of Wang Jingyun was also destroyed. Little Nan behind him, Xiang Zhonghua grabbed Xiang Nan's shoulder. He gave Xiang Nan a grateful look and sincerely said, "Thank you." Xiang Nan nodded. Although he had a conflict with Xiang Zhonghua in the family, he could not allow outsiders to bully the Xiang family. At this moment, another group of people walked in from outside the crowd. They were all men and women of 18 or 19 years of age. Upon seeing these people, Xiang Nan's heart skipped a beat. Xiang Nan had heard of two of the leaders among them. One was Li Qingchuan from the Li clan, and the other was Mo Hai from the Mo clan. Li Qingchuan was skinny and had a hook nose. He looked unfriendly and was a Xiantian 8th layer expert. Mo Hai was even more powerful. He was tall and sturdy, 2 meters tall. Behind him was a broadsword. He was known as the #1 expert of his age in the 6 towns. With the strength of the late Xiantian 9th layer, half of his foot had already stepped into the origin realm. It could even be said that Mo Hai was already able to walk horizontally in Bluestone City, and no one dared to provoke him. These people were all young martial artists who were 2 to 3 years older than Xiang Nan, and they were also the top experts who were about to participate in the selection of Martial Dao City. Mo Hai's nose was wide and his mouth looked extremely calm. He smiled at Wang Jingyun and said, "Xiaoyun, is there someone looking for trouble with you?" This person's tone was full of anger, which meant that his previous weather was very rich. Wang Jingyun's pair of heroes were crimson and her face was shy. It seemed that her personal relationship with Mo Hai was extraordinary. "Sister-in-law, just say that Brother Hai will help you out." Li Qingchuan laughed. Wang Jingyun's face turned even redder as she spat, "Don't talk nonsense." Mo Hai was very infatuated with Wang Jingyun's expression. He smiled gently and said, "It's fine. With me here, no one dares to look for your misfortune." "Is it him?" Li Qingchuan dug his ears and casually pointed at Xiang Nan's nose. Wang Jingyun looked at Xiang Nan with a complicated expression and hesitated. "Actually, both of us?" "Then he's right." Li Qingchuan didn't even wait for Wang Jingyun to finish her sentence. He directly pulled out a long sword and slashed at Xiang Nan. This Li Qingchuan possessed the strength of the 8th level of the Xiantian realm. His sword strike actually slashed out a terrifying sword chi that was more than 5 meters long. When Xiang Nan saw the sword chi, his heart sank. He immediately condensed 3 times the explosive force and punched out. At the same time, his body quickly jumped to the left. Xiang Nan's Xiantian condensed into the shape of a fist, carrying 6,000 kilograms of power as it collided with Li Qingchuan's sword chi. However, Xiang Nan's previous weather was cut open by Li Qingchuan's sword chi on the spot. As a result, the sword chi weakened more than half of its power, but it still flew out and fiercely sliced into the ground 5 to 6 meters away. The ground was instantly cut open by a deep crack. Xiang Nan's expression was solemn. He did not have any weapons in his hands, so it was very difficult to fight Li Qingchuan. Although Xiang Nan's strength erupted, it was like throwing a tree weighing several hundred jin at a sharp sword that weighed only 10 jin. Although the sharp sword was light, it could easily cut through trees. However, the expressions of Mo Hai and Li Qingchuan also changed slightly. Mo Hai said in a deep voice, "A Xiantian 3rd layer kid can actually dodge Qingchuan's sword strike?" Li Qingchuan chuckled at Xiang Nan. "All right, kid. I heard that you are at the top of your class. From the looks of it, are you showing your pride? Today, as a senior, I will teach you a good lesson so that you do not know the heavens and earth." The conflict between the two sides was originally caused by Wang Jinghai bullying Xiang Zhonghua. Wang Jingyun was also very clear about this sword incident. However, Wang Jingyun only watched the battle with a complicated expression and did not say anything to stop Li Qingchuan, an older man, from attacking Xiang Nan, a younger teenager. This made Xiang Nan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He thought to himself, I thought that Wang Jingyun would be different from others. In the end, she was just a nest of snakes and rats. Li Qingchuan laughed loudly. Brat, let's see how arrogant you are this time. With that, Li Qingchuan wielded his sword and slashed towards Xiang Nan. This sword chi was sharp and harsh, accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of the wind. It's even more powerful than the sword chi just now. Xiang Nan's pupils constricted, injecting the first weather into his feet. The first weather erupted, pushing his body to the side quickly. The sword thrilled Xiang Nan's right arm and cut off a small piece of Xiang Nan's sleeve. Li Qingchuan followed closely behind and jumped up. The long sword in his hand fell from top to bottom, and he shouted, Flying Cloud Slash. This Flying Cloud Slash was extremely powerful. Li Qingchuan instantly struck out with two swords. The two strands of sword chi suddenly fused in midair, turning into an even more violent and gigantic sword chi. Two 5-meter-tall sword chi merged together to form an 8-meter-tall sword chi. This power was simply unparalleled. Xiang Nan had just dodged a sword strike when this even greater sword chi shot towards him. He can't dodge. Mo Hai hugged his shoulders and said confidently. Wang Jingyun's expression suddenly changed. She said in shock, Qingchuan can't kill. He, Xiang Nan, is going to participate in the city selection. However, it was already too late for her to say those words. Everyone thought that Xiang Nan was going to be hit by the sword chi, and even if he didn't die, he would still have to cut off an arm. As Xiang Nan was in a hurry, he instantly converted the Xiantian chi in his body into thunder and lightning. Furthermore, the thunder and lightning were white. He used the power of the white flame lightning to condense the power of the white flame lightning under his feet and kicked it on the bluestone road. He saw that the bluestone pavement was stepped on with a muffled boom, and it sunk into a crater that was nearly a meter in diameter. As for Xiang Nan, due to the terrifying backlash, he directly turned into an afterimage and disappeared on the spot with a whoosh. He's dodging. The faces of everyone present changed drastically. Mo Hai and Li Qingchuan exchanged a glance, and none of them dared to believe what they saw. There he is. Mo Hai's eyes were sharp, and his gaze suddenly looked up high. Everyone hurriedly chased after him, only to see Xiang Nan standing on the roof of a 2-story restaurant. So fast! Wang Jingyun covered her mouth in disbelief. Just now, Xiang Nan's speed was actually unable to catch even a Xiantian 8th layer expert like her. On the roof, Xiang Nan's expression wasn't good, because he had no choice but to use the power of the white flame lightning flame. The power of the lightning flame couldn't be regenerated. He had absorbed a bolt of lightning, but he had only absorbed 20 to 30% of it. Could be said that he had used a little less. At this moment, there was only 80% of the precious lightning power left in Xiang Nan's body. Xiang Nan sighed in his heart. If he could absorb the lightning source of the lightning, then the power of the lightning would be endless. This kid is very evil. Li Qingchuan gritted his teeth, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Previously, Li Qingchuan only wanted to teach Xiang Nan a lesson, but now that he saw Xiang Nan's strength, he knew that Xiang Nan was not allowed to stay. I told you to run. Li Qingchuan pulled out his sword and chopped down. Flying Cloud Slash. The veins on Xiang Nan's forehead bulged. Could it be that he was still wasting the power of lightning to dodge? If he didn't use the power of lightning, he would have been hacked to death. Young Master Xiang, take the knife. At this critical moment, just as Li Qingchuan was about to draw his sword, a resplendent voice like a river of stars rang out on the spot. It was the mysterious woman from the auction house. The woman had already stood behind the crowd and watched the battle. At this moment, it was also her who tossed the strange black blade of the auction house towards Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan originally did not intend to interact with this mysterious woman too much, but at this moment he could not choose. He could only take the mysterious black saber and merge the power of thunder and lightning into the saber without any hesitation, hacking down on Li Qingchuan's sword chi. With the weapon, Xiangnan was unwilling to waste the power of lightning. He only used the power of ordinary lightning to counterattack. At the same time, he wanted to see how powerful this black blade was. What happened next was something that Xiangnan hadn't expected. When the black saber came into contact with the power of thunder and lightning, its grade had actually risen by leaps and bounds. It was originally a low-grade mortal-grade trash weapon, but with the infusion of thunder and lightning, its grade had soared to the middle-grade mortal grade. No, it's still improving. High-grade mortal realm. Lower spirit stage. Intermediate spirit stage. High-grade spirit stage. Good. So fast. Xiangnan was greatly shocked. This black saber had actually risen to a high-grade spirit grade within a single thought. As for the saber chi that he had sliced down, the surface of the saber chi was covered with tiny electric currents that were hard to see with the naked eye. In midair, Xiangnan's saber chi collided with Li Qingxuan's sword chi. With a loud explosion, waves of energy spread out in all directions, causing everyone watching the battle below to be blown into beard dancing wildly. As for the saber chi and sword chi, they actually canceled each other out. This Li Qingxuan was dumbfounded. The flying cloud slash he used was a martial skill. That Xiangnan only used his pure yuan chi to slash out. Yet he was actually able to cancel out his own sword chi. Everyone was shocked beyond words, but their gazes fell on Xiangnan's black saber. Obviously, everyone thought that it was the black saber that played an inconceivable role, not Xiangnan's own strength. Even the majority of the people present revealed unreserved greed towards the black saber. Xiangnan was the only one who didn't immediately appreciate the black saber. Instead, he looked at the mysterious woman in shock. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. This saber could actually be upgraded with the power of thunder and lightning. In other words, this saber could test out the lightning meridian talent. At that moment, Xiangnan felt his heart sink. Not good, exposed. Sure enough, the mysterious woman's face was also filled with shock, but her beautiful eyes bloomed with excitement that Xiangnan could not understand. Li Qingchuan gritted his teeth and said, "Good boy. Have you obtained a precious weapon? My flying cloud slash can't deal with you anymore. All right, then let me use a stronger martial skill to experience the power of your weapon." After saying that, Li Qingchuan raised his sword, and then his arm suddenly trembled. He saw the Xiantian Qi rolling towards his wrist in waves on his right arm. Buzz, the sword in Li Qingchuan's hand started to roar under the pulsation of the wave-shaped Yuan Qi, and the brightness of the sword became more and more intense. Wind meridian talent? Xiangnan frowned. It turned out that Li Qingchuan possessed the talent of a mortal-grade wind meridian. No wonder his sword chi was so fierce. However, it also reflected how domineering Xiangnan's divine-grade lightning veins were. It was precisely because of this heaven-defying innate level of divine grade that Xiangnan was able to cross 5 small realms and use pure Yuan Qi attacks to counteract Li Qingchuan's flying cloud slash martial technique. Stop! At this moment, a loud explosive shout sounded. From the sky, a huge figure suddenly descended. The figure landed on the ground with a loud explosion, causing the ground to jump gently. When everyone saw this person, they all cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, City Lord." The one who came was City Lord Hongzhen. Hongzhen's gaze swept across the crowd, and his gaze lingered on Mo Hai, Li Qingchuan, and Xiangnan for the longest time. However, Hongzhen Langshang shouted, "You are all contestants who want to participate in the selection of Martial Arts City. Why are you fighting here?" This Wang Jingyun's expression was ugly. She knew that Wang Jinghai had provoked this matter, so she feared that the city lord would hold her accountable if she told Wang Jinghai about it. Mo Hai, on the other hand, hugged his shoulders. He glanced at Xiangnan and said, "You have to seek the protection of the city lord in everything. Xiangnan, is that all you have?" "Yes." Li Qingchuan was furious and said angrily, "Relying on the fact that you are a famous person in front of the city lord, is this the capital of your arrogance? Haha, I've let you guys finish your sentence." Xiangnan held the black saber in his hand and jumped off the roof of the restaurant, landing steadily on the ground. Hongzhen knew that today was the day the Xiang clan purchased the shop. He was entrusted by Xianxia to come here to take a look at the situation. However, now that he saw that the people from the three great clans were all here, the city lord had an idea. He looked at the shopkeeper and asked, "Shopkeeper Zhao, didn't you agree to transfer the shop to the Xiang clan?" Shopkeeper Zhao smiled respectfully. "That's right, but there are people who bid even higher. There's no reason why we shouldn't choose a buyer with a higher price, right?" At this moment, Wang Rongxing stood up and said, "Lord City Lord, although you are in charge of Blue Stone City, you have no reason to force us traders to do business, right?" City Lord Hongjin was also in trouble. He really wanted to help Xianxia, but he could only persuade shopkeeper Zhao. He could not order anyone to sell the shop to him. Thus, the three great clans all sneered at the Xiang clan, as if saying that we have many methods to kill your Xiang clan. As for the mysterious woman in the crowd, she walked out leisurely. Her beautiful eyes raised her long eyelashes and her gaze landed on Xianxia. "Oh? Is young Master Xiang going to buy this shop?" Everyone looked at the mysterious woman, but seeing that she was wearing a black veil, they could not see her appearance clearly. However, based on her pair of soul-stirring eyes, they could guess that her appearance must have fallen from grace. Xianxia didn't really want to provoke this woman, so he casually let out an "oh," as if he was dealing with it. "Who knew?" The woman laughed. "Shopkeeper Zhao." The shopkeeper surnamed Zhao's expression suddenly changed. He respectfully came to the woman's side, and there was a detail that attracted everyone's attention. Shopkeeper Zhao deliberately lagged behind the woman by half a step. Moreover, his body was slightly bent, completely like a servant standing beside his master. The woman smiled and said, "Young Master Xiang, how many shops do you want?" Shopkeeper Zhao said, "As far as I know, the Xiang clan intends to take back a total of 4 rooms." The woman nodded. "Then these 4 shops are all free to the Xiang clan. I remember that we should have 8 other shops on this street, right? Give young Master Xiang 2 more. Shopkeeper Zhao bowed deeply. "I'll listen to your orders." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. A total of 6 shops, free gifts to the Xiang clan? Who was this woman? The Xiang clan side is where you look at me and I look at you. They won't be able to react in a short period of time. Xianxia frowned even deeper. He wanted to reject the woman's kindness, but when he saw his father's eager gaze, he hesitated in his heart. He thought of his father, his mother, and his grandfather, who had been guarding the Xiang clan, and sighed in his heart. "Forget it, since I was reborn in the Xiang clan and took over Xiangxia's body. I can't think of everything for myself." With that in mind, Xiangxia could only clasp his fists at the mysterious woman and say, "Thank you." The woman smiled elegantly. "It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. It's also my honor to be able to help young Master Xiang." "Great. This is really great." The 3 elders of the Xiang clan didn't react until this time, and they were all so excited that they couldn't help but feel uncontrollably excited. The people from the other 3 great clans suffered a huge loss here in Xiangnan, losing face once again. They were so angry that they almost knew nothing about it. Wang Rongxing hit a nail on the back of Xiangnan several times. He was so angry that he angrily said to the woman, "We have already agreed with Manager Zhao. You said that we would give it to the Xiang family." Hearing this, even Xiangnan couldn't help but roll his eyes. He thought to himself, "Wang Rongxing, are you really old and foolish?" As a result, the mysterious woman who had always been smiling suddenly turned cold. Her beautiful eyes narrowed as she looked at Wang Ronghua and said, "I asked you a question? Our own shop, I can do whatever I want. It's your turn to talk more." As she spoke, a wisp of frost flashed across the woman's eyes. This gaze made Wang Rongxing suddenly feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave in the summer. A chill rose from the soles of his feet and rushed straight to the top of his head. Xiangnan was increasingly unable to see through the mysterious woman. When she smiled, it was like spring breeze, but when it was cold, it was like a sharp blade that scratched bones. The 3 great clans knew that if they stayed, they would be even more humiliated, so they hurriedly left. City Lord Hongzhen took a deep look at the mysterious woman and then laughed loudly. "Since the deal has been reached, let's get close." How about setting a table at the drunken Immortal building to celebrate? Yes, yes, I'll be the East. Little Nan, you can take care of the city lord and this girl. Xianxia hurriedly smiled. The mysterious woman shook her head. Just now, Lung Ruohuang's face became friendly again. She pointed to the drunken Immortal building beside her and said, I want to talk to young Master Xiang alone. Young Master Xiang, I'll go up first. After saying that, she turned around and went upstairs. Leave everyone to look at me. I look at you, I just feel that this woman's behavior is strange. Difficult to understand. Xianxia hurriedly asked, Little Nan, what is the background of this girl? How can she be willing to give the 6 shops to my Xiang family for nothing? Xiang shook his head and said, Father, go sign the deed contract with the 3 elders. I'll go see her. Good, good. You must thank her. Xianxia expected that a woman's status was noble, so she didn't ask too much. After the Xiang family left, Xiang asked the city lord, Lord Hongzhen, do you know the identity of this woman? Hongzhen stroked his beard and shook his head. I only know that she is a big shot behind the scenes of the treasure-gathering pavilion. I don't know her exact identity, and this is the 2nd time I've seen her. Xiang that woman's background is unknown. You must treat her with caution. Understood. After sending the city lord off, Xiang took a deep breath and stepped into the drunken Immortal building. Since that woman might know his Thunder Meridian talent, he should go meet her and see what her purpose was. On the 2nd floor of the drunken Immortal building, near the window, the mysterious woman was already sitting at the table. The table was filled with rich dishes. She gracefully stood up and waved at Xiang. Young Master Xiang, please sit down. Xiang pulled out his chair and handed the black knife over. Your knife. The woman looked at Xiang with a faint smile and did not receive the knife. Here's your saber. Seeing that she was indifferent, Xiang added. The woman shook her head and said, Here's the saber for you. Xiang said, You still want to hand over such a precious weapon? However, you won't receive any rewards. What? The woman interrupted Xiang and raised her eyebrows. You've taken all 6 shops. You already owe me a favor. Do you still need this knife? Xiang really couldn't see through her, so he could only put the black saber aside and sat down to pick up his glass. Since that's the case, I won't be a mother-in-law. Thank you for your help. The woman picked up the wine glass, but did not put it into her mouth. Instead, she slightly moved her red lips behind the black gauze. The wine in the glass turned into a thin water rope, which unexpectedly circled the gap in the black gauze and directly sucked it into her mouth. I admire you. Xiang nodded and drank all the wine in his cup. The woman held her cheek with one hand and looked at Xiang with a smile that was not a smile. Xiang could not stand the look in her eyes and said somewhat embarrassedly, Why are you helping me like this? The woman gently waved her hand and said, There's no need to talk about a few shops. It's just a matter of a few small coins. This saber is a gift to a hero from a treasured saber, not to mention that it can't play any role in my hands. Xiang spirits instantly rose. The second half of the woman's words were true. The woman picked up a piece of vegetable and put it into Xiang bowl. Her voice was hoarse and sexy. Honestly, I have something to ask. I've been searching all over the world these past few years, and I just want to find someone who possesses the talent of lightning veins. Ha. Xiang stood up, cupped his fists and cupped his hands. Thank you for your help, but you found the wrong person. Goodbye. With that, Xiang turned around and left without even taking the black saber. He knew very well that an ordinary man was innocent of his sins. If news of his lightning meridian talent were to spread, many people would want to kill him. After returning to the Xiang manor, Xiang thought for a while and sent a message to the city lord asking about the thunderbolt vine. This was because it was impossible to raise one's cultivation to the 7th or 8th level of the Xiantian realm in just a month. It was impossible to rely solely on medicinal pills, and one could only rely on the heaven-defying 9 transformations of thunder. Today, he had fought with Li Qingchuan and already knew that Li Qingchuan's strength was unfathomable. and that Mo Hai could only be stronger than Li Qingchuan. He urgently needed to raise his cultivation level, otherwise, he would definitely suffer a great loss in the city selection. It didn't take long for the city lord's message to return to Xiangnan, and he told him that the thunderbolt vine could only appear in the depths of the black sharp demon forest, and repeatedly advised Xiangnan not to blindly enter. Black sharp demonic forest? Xiangnan muttered to himself as he went to the clan book collection pavilion to find information about the black sharp demon forest. The black sharp demon forest was located in the northwest of the black sharp mountain range. It was a dangerous area filled with demonic beasts. Many merchants and martial artists who had come to Bluestone City from the north and south of the world were also aiming for the black sharp demon forest. The black sharp demon forest was rich in demonic energy. It was rich in grade 1 to 2 spirit herbs, but at the same time, there would also be powerful demonic beasts roaming around. Especially at the core of the black sharp demonic forest, there were even more terrifying heavenly Yuan realm demonic beasts. With the strength of a city lord, even a person like him wouldn't be able to easily penetrate into it. Heaven origin realm Xiangnan rubbed his temples as he struggled in his heart. As a Xiantian realm martial artist, not to mention meeting a heaven origin realm demonic beast, even meeting a returning origin realm demonic beast would be a dead end. However, he urgently needed a second-grade thunderbolt vine, so he didn't need to go into a tiger's den to gain anything. I may not be that unlucky. I will really encounter a heavenly Yuan realm demonic beast. Xiangnan gritted his teeth and the ruthlessness in his heart rose again. At most, just do some disguise. Xiangnan immediately went to Bluestone City to buy a variety of common herbs and even some fur from wild beasts. After buying what he wanted, it was already late at night. He took advantage of the night to rush to the Black Sharp mountain range. It was dawn in the depths of the Black Sharp mountain range. At the edge of the Black Sharp demon forest, Xiangnan took out all the materials he had purchased and said, "Most demonic beasts come out in the daytime and hide in the night. I will be more confident if I take advantage of the dawn to enter." He simply mixed the herbs he had bought with the fur of the wild beast, crushed them into powder with yuan qi, poured water into them, mixed them into mud, and stripped off his clothes and smeared the mud all over his body. This mud could hide the scent of humans to the maximum extent possible. At the same time, the reason why herbs were chosen instead of spirit herbs was because spirit herbs were too spiritual and easily attracted the attention of demonic beasts. After making all the necessary preparations, Xiangnan nodded his head in satisfaction. He bent his body slightly and shot into the demon forest with a whoosh. At this moment, his entire body was smeared with mud, leaving only the parts of his eyes and nostrils behind. In addition to his swift and agile figure, he jumped back and forth between the trees like a vigorous night leopard. But gradually, as he went deeper and deeper into the demonic forest, he felt an increasingly dense demonic aura. Demonic qi was the unique spiritual energy fluctuation on the body of a demonic beast. It was equivalent to the primordial weather and yuan qi of a human martial artist. Normally speaking, demonic energy was invisible to the naked eye, and could only be seen when one's body entered a place filled with demonic energy. However, in the process, Xiangnan discovered another benefit of the lightning meridian innate. He injected the power of lightning into his eyes, and an unusual bolt of lightning flashed through his pupils. At this moment, he actually saw a substantial demonic aura. Wherever he could see, the entire forest was filled with a pale gray mist. The mist slowly rose, causing the surrounding scenery to become somewhat dazed, as if it was a hot day when he saw the airflow surging on the Bluestone Road. This was the first time Xiangnan had seen such a scene, and he couldn't help but feel shocked. So the lightning meridian talent can still see this kind of thing. The demonic aura there seems to be a little more dense. Xiangnan suddenly discovered that the demonic aura in the demonic forest was different in color. Some places were very light in color, while others were slightly denser. Understood. Xiangnan nodded excitedly. Where the demonic energy is dense, there must be high-level demonic beasts hibernating and circling around. With the ability to spy on demonic energy, Xiangnan was like a tiger adding wings. He walked around the dense demonic energy area without disturbing any high-level demonic beasts along the way. However, as he approached the black sharp demon forest's core region, the situation became somewhat complicated. Although he could see a substantial amount of demonic energy, the demonic energy in the core region was dark gray. There was no way around it. Xianxia's pace slowed down, his expression slightly hesitant. Is there no other way? Suddenly, Xianxian heard a hoarse but gentle voice. You? Xianxian suddenly turned around and recognized the owner of the voice. Sure enough, on a tree behind him, the mysterious woman was looking at him gracefully. And in her right hand, she was still pulling the cute little girl. Xianxian couldn't help but curse in his heart. He was too careless. He didn't even realize that there was someone following behind him. The woman seemed to be able to see through Xianxian's thoughts. She chuckled and said, "The difference between our realms is too great. You won't be able to detect my existence." The little girl beside him blinked her big eyes and pouted, "Big sister, I want to eat sweet fruit." The woman dotted on the little girl's head and said, Be good. You can't eat any more sweet fruits today. Be obedient." The little girl said angrily, "In the past, I could still eat 3 pills a day, but now I'm only allowed to eat 1. Big sister, am I going to die?" The woman hurriedly covered the little girl's mouth with her fingers and crouched down to whisper, "Yuer will not die. Big sister promises Yuer. When Yuer recovers from her illness, elder sister will definitely let Yuer eat sweet fruits every day. 10 a day. All right?" When she said this, although the woman was smiling, her eyes were red. The little girl finally laughed happily. "Sister, don't lie to Yuer. Eat 10 a day. You can't go back on your word." The woman hugged the little girl tightly and said, "Never go back on her word. Even if elder sister doesn't want this life, she still wants to let Yuer live a good life. Sister, I can't breathe because of your hug." Little Yuer pushed the woman with difficulty. Below, Xianxian heard the conversation between the two sisters. He looked at little Yuer in surprise and felt a little sour in his heart. Was such a young child suffering from an incurable disease? The woman pulled little Yuer's hand and gently descended from the tree. She walked to Xianxian's side and said, "To enter the core of the demon forest, a detour alone will not work. I can help you." As she spoke, the woman took out a small light green porcelain bottle from her storage ring. She pulled out the porcelain bottle, and an unpleasant stench came out from it. Then, she took a deep breath and spat it out. Xianxian saw that qi clearly. It was definitely yuan qi. Moreover, it was not an ordinary level of yuan qi. The yuan qi that the woman spat out engulfed the smell emitted from the porcelain bottle. It was actually blown hundreds of feet, or even thousands of feet away. "Don't be stunned." The woman grabbed Xianxian's right hand and said, "What I blew just now was demon spirit powder. Immediately, a powerful demon beast will be attracted over. Hurry up and leave." She pulled little Yuer with her left hand and Xianxian with her right. She jumped lightly on the spot, and her body was actually dragging the strength of the two of them out. Xianxian allowed the woman to fly with him, and he was shocked. She could fly. Heaven Origin Realm Expert. Flying was a typical symbol of a Heaven Origin Realm expert. A martial artist would condense the first weather into yuan qi in the Origin Realm. In the Heaven Origin Realm, the quality of yuan qi would improve by leaps and bounds, allowing a martial artist to escape the restraints of the ground and fly through the air. Only then did Xianxian realize that this mysterious woman was at least not his enemy. Otherwise, with her strength at the Heaven Origin Realm, if she wanted to obtain something from him, then she could directly snatch it away. There was no need for her to do anything to help him. Thinking back to the way she looked at her sister and the tears that made him feel sad, Xianxian finally had a deeper understanding of this woman. "All right, this is it." The woman brought Xianxian and little Yuer to the ground slowly and said, "The powerful demonic beasts have been attracted to where we were previously. We will go deeper from here." Xianxian wondered, "Since you can fly, why don't you take us straight in?" The woman glanced at Xianxian and said, "If we go further, we will reach the core area. Flying will leave behind a strong yuan qi fluctuation, which will attract the attention of the demonic beasts." Oh, Xianxian nodded silently. Indeed, he had never interacted with demonic beasts before. In his previous life, Mukin had everything he wanted in the profound sky sect. There was no need for him to personally search for demonic beasts. In his previous life, apart from cultivating, he had practiced cultivation. Thus, the three of them swiftly penetrated into the true core of the black sharp demon forest. At this point, a flash of lightning flashed in Xianxia's eyes. He discovered that the demonic aura here was extremely dense, and it was not on the same level as the area outside the core. Xianxia looked around, his gaze swiftly sweeping past every plant, searching for the second-grade thunderbolt vine he wanted. The woman also became cautious here. She lowered her voice and said, "What exactly are you looking for? You must come to such a place." Xianxia whispered, "Second-grade thunderclap vine." The woman chuckled softly. "That fits well with your innate attributes. It looks like you're thinking of a way to improve your cultivation." When it came to innate attributes, Xianxia remained silent again. The woman glanced at Xianxia and said, "Your guard is very heavy. Could it be that you have been betrayed by someone close to you?" "None of your business." Xianxia's voice became a little cold. The woman narrowed her eyes. Just as she was about to say something, her expression changed. "Wait!" She immediately stopped and hinted at Xianxia to lower his body. Right in front of him, in a dense forest, the shadow of a colossus slowly flashed past. The shadow looked at least 3 meters tall and 5 meters long, but it didn't make a sound as it walked. When Xianxia saw it, he couldn't help but gasp. "I saw it in the demonic beast Tuji. It's the wind bull." The wind bull was a type of wind-attributed demonic beast. It had a huge body, but its movements did not match its body. Could be said to be extremely agile. "First level of origin return," the woman whispered. "Don't attract its attention, or it will attract more demonic beasts." Xianxia looked at little Yuer consciously. The woman said casually, "Yuer is wearing a black turtle armor. Demonic beasts below the Heaven Scryer realm will not discover her." Xianxia grinned. Mysterious turtle protective clothes. He knew that the protective cloth was worth at least 50 million gold coins. What a big deal. After the Origin Realm Wind Bull left, the woman immediately pulled little Yuer forward and quickly stealthily said, "Speed up. My demon spirit powder only lasts for 2 hours." The three of them rushed towards the dense demon forest's core, but Xianxia's search for the thunderbolt vine was getting harder and harder. The deeper they went, the denser the vegetation became. The towering trees pierced through the clouds, and the broad-leaved vegetation below made the visibility very poor. The three of them spent another half an hour and passed through layers of dense jungle. Suddenly, their eyes brightened and a magnificent and peculiar woodland appeared. "Yeah!" Little Yuer clapped her hands in surprise and shouted, "So beautiful!" There was a large amount of strange-looking vegetation in that woodland. The key was that these vegetation would shine by itself. The dense jungle made the interior of the jungle as dark as night, and the glowing vegetation was especially dazzling. The woman finally breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, "The thunderbolt vine you're looking for must be in here." "Yes." Xianxia nodded excitedly. Light plants absorb thunder and lightning. If there are thunderbolt vines in the demonic forest, it must be inside. The three of them carefully hid in the shining jungle. Everything around them seemed to be so mysterious and dreamy. A large number of plants emitted different colors of magnificent light, and even the insects inside would emit colorful light. Little Yuer was the happiest. She touched this one while touching that one. Her face smiled incomparably brilliantly. When the woman saw this, she dotingly rubbed Xiao Yuer's hair. "Here, thunderbolt vine." A bright shadow flashed across Xianxia's eyes and he hurriedly rushed over. On a shining tree, there was a bright vine wrapped around it. Xianxia grabbed the vine but was disappointed. He put away the first-grade thunderbolt vine and the woman reminded him, "We still have 2 hours. The smell of the demon spirit powder is almost gone." Xianxia looked at little Yuer and really liked this girl in his heart. He said, "Forget it, first grade is first grade. Let's go out." The woman shook her head. "Isn't that for nothing? If you look again, there's still time. The three of them began to grope again. They found all sorts of strange spirit herbs here. Xianxia was naturally very impolite and kept them all. Ah, grapes! Little Yuer pointed in one direction and giggled. When Xianxia heard this, he looked over with the woman and said in unison, "Thunder explosion fruit!" On a vine hung 2 clusters of grape-like things, but both of them emitted a dazzling glow. "You know it too?" The woman looked at Xianxia in surprise. "Good stuff." Xianxia walked over excitedly and carefully reached out to pick a string of thunder explosion fruits. "This thing will explode when it encounters a violent collision. It's very powerful. Judging from this grade, it should be a 2nd-grade thunder explosion fruit. Throwing one out is enough to blow up a 9th-level Xiantian expert. Throwing a string out is not a problem for a 1st-level Gui Yuan expert. It's really good stuff." Xianxia carefully picked the 2 strands of thunder blast fruits and separated them. There were a total of 40 of them. Just as he was delighted, a ray of light appeared behind the thunder explosion fruit vine, causing Xianxia to be even more overjoyed. "Thunderbolt vine. My God! It's actually a 3rd grade." Xianxia's eyes widened. He took off the thunderbolt vine and his heart was filled with delight. Originally, he wanted to find a 2nd-grade thunderbolt vine, but he didn't expect to find a better 3rd-grade thunderbolt vine. With this Tier 3 thunderbolt vine, the lightning resistance he had to temper was definitely better than he had expected. "All right, since you've found what you want, hurry up and leave." Seeing that Xianxia was so happy, the woman smiled infected. "Thank you." After Xianxia put away the thunderbolt vine, he nodded to the woman sincerely. The woman smiled and pulled little Yuer out. "The demon spirit powder is still half an hour away. If we don't stop, there will still be plenty of time." "Big brother." Little Yuer grabbed Xianxia's hand, raised her head and blinked her big sparkling eyes. "Can I have some grapes for little Yuer?" Xianxia smiled and pinched little Yuer's nose. "The grapes can't be eaten. It's very hot." Little Yuer wrinkled her nose and said, "Chi, you're stingy." The woman watched from the side and burst into laughter. The atmosphere between the 3 of them became even more harmonious, and they quickly left the shining jungle. However, not long after she left the flashing forest, little Yuer suddenly stood still. She slowly opened her mouth wide and coughed. Her beautiful face turned pale blue. "Yuer, what's wrong with you?" Xianxia panicked and hurriedly grabbed little Yuer's hand. "Get out of the way." The woman suddenly seemed to have gone crazy. She threw Xianxia aside. She hurriedly placed little Yuer on the ground and said anxiously, "Why is it happening here?" "Sister, I'm cold." Little Yuer's expression was extremely painful. In just a few seconds, a layer of frost had formed on her body. Her cute little face had changed from light blue to dark blue, and her pair of big eyes were covered with frost. The strange low temperature circled around little Yuer, making her breathing even harder, and her heart almost stopped beating. Xianxia was stunned. He had never seen such a strange symptom before. What kind of illness was this? The woman, on the other hand, was familiar with little Yuer's work. She sat behind little Yuer and quickly rubbed her hands together. She immediately put them on little Yuer's back. In this way, she poured thick and dense yuan qi into little Yuer's body without any hesitation. Xianxia was shocked to see the scene and realized that little Yuer's illness was too strange. The woman continuously poured a large amount of yuan qi into little Yuer's body. Normally speaking, that massive amount of yuan qi was enough to blow up a origin-returning realm martial artist. However, the yuan qi that entered little Yuer's body only slightly slowed down little Yuer's freezing speed. At this moment, little Yuer didn't even have the slightest bit of aura, as if she was a dead person. The woman shed tears. She clenched her teeth and sent more yuan qi into little Yuer's body like crazy. "Yuer, don't be afraid. With Big Sister here, Big Sister won't let Yuer die. Big Sister will definitely protect Yuer." The woman cried as she spoke, choking her throat. Xianxia's nose turned sour and his eyes turned red. But at this moment, the bushes beside him suddenly shook, and the shadow of a colossus appeared. "Wind Bull." Xianxia felt as if his brain was going to explode. Why did that damned wind bull appear at this time? At this moment, the woman was continuously injecting yuan qi into little Yuer's body. She could not be disturbed at all. Otherwise, she and little Yuer might both die. This situation was really urgent. The woman anxiously swept a glance at Xianxia. She wanted to speak, but unexpectedly, Xianxia turned around and ran away without saying a word. Xianxia quickly rushed out of the dense jungle and disappeared. Seeing this, the woman let out a miserable laugh. She shook her head, and all her words turned into a mouthful of silent sighs. As for the Origin Realm wind bull, it seemed to have smelled the fragrance of the woman's yuan qi. It actually knew that the woman was unable to move at this moment, so it spat out an excited white qi from its nose. The wind bull's hooves moved twice on the ground before rushing towards the woman and Xiao Yuer. The woman's face was ashen as she shook her head in desolation. Boom! Suddenly, a ball of flame exploded on the right side of the wind bull's body. The violent impact forcefully knocked the wind bull out. You! The woman was delighted and saw Xianxia's face through the cracks in the bushes. Xianxia's expression was extremely serious as he quickly said, "Don't be distracted. Quickly suppress the ice cold for little Yuer." In Xianxia's hand, there was a thunder explosion fruit. The lightning burst fruit couldn't really harm the wind bull. The wind bull jumped up from the ground, its eyes turning incomparably red. Obviously, it was enraged by Xianxia. The enormous wind bull lowered its head and aimed a pair of sharp horns at Xianxia. Its four hooves moved and it turned into a gust of wind that charged towards Xianxia. So fast! Xianxia's pupils constricted, and he shot backwards with all his might. At the same time, he threw a lightning burst fruit towards the wind bull. The thunder explosion fruit directly exploded above the wind bull's head, but it was unable to overturn the furious wind bull. The wind bull's speed only paused for a moment before quickly returning to its original speed and shooting towards Xianxia with a whoosh. Xianxia, a small Xiantian third-layer martial artist, was so stressed that he couldn't breathe when facing an enraged first-level origin returning wind bull. That wind bull came too quickly. Xianxia was in a hurry, so he could only mobilize the power of lightning to push his Peng's voice out. At this moment, the wind bull brushed past Xianxia and rubbed his shoulder with its thick body. Even though it was just a scratch, Xianxia still felt as if he had been smashed by a mountain. His bones all over his body twitched violently a few times, and a mouthful of sweet blood oozed out from his throat. However, Xianxia's jump was fast enough and far enough. The wind bull lost Xianxia's target and turned around to run towards the woman and the little Yuer sisters. The woman saw the wind bull getting closer and closer, and a look of despair appeared on her face. But at this moment, a whoosh rang out. Boom! The wind bull's body was struck by the lightning blast fruit and was once again blown off course, smashing horizontally into a giant tree surrounded by 5 people. The giant tree was instantly smashed apart, and with chips scattered everywhere. Xianxia jumped out and wiped a mouthful of blood from the corner of his mouth. "Stupid cow! Come and play with Grandpa. Your target is me." The wind bull jumped up furiously and charged towards Xianxia. The attributes of the wind element allowed it to be incredibly powerful, but at the same time it was also extremely fast. This charge caused afterimages to appear on the enormous bull's body. "Be careful!" the woman cried out worriedly. Xianxia once again used the power of lightning to pour power into his feet and leap out horizontally. However, in midair, although the horns of the bull's head could not penetrate Xianxia's stomach, the bull's body once again rubbed against Xianxia's shoulder. This rubbing caused Xianxia to be directly smashed into an afterimage. He flew out and smashed into several ancient trees in succession. The bull had knocked Xianxia far away. After discovering that he had lost track of Xianxia, he turned around to deal with the 2 sisters. This time, the wind bull's momentum was inevitable. Its nostrils were wide open, and it spat out white gas as it rushed forward. Boom! Another explosion exploded on the bull's shoulder, sending him flying. Xianxia jumped out again from nowhere. He kept coughing and coughed out a mess of blood every time. Really hard. Xianxia let out a few painful groans and ripped off the long robe that had been torn into rags, revealing the black snake skin armor inside. If it wasn't for the protection of the black snake leather armor, just the collision of the Gue Yuan first wind bull would have been enough to shatter Xianxia's body. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and said, "With this daddy here, you can't touch any of their sisters." As he said that, Xianxia heavily punched his chest. "Come on, you damn stupid cow. I'll play with you to the end." Unfortunately, Xianxia thought to himself, Thunderclap was a large-scale attack. In order to avoid injuring the two sisters, there was no way to use it here. The woman looked at Xianxia in shock. Seeing Xianxia in such a sorry state, yet he was so tenacious, a layer of gentle light gradually appeared in her eyes. That wind bull is really going crazy. It jumped up and down violently on the spot, throwing out a fierce beef temper, and then rushed towards Xianxia crazily. This time it was really furious to the point of hysteria. It let out a moo roar from its throat. The strength of this charge was unprecedentedly great. Xianxia gritted his teeth. He knew that he could not dodge the charge of the wind bull no matter what. So he grabbed 10 lightning explosive fruits in one go and threw them all at the wind bull. "You're crazy," the woman cried out. "You'll blow yourself up." 10 lightning explosive fruits exploded above the wind bull's head. Xianxia's calculations were very good. The two sisters happened to be behind the wind bull, at the dead end of the explosion of the thunder explosion fruit. At the same time, Xianxia used all of his strength to set up a weather shield in front of him. The first day the power of lightning was activated, and the surface of the shield crackled. However, a protective shield of this level was useless against the wind bull's charge. However, what Xianxia wanted was not to resist the wind bull's charge, but the explosive fire wave instantly engulfed Feng Niu and Xianxia, and the fire wave landed on the protective shield, sending Xianxia flying. As Xianxia flew backwards, he felt as if his entire body had been knocked apart. He felt extremely painful, and even his mind started to buzz. His consciousness began to blur. Fortunately, getting blown up is much better than getting hit by that wind bull. Not only did the 10 lightning blast fruits send Xianxia flying, they also sent the wind bull flying. Its sturdy body flew through the air and fell heavily into the distant jungle. At this moment, the dark blue color on little Yuer's face had already turned pale blue. Her nose also had a weak aura, and she was about to recover. However, the horrifying wind bull at the first level of the origin realm actually jumped back. After being bombarded by 10 lightning explosive fruits, this wind bull actually didn't injure its muscles and bones. However, there were some faint black horn marks on its fur. This bull's defense was much stronger than that of a human martial artist of the same realm. It looked around furiously, wanting to find traces of Xianxia, but after searching for a long time, it didn't see anything. As a result, its scarlet eyes were aimed at the two sisters. Just as it was about to dig its front hooves and charge at its sisters, something suddenly flew over from the sky. It was a translucent fruit. This time, the fruit was not shot over, but rather, it powerlessly drew an arc in the air and landed on the back of the wind bull. Boom! The fruit exploded, but due to a problem with the angle, the wind bull only shook its body a few times and did not overturn it. The dense bushes rustled, and Xianxia appeared again. He dragged his miserable body out step by step. The black snake skin armor on his body had long since disappeared. It was estimated that it had been shattered by the intense explosive impact. Even Xianxia couldn't stand up straight anymore. His skin was cracked and blood seeped out from all over his body. He just stood there and his body kept waving. Come. Xianxia chuckled, wiping the blood from the corner of his eyes and patting his chest. I haven't had enough fun yet, cough cough. A large mouthful of blood was coughed to the ground. The wind bull was already a little dumbfounded. It stared at Xianxia with its eyes wide open. It must be thinking, what was going on with this tiny human? However, the demonic beast did not think too much. Since it did not understand, it raised its horns and decided to give Xianxia a final fatal blow. Just as the wind bull was about to charge forward, Xianxia finally knelt down on one knee because of exhaustion. He had blood in his mouth, but he was still smiling. Can you kill this daddy? It's also considered great fortune for you. Once upon a time, the number one genius in the starry sky would be killed by a small origin realm wind bull. I wonder what kind of virtue that wind bull had accumulated in his previous life. However, Xianxia looked at little Yuer and thought to himself, although I have the intention to seek revenge on Xian Qingzhu and her daughter, but I really can't bear to see little Yuer killed. She's still so young. The wind bull had already begun to charge. Facing the charging wind bull, Xianxia spread out his arms and said, "If I want to die, I will also die in a frontal battle. I will never escape." However, before the wind bull could charge over, Xianxia's body shook and he lost consciousness. The intense pain caused Xianxia to wake up from his coma. He immediately jumped up and shouted, "Come on, you damn, huh?" He suddenly realized that he was actually standing on the bed, with the quilt that had just been knocked over beneath his feet. The quilt was pink and emitted a faint fragrance of daughter. What kind of place is this? Xianxia looked at himself in surprise and found that he had changed into a new personal garment. He opened his clothes and looked again. A large number of dense cracks on his body were also smeared with ointment that emitted a faint medicinal fragrance. Looking at the surroundings, it was clearly the daughter's boudoir. At this moment, the door was pushed open with a creak, and a graceful figure stepped in. It was a woman. She had a pair of big eyes, but the corners of her eyes were tilted upwards. These eyes were called fox eyes, and they carried an indissoluble charm. Her little nose was curved up, her lips were red, and the corners of her mouth drew a soul-stirring arc. Her cheeks curved perfectly, but there was also an inexplicable temptation mixed within them. Coupled with that long and graceful snow-neck, Xianxia had seen many peerless beauties, even Xian Qingzhu, who could be called the number one beauty in the 9 firmaments continent. However, every beauty had her own style, and the beauty of this woman was a kind of seductiveness that was different from that of ordinary people. It belonged to an unquenchable desire that would arise from the depths of one's heart when one looked at it. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. This woman made him feel very unfamiliar. "You're awake." The woman smiled. "It's you." Xianxia was stunned. This was actually the mysterious woman. She took off her veil? "Can't recognize me?" She put her 2 slender, white and tender fingers around the corner of her eyes and said, "You should recognize these eyes. So it's like this." Xianxia suddenly came to a realization. No wonder. It turned out that this woman had disguised herself on her eyes. Her real eyes were the fox's eyes. "Where's little Yuer? How is she?" Xianxia shook his head and hurriedly asked. The woman said gratefully, "Yuer is fine now, thanks to you." "That's good." Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief, but he always felt that this woman's manner did not match her appearance. This woman could be said to be calm and dignified, giving people the feeling of maturity without losing the style of a big family. However, her appearance was not like this. Perhaps this was the reason why she covered her face. The woman walked to the window with a light lotus step and placed her hand on Xianxia's shoulder. "You're not well yet. Lie down and rest. I'll bring you a bowl of soup." Her approach brought with it a faint fragrance of daughter, filled with Xianxia's sense of smell. There was nothing wrong with this action, but her appearance gave her a foxy smell. Xianxia's eyes were blank. You really are that woman? Why don't you feel like it?" The woman used a finger to lightly tap Xianxia's forehead. "It's really me." "All right, quickly rest for a while, my hero." After saying that, the woman turned around and walked out of the room. Xianxia sat on the bed and scratched his head. "Big hero? What's the matter? Did she take the wrong medicine?" However, after a while, this woman returned with a bowl of soup. Furthermore, under Xianxia's uncomfortable circumstances, she had to personally feed Xianxia a cup of soup. She sat at the head of the bed and looked down at Xianxia. Suddenly, she said softly, "Did you know that no one has ever protected little Yuer so recklessly? Although you are only a small Xiantian 3rd layer martial artist." What you have done in the Black Sharp Demon Forest is more courageous than all the men I know. It's not as exaggerated as you said. Xianxia drank the bitter soup and said, I'm in such a sorry state because I'm not strong enough. That's why I look so heroic. The woman smiled and shook her head. But it is precisely because you are weak that you dare to stand up to that wind bull again and again. That makes you even braver, isn't it? The moment you spread out your arms and stood in front of the wind bull, I felt that you were the bravest hero in the world. The hero of me and little Ewer. Xianxia felt that there was something wrong with the woman's tone. He felt a little embarrassed and changed the topic. What happened to little Ewer? Hearing this, the woman smiled bitterly. Ewer has been suffering from a strange disease since she was born. At first, she would attack once a month. When she attacked, her entire body would be incomparably icy cold. Every time she attacked, her life would be in danger. In order to treat Ewer, we used all the methods we could think of, but none of them worked. In recent years, the frequency of Ewer's illness has become higher and higher, becoming more and more serious. Although our clan has used all their strength, it is still unable to cure her. Some of our clan's elders even advised me to give up. The woman sniffled and wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes. But I refuse. Little Ewer is my life. So you took her away from the clan and went to seek medical attention? Xianxia's heart was filled with emotions. This was also a bitter woman. At the same time, Xianxia was deeply moved by the woman's feelings for her sister. The woman said softly, I've traveled almost all over the continent. As long as I can cure Ewer, I'm willing to give everything I have. Xianxia let out a long sigh and suddenly laughed. Could it be that only lightning meridian martial artists can cure Ewer's illness? So you brought that black saber and searched everywhere to find a lightning meridian martial artist. The woman nodded. Don't worry. I know what the lightning meridian attribute means to a martial artist. You've done enough for our sisters. I won't ask you to risk your life to help us anymore. Can I trust you? Xianxia asked. The woman looked at Xianxia and said, If there is only one person left in this world that you can trust, then this person must be me now. Xianxia nodded. That's enough. I'm willing to help you. You? The woman sobbed with joy. Are you really willing? Xianxia curled his lips. I'm not as selfish as you think. I know. I believe it. The woman nodded her head forcefully. You rest for half a day. I'll come to see you in the morning and talk about Ewer's illness. When she took the medicine bowl from Xianxia, her fingertips accidentally touched Xianxia's hand, but a red cloud flew up on her charming face. I'm Huangpu Ruyan and my sister's name is Huangpu Ruoyu, she whispered as she pulled open the door and stepped out. Looking at the closed door, Xianxia sighed. I only heard of the Huangpu clan in my previous life. I never thought that I would get to know them in this life. I wonder if this is a good thing or a bad thing for me. In his mind, he gradually recalled what his master had said to him in his previous life. The Huangpu aristocrat clan is an ancient clan that has lasted for thousands of years. Every generation of patriarch of this clan is a person who stomps his feet, causing the entire world to tremble. Mu Chun, try not to get too involved with this clan. At the very least, don't be hostile to them. The next day, Xianxia's health greatly improved. He did not want to stay in his room, so he came out to exercise. Only then did he realize that this was a manor located in the outer suburbs of Bluestone City, and it could be said to be a beautiful scenery with beautiful birds singing and flowers singing. Xianxia took a deep breath and stretched his body. He felt that his skin injury had basically healed. Only his muscles and bones still had some injuries. He needed to recuperate for a few days before he could fully recover. How is your health? Beside an artificial stream, Huangpu Ruyan walked over from the willow forest with a smile. Much better. Looks like you've used a lot of precious spiritual herbs for me, Xianxia said. Compared to what you've done for our sisters, what I've done isn't worth mentioning. Huangpu Ruyan held a bowl of soup in her hand. Here, drink it. Xianxia took a sip and said, Since there's no problem, let's quickly think of a way to save little Ewer. Ruyan smiled and nodded. I'm ready. Follow me. The two of them passed through the willow forest and arrived at a rockery. The rockery was very big, and it was actually a hidden mechanism. Rian activated the mechanism and the entire rockery moved out, revealing the entrance to an underground cave. The two entered the cave downwards, hiding an extremely open secret chamber in the deepest part of the cave. Xianxia looked around. This secret room was a training ground. All kinds of tools and facilities needed for cultivation should be available. Xianxia noticed that there were two things on the opposite wall of the secret training ground. One was a pill furnace and the other was a human-shaped stone. Seeing the stone, Xianxia said, "You have a spirit testing stone? That's great." Rian smiled faintly. That spirit testing stone can only detect attacks below the heaven origin realm at most. You can use it. Right before that, I have something for you. As she spoke, Rian took out 3 items from her storage ring. They were a black saber, a set of black armor, and a book. You want to give these to me? Xianxia asked curiously. He had already seen the black saber, but this was the first time he had seen the black armor and books. Rian pointed at the black saber first and said, "This saber is called Black Scales, while the soft armor next to it is called Ink Spot. This saber and armor are compatible. As long as you absorb the power of the lightning meridian attribute into it, its grade will naturally increase. As far as I know, the limit they can reach is Earth grade beginner stage." Earth grade? Xianxia asked in surprise. Such a high level? I'm afraid the entire Blue Stone City will never find such a high-grade weapon or armor again. Rian said, "Your current realm is still relatively low. Under normal circumstances, you can upgrade the black-scaled Chui to the intermediate spirit stage. When it explodes, you can reach the high spirit stage. There's also this book. It's a secret manual of its own. It's called Flash Shadow Steps. It's an Earth-grade elementary movement technique. It can be activated through the power of the lightning meridian attribute." Another Earth grade. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. This secret manual was too precious. This was because, generally speaking, movement technique manuals were rarer than cultivation technique manuals. A local-grade movement technique manuals were far more valuable than an Earth-grade cultivation technique manuals. Rian said, "These past few years, I've brought you around to search for lightning vein attribute martial artists. I've also collected these 3 items related to lightning vein, and it just so happens to be for you, young Master Xiang." Xianxia was not a hypocrite. If someone else gave it to him, he would accept it impolitely. Rian said, "You wanted to use the spirit testing stone just now, right? I'll help you test your current state together. I just want to know more about my combat strength." Xianxia stretched his muscles and bones, full of energy. The humanoid spirit stone was transported to the center of the training ground. Rian took a notebook and stood at the side. "Now, test your normal strength." Xianxia raised his hand and punched the spirit testing stone. The spirit testing stone trembled a few times. Rian carefully observed the situation of the spirit testing stones, wrote and drew in the notebook and reported several times. Normal strength is 2,300 gene. Next, the limit strength is tested. Xianxia transformed his strength into thunder and lightning, instantly increasing his strength by 3 times. With a punch, the spirit testing stone was knocked back by the impact and slipped back an inch. Rian nodded and said, 7,000 gene, about 3 times the normal strength. Now, let's test the power of the normal weather first. After careful testing, Xianxia came up with the following figures. Currently, Xianxia was a Xiantian 3rd layer martial artist. The normal strength was 2,300 gene, and the maximum explosive strength was 7,000 gene. Normally, the power of the first weather was 2,300 gene, converting the first weather into thunder and lightning, and then 3,500 gene. The thunder and lightning attribute erupted to the limit of 9,000 gene. After Xianxia used the precious power of lightning, his strength was 13,000 gene. Since Rian already knew about Xianxia's lightning vein attributes, Xianxia didn't even conceal the fire-thunder technique and immediately tested the power of the thunderclap S. The thunderclap waves he used with the power of thunder and lightning completely drained the power of thunder and lightning in one go. Its lethality was 35,000 gene. The lethality of the thunderclap waves he activated with the power of lightning was 90,000 gene. Even Xianxia himself was shocked. At first, he didn't think much of it, but now that he had obtained the exact value, he knew that the power of lightning and thunderclaps were so abnormal. How is it? Xianxia leaned weakly against the wall, for he had used up all his previous weather and lightning power. Rian was first shocked, then frowned. To tell the truth, both joy and sorrow are mixed. Rian said, "Your explosive power is so strong that people can't believe it. But at the same time, it's also your weakness. Because your cultivation level is too low, you have to use the limit burst to defeat your enemies when fighting against others. The limit burst means that you are overloaded." Rian looked at Xianxia seriously and said, "Whether it's strength, weather, lightning, or martial arts, you need to explode to the limit. But your own Dantian only has that little capacity. It's simply not enough." "Yes," Xianxia sighed. "That's why I urgently want to improve my cultivation." Rian nodded. So when you fight someone, try not to use it without exploding. This is not to conceal your strength, but to be able to fight for a longer period of time. But I still have something to tell you." Rian raised her flash shadow steps and said, "This local grade elementary movement technique is too high, so it is also very terrifying to your physical strength consumption. Next, let's test your speed." Xianxia rested for a while and began to test his speed. He got a result. Based on the Xiantian 3-Dan test, Xianxia normally sprinted at 20 meters per second. Medium speed sprint, 30 meters per second. The maximum charge was 40 meters per second. Thunder and lightning poured into his feet, and the explosive charge was 100 meters per second. Rian nodded her head and said, "I've seen the flash shadow steps. This Earth-grade movement technique can increase the movement speed of a Xiantian realm martial artist by 5 times. Because this movement technique requires the power of thunder and lightning, you will be able to use the flash shadow steps to reach 500 meters per second. As for the shadow steps, they can increase the speed of Origin Realm martial artists by 4 times, Heaven Origin Realm martial artists by 3 times, and Heaven Scryer Realm martial artists by 2 times." Xianxia said, "In other words, I can only use this flash shadow step to the Heaven Origin Realm. It won't be of much use in the future." Rian said, "Of course, these speed values are based on your Xiantian 3rd layer. If you reach the Xiantian 4th or 5th layer, your normal speed will increase." "Yes, but can the Xiantian realm be increased by 5 times? Xianxia smiled. A 5-fold short-range movement was definitely at the overlord level in this realm. What was the concept of 500 meters in a second? There would definitely be afterimages in the sprint. Moreover, his speed had already surpassed that of the 3rd-level Origin returning Wind Bull. As for defense, Rian held the black armor and said, "This black armor can only provide you with a proportional amount of defense. That is to say, if the enemy uses 10,000 gene of power to smash you, Inkspot can absorb 3,000 gene of power for you. But if the enemy uses only 10,000 gene of power to smash you, it can absorb 3,000 gene for you." "Oh, I understand." Suddenly, Xianxia said, "So this is the defensive mode of the defensive armor." Not only was Xianxia not disappointed, he was also very happy. Because of Emoban's defensive properties, Xianxia would be able to enjoy its benefits in any day-to-day battles. Unlike the black snake leather armor, it would only work when faced with a fatal blow. At the same time, this ink-stained armor was not easily damaged. Then, Xianxia increased the power of his weapon once more. Xianxia's normal strength was 2,300 gene, and his limit was 7,000 gene. However, after he grabbed the giant black scale saber, the value remained unchanged. On the other hand, Xianxia's normal initial weather strength was 2,300 gene, and after using the black scale it was 3,000 gene. The lightning attribute was 3,500 gene of weather power first, and 4,000 gene after using the black scale. Xianxia considered the black scale and said, "As expected, a weapon with intelligence can only increase the power of the weather." "Yes." Rian nodded and said, But something like saber chi cannot be measured by strength alone. It involves the sharpness of saber chi, the characteristics of cultivation techniques, and how high and complex a specific martial skill is. This is not going to be introduced here. Naturally, Xiangnan was very clear about this, so he didn't say anything else. The more he looked at the black scale, the more he liked it. This huge saber had a calm and reserved aura, and it was a big coincidence that it didn't work. It won Xiangnan's favor. "I've finished all my questions. Now let's talk about little Yuer." Xiangnan put away all the treasures. Ruyan smiled and took out hundreds of spirit herbs from her storage ring. Xiangnan was dumbfounded. These spirit herbs were priceless and rare in the market. Ruyan said, "An imperial physician once told me that to cure Yuer's illness, one must rely on the lightning meridian attribute of the weather or yuan qi to refine pills. Although we are only practicing third-grade pills, we still have to wait. I have already sent a message to ask the family alchemist for help." "Alchemy?" Xiangnan smiled and said, "Then don't bother your family members. I can do it." "You?" Rian said happily. "How many surprises are you hiding? The more I dig, the more I will discover that you are unfathomable." Tier 3 medicinal pills weren't too high grade. Xiangnan was confident that he could easily obtain them, and he could guarantee that they were all top-grade Tier 3 medicinal pills. Immediately, the two of them ignited the pill furnace in the training room. Rian personally controlled the fire and released a ball of yuan qi. The yuan qi burned into yuan qi flames and directly burned the bottom of the pill furnace. This matter concerned her younger sister's life and death. Rian also became nervous as never before. Soon, fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She nervously looked at Xiangnan and said, "Okay, no problem." Xiangnan smiled confidently. According to the formula provided by Ruyan, he divided the 100 pills into 10 batches and put them into 10 batches. Following that, Xiangnan used the power of thunder and lightning to enter the pill furnace, accurately controlling every tiny bit of change inside. To tell the truth, Ruyan was still very nervous at the beginning, because it was an extremely complicated process to train 100 kinds of spirit herbs together. As long as there was a single mistake, all the spirit herbs would be burned to the ground. However, as Xiangnan's pill refining progress deepened, the expression on her face changed from nervousness to relaxation, then to surprise, then to disbelief, and finally to shock. More than 100 spiritual herbs were put into the pill furnace one after another, and not a single spiritual herb had gone wrong. My God! Rian was incomparably shocked. Young Master Xiang's control over the temperature of alchemy is simply comparable to an empire alchemist. No, even more terrifying than an empire alchemist. Boom! The top of the furnace opened and a batch of fresh pills appeared. Every pill was glowing with a faint red light. It was indeed a third-grade pill, and it was a top-grade pill amongst top-grade pills. Rian held these pills and cried out in joy. "I finally got them. After years of hard work, I finally saw hope." Xiangnan wiped his sweat and looked at it. "There are almost 300, right? Is it enough?" Rian nodded excitedly. "Enough, enough. 100 is enough. Young Master Xiang, I don't know how to thank you." Xiangnan waved his hand and said, "It's too unusual to tell me this now." Rian shook her head seriously and said, "No, you saved Yuer. That's equivalent to saving my life. Rian will never forget such a great kindness. There are 3 signaling orders. They are filled with my blood and yuan qi. You can send me a message at any time." Xiangnan took the message and put it away solemnly. "Go, hurry up and give little Yuer some pills. I have to go home," he said. The two of them were separated at the manor. Xiangnan received a wind-chasing horse and hurried back to Bluestone Town. The wind-chasing stallion was a Xiantian first-stage demonic beast. It could use demonic energy to run wildly for a long distance. Its speed was comparable to the speed of a Xiantian realm martial artist. It was an extremely expensive item. This wind-chasing colt was especially sturdy. Its head was 2 zhang long from head to tail, and its hooves were 8 feet tall from back. Its entire body was pitch black, and it was extremely mighty. Xianxia rode on the wind-chasing stallion and rode on the wind. He could only feel the scenery on both sides rapidly retreating. After returning to the Xiang manor, he took a quick look and chatted with his mother for a while before rushing to the Black Sharp mountain range. The Xiang clan's industry was rising methodically. There was no need for Xianxia to worry about all of this. What he needed to do now was to find a place where no one else could help him improve his resistance to electricity. The overlapping Black Sharp mountain range. Here, Xianxia easily found a deserted place. After arranging the necessary appliances, he took 3 deep breaths in a row. It's about to start. I hope that I can get a big improvement this time. It's worthy of my hard work in searching for materials. After seeing that there was no one around, he used the 3-meter-tall black-scaled heavy knife to dig a large pit that was 20 meters deep on the ground. This pit had already penetrated deep into the interior of the mountain. Then he put the pill furnace into the pit, jumped into the pill furnace himself, and buried the soil above in the first day. After confirming that he was safe and sound, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. He was in the darkness of the pill furnace and put a stone skin pill into his mouth. That crazy alchemist said that refining a martial artist into a pill would have an unexpected effect. I hope what he said is correct. Xianxia was somewhat uneasy, but there was no turning back now. He slammed his hands on the inner wall of the furnace, causing the fire inside the furnace to instantly burst into flames. A human, even if he was a Xiantian realm martial artist, would not be able to survive in the midst of the flames. Therefore, Xianxia used the stone skin pill. This pill was extremely effective, causing Xianxia's skin to be petrified within the next 2 hours, thus guaranteeing that it would not be burned to death. Then, there were all sorts of other spirit herb pills that were either orderly consumed or used to smear the body. Even so, as his body refinement progress increased, Xianxia also began to feel his body burning hot, and his suffocation became more and more severe. Fortunately, with the help of the rejuvenation pill, the powerful medicinal properties allowed him to get rid of his dependence on the air, while the snow cicada grass cooled his body. Finally, it was a 3rd-grade thunderbolt vine. Plants had an incomparable tolerance for nature. Plants could be found in almost every corner of the world. They could adapt to any harsh natural environment. The thunderbolt vine was a special spiritual herb that grew up in the baptism of thunder and lightning all year round. This time, Xianxia slowly fused the lightning resistance of the thunderbolt vine into his human body. The flames inside the pill furnace became even more intense. Xianxia's body turned red, as if he was a human-shaped sculpture that had been burned red. The lightning resistance of the thunderbolt vine penetrated into his skin, entering his bone essence and organs. At the end of the refinement, Xianxia's entire face flushed red. He gritted his teeth and endured unimaginable pain. He thought to himself, "It's almost done. I've practiced almost all the bones in my body. In the end, I only have my dantian and meridians left." At this moment, the Sure Fu pill still had 10 minutes left to act. The thunderbolt vine's powerful electric resistance swiftly flowed through Xianxia's body. Xianxia's eyes suddenly opened, and a flash of lightning flashed in his eyes. The power of thunder and lightning was activated to its limit. Instantly, an arc of lightning that was rarely seen by the naked eye wrapped around Xianxia's entire body. First, the weather had condensed into thunder and lightning attributes. It started from its dantian with the medicinal properties of the thunderbolt vine and swam to every meridian structure in its body. At this point, after swimming for 2 whole cycles, the medicinal properties of the thunderbolt vine were finally completely absorbed by Xianxia. Boom! The top of the pill furnace opened, and the dirt from the pill furnace was directly lifted into the sky. Immediately after, a figure soared into the sky. Xianxia rolled over in midair and landed on the ground. Within the storage ring, the pill furnace had just landed. Success! Xianxia looked at his body excitedly. He found that his skin became more smooth and lustrous, like a newborn baby. I didn't expect that this body refinement would not only increase my resistance to electricity, but also eliminate a lot of impurities from my body. Xianxia chuckled. Looks like his harvest this time was not small. The next step was to continue absorbing the lightning arc power of the white flame lightning. After he was fully prepared, he tossed the lightning talisman into the air and muttered to himself, "Every time his realm rises, the difficulty will greatly increase. I wonder if this advancement will allow him to jump 2 small realms in a row like last time." As he spoke, he still circulated the 9 transformations lightning-shocking art. The powerful summoning power in his body was summoning the white flame lightning. In an instant, the lightning talisman cracked. Layers of white lightning visible to the naked eye wrapped around the lightning talisman. The surrounding wind roared loudly, and all the trees were shattered. I wonder how long it will take to truly absorb the lightning source of the lightning. Xianxia let out a breath and casually waved his hand, causing a white lightning bolt to fly over. After the lightning bolt touched Xianxia's body, Xianxia's eyes widened, and a wisp of intense lightning flashed in his eyes. In less than an instant, the power of the lightning arc had completely penetrated every inch of Xianxia's skin, muscles, and bones. Indeed, Xianxia snorted in pain, his expression slightly twisted. This arc belonged to the second arc. Last time, it completely failed to absorb the second arc. And this time, the resistance to electricity really worked. Xianxia could clearly feel the pain he had endured, but it was much better than last time. At least his muscles haven't spasmed yet. The terrifying lightning power contained in that arc was even more intense and mellow than the first. It's starting. Xianxia's pupils contracted, and he felt his realm loosen. Xiantian 3rd layer, Xiantian 4th layer. Breakthrough. So fast. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The distance between the 3rd level and the 4th level was much greater than the distance between the 2nd level and the 3rd level. Even so, he still managed to cross over so quickly. However, the power of this lightning arc was still more than 90%, and it had not yet been absorbed by Xianxia. As for the pain he suffered, it weakened slightly due to his higher cultivation realm. However, this weakening was just a drop in the bucket. Get through it. You must get through it. The corners of Xianxia's mouth twitched and his muscles began to unconsciously spasm. The violent power of lightning was frantically activating Xianxia's realm. Xiantian 5th layer. 2 small realms. Xianxia was so miserable that he could no longer speak, so he could only mutter to himself in his heart. However, nearly 90% of the lightning bolts were still inside Xianxia's body, waiting for him to be accepted. This second bolt of lightning is much more powerful than the first? Xianxia was shocked. 1 small realm increase had already filled Xianxia's body, while the 2 small realms had completely saturated his body. Do you want to hold on? Perhaps he could break through to another small realm. He had the intention to stop, but the 5th level of Xiantian was still not enough. Forget it, you have to suffer bitterly before you can be a master. Only if others didn't dare to do so would they be able to become true experts. I don't believe it. Xianxia clenched his teeth. Both rows of silver teeth were about to collapse. He roared in his heart. Divine-grade talent is definitely not that bad. I can hold on any longer. Ka. Fine cracks appeared on his skin. Red blood seeped out from the cracks. When the cracks opened, a strange sound similar to that of a rock shattering could be heard. In fact, tears of blood flowed out of his eyes. I can hold on for a while longer. Aeawiawa. Xianxia suddenly opened his mouth and squeezed out a roar from his throat. Xiantian 6th level. Success. I've really crossed 3 small realms. Not good. Xianxia had only just arrived when he discovered a serious problem. He had already broken through the limits of what he could withstand, causing his consciousness to rapidly decline. At this moment, Xianxia panicked and paled, wanting to stop the circulation of the 9 transformations of thunder cultivation technique, only to discover that his consciousness had declined too quickly and was not enough. It's over before Xianxia lost consciousness. This was the only word that flashed through his mind. Boom! The lightning exploded, forming a ball of lightning that enveloped Xianxia's entire body. At this moment, Xianxia was lying flat at the core of the thunderball, fainting. Xianxia did not know how long he had been unconscious. He only realized that he had woken up many times in a daze. Every time he woke up, he could only last for a few seconds, and every time he could feel pain like a purgatory. He was crazily destroyed by the power of lightning, as if he was in an eternal cycle of infernal hell. Even the moment he woke up, he realized that he hadn't really woken up. Instead, he was in a state of half awake and half dreaming. He felt that he was in an endless darkness, and there was only one feeling in his body: pain. The pain was so painful that he couldn't bear to live. His heart was torn apart, and he kept roaring in the darkness. He could vaguely feel that his body was on the verge of shattering. His skin had originally only cracked, but now it was shards of skin falling off his body. Blood stained him as a bloody man. His muscles showed signs of disintegration, and his internal organs quickly collapsed. I didn't expect to actually die in such a place because of greed. Xianxia sighed silently, but he didn't regret what he had done. If he didn't dare to fight, could he still be considered a man? Slowly, he felt that the pain in his body had subsided. Are you really going to die? Xianxia weakly remembered that he couldn't even feel the pain anymore. However, in reality, a miracle was happening. The skin fragments that had fallen off Xianxia's body had actually begun to return to his body. At that moment, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. He felt his skin and muscles tighten. Break and stand. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a bright light. He discovered that he was still at the center of the violent thunderball. Thus, he deduced that he had only fainted for a few seconds, but in the sensory world, it was as long as several decades. He didn't have time to sigh with emotion before decisively stopping the 9 transformations of thunder incantation. The tyrannical ball of lightning quickly disintegrated and turned into lightning bolts. The lightning bolts then disintegrated into smaller arcs and disappeared into the air. As for Xianxia, he suddenly leapt into the air and landed on the ground. Boom! This time, the landing was not violent, but it caused the ground to shake. Under his feet, there was actually a circular cracked hole. That hole was charred black. I still have a large amount of remnant lightning power in my body. Xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the sky like a thunderclap. He protected the precious power of lightning in his dantian, and at the same time sucked out all the excess power of lightning in his body. Boom! A round of fan-shaped crystal blue light soared into the sky. The light exploded in midair, causing the wind to blow away the clouds in the sky. So strong! Xianxia's eyes widened. This was the strongest thunderclap he had ever released. It seemed like the truth was just as he had guessed. The power of this second bolt of lightning was far more powerful than the first bolt of lightning. Then Xianxia's thoughts stirred. He waved his hand and drew a new arc, the third arc. However, he did not suck it into his body and only observed it carefully. The power of this third arc was extremely violent. It was countless times stronger than the second arc. Xianxia did not dare to attempt to absorb such a powerful arc. Strong again. Xianxia frowned. With the strength of my body that I have tempered now, I don't dare to touch this lightning bolt easily. However, he pondered for a moment. The formula he had just used to improve his resistance to electricity was already the most powerful prescription he had. Obviously, if he wanted to absorb the third arc, he had to find a stronger recipe. Xianxia didn't have any high-grade prescriptions, so he had to go to the library of some powerful sects to find them. Xianxia nodded. After the city selection, he could join a sect. At that time, he would have another chance. Now, he should start cultivating the flash shadow steps. He inserted the black scale into the ground and took out the shadow stepping technique to slowly watch. This technique itself belonged to the earthly grade beginner stage, and was a martial skill that was specifically used to move figures. It did not have any attack effects. Although it's complicated, it's easy to understand. Xianxia flipped through the shadow steps and nodded. In his previous life, he had cultivated countless more complicated cultivation methods, so this flash shadow step was nothing in his eyes. He sat cross-legged, concentrating on reading the movement technique incantation, and repeatedly groping it in his mind. Speaking of which, the flash shadow step was just a movement technique, but its incantation was rather complicated. After reading a book, Xianxia discovered that it was already dark. Did you look at it for more than 2 hours? Xianxia rubbed his shoulders and said, It's not difficult to memorize it. It's not difficult to understand it. What's difficult is to master it. He stood up and muttered to himself, pouring the weather under his feet. The moment the flash shadow step art took effect, the dust particles under Xianxia's feet slowly floated upwards. Whoosh! Xianxia took a step forward, followed by pong. Damn it, he rubbed his forehead and discovered that he had actually crashed into a mountain wall. Mountain wall. Looking at the huge cracks on the mountain walls, Xianxia was stunned. There are no mountain walls in my place. Could it be, He turned around and saw that the surrounding scenery was very unfamiliar. He immediately recalled that the flash steps were 5 times faster than his limit speed, 500 meters per second. This was because the Black Sharp mountain range was densely forested, and he only needed to walk 100 meters away to be unable to see where he had been previously. Ha ha ha. Xianxia sat on the ground and couldn't help but laugh out loud. My saber is still far away. He once again used the shadow steps to charge in the direction he had come from. At that time, the scenery on both sides became blurry due to the rapid retreat, followed by a series of explosions. After Xianxia stopped, he picked up the wood chips on his head and looked back. A dozen trees were broken wherever he passed. Xianxia inserted his black scale behind him and carried it on his back instead of putting it into his storage ring. This was because he knew that a martial artist's weapon had to be worn close to his body from time to time. If this continued for such a long time, it would create an illusory tacit understanding between the martial artist and the weapon. However, this black scale was 3 meters tall, and Xianxia was only a little over 1.7 meters tall. He looked a little disproportionate with the knife on his back, but there was no lack of visual shock. He adjusted his angle a few times before using the black scale to absorb his body, preventing the sword from touching the ground. Then, Xianxia muttered to himself, if he used the flash steps to cooperate with the splitting blade's movements, wouldn't it be that its power has increased dramatically? Thinking of this, he immediately went into the experiment excitedly. Xianxia held the hilt of the saber in his right hand and made an advance motion of drawing the saber, aiming at a tree 10 meters away. Immediately after, he shouted, Flash shadow! Whoosh! Pong! His speed was too fast, and his entire body turned into an afterimage. Even though his saber had just been raised, he had already leaned against the tree. The tree was indeed destroyed, but it was hit with his face. Haha, Xianxia helplessly smiled bitterly. The shadow flash steps are really fast, but it's too fast. The flash step was only 500 meters in a second, which made it extremely difficult for Xianxia to make a short distance movement of 5 meters or 10 meters. This was the first time that Xianxia felt the difficulty of cultivating a high-level movement technique in advance. In order to solve this dilemma, we have to go through a lot of training. He rubbed his shoulders and said, if he was too fast, he wouldn't be able to keep up with his reaction speed, and if he couldn't keep up with his reaction speed, he would lose his flexibility. Xianxia carried his huge black saber and the dust under his feet slowly floated up. With a whoosh, it turned into an afterimage and rushed out. As a result, the entire mountain range was filled with traces of Xianxia crashing into trees and mountains. Pong! Aya! Pong! Damn it! Pong! Ah! Another collision. From midnight to dawn, a red sun illuminated the forest through the cracks between the mountains. Xianxia sat cross-legged under a tree, tearing at the leg of lamb he carried with him as he ate and flipped through his storage ring. The flash steps have consumed too much energy and weather. He wiped his mouth. In the storage ring, almost all the spirit herbs and pills used to recover had been eaten clean. Every time the shadow steps rushed 500 meters, it would consume nearly 1/10 of his previous weather. This figure was incomparably terrifying. Xianxia packed his things and looked at a tree 10 meters away. Following that, dust rose from beneath his feet and his body turned into an afterimage as he rushed out. In an instant, the sprint stopped. Xianxia steadied himself and turned around to see that the tree was already 5 meters behind him. I rushed 15 meters. Xianxia nodded. The error is controlled at about 5 meters, but it is still far from enough. Xianxia sat down cross-legged, slowly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, absorbing it into his body, refining his dantian into his own weather. This was the most common way for martial artists to cultivate, but it was a bit too time-consuming for Xianxia. I need spirit stones. Half an hour later, Xianxia's body was finally filled with primordial energy. He muttered to himself. He found his wind-chasing stallion and rode away. Spirit stones were a peculiar type of, or they contained abundant spiritual energy, which was absorbed faster than the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. They could quickly replenish a martial artist's energy consumption, but their price was extremely expensive. Spirit stones were divided into 5 grades: defective spirit stones, low-grade spirit stones, mid-grade spirit stones, high-grade spirit stones, and top-grade spirit stones. In Bluestone City, there was a spirit stone shop. There were 2 floors in this shop. The first floor sold defective spirit stones, the second floor sold low-grade spirit stones, and there was no higher-grade spirit stones. Even so, those spirit stones were still very precious and kept in the counter window. Every single one of them was sold as gemstones. A defective spirit stone was enough for a Xiantian 6th layer martial artist like Xianxia to replenish the weather twice. However, looking at the price tag of 500 gold coins, Xianxia was a little discouraged. At this moment, there was only some change in his storage ring, and if he put it together, it would only cost around 1,300 gold coins. Young master, do you want to see the defective spirit stones? The waiter smiled as he spoke. Xianxia nodded awkwardly and said, I want to. At the same time, he thought to himself, if he had known earlier, he would have left more money with him. Last time, he had given all of the millions of gold coins to his grandfather, and he had only left this little bit. It was not enough to spend. Just 2? Do you want a few more? The waiter rubbed his hands and urged. Xianxia was so embarrassed. He thought to himself, how could this guy not be sensible? He said, 2 is enough. Oh, isn't this Xianxia? Just as he was speaking, an ear-piercing voice came from the door. Xianxia followed the direction and saw 3 18 or 19-year-old young men. Their faces were somewhat familiar. When Xianxia looked at the person who spoke, he remembered that when he was fighting Li Qingchuan in Welcome Street a few days ago, these kids were following Mo Hai and the others. What? The leader smiled sinisterly as he approached. Young Master Xianxia is out of money? He only bought 2 spirit stones? Isn't that too shabby? The other 2 laughed loudly. Yes, Brother Zhang. Why don't you give young Master Xianxia some copper flowers? The one known as Brother Zhang was a Xiantian 7th layer martial artist. At his age, this kind of realm was pretty good. Fuck off. Xianxia frowned. I'm not in the mood to waste my breath with you. Xianxia knew very well why there were always people looking for trouble with him. Amongst their peers, no one dared to shout at Xianxia. The key was these 3 or 4-year-old fellows from de Xianxia. It was like in a school, when the senior students heard that the junior students were very arrogant, they would definitely step on it because they were unwilling to accept it. Keep your mouth clean. Brother Zhang's smile cooled down as he said in a gloomy voice, You didn't ask around. Who doesn't know that I, Zhang Ming, am with Brother Mo Hai in Bluestone City? So? Xianxia looked at Zhang Ming indifferently. Moving out of Mo Hai to scare me? Zhang Ming smiled sinisterly and said, Looks like I, Brother Li Qingchuan, didn't teach you enough that day. Xianxia hugged his shoulders and said, Even if Li Qingchuan comes now, I will make him suffer. What a big breath. Zhang Ming pointed at Xianxia's nose and loudly said, I will pass these words on to Brother Li. I will keep them for you. Zhang Ming had seen Xianxia and Li Qingchuan make a move. He knew very well that he was no match for Xianxia, so he only wanted to humiliate Xianxia with words. However, Xianxia was too lazy to talk nonsense with this kind of dog. He immediately shouted in a low voice, Get out! With that, Xianxia slapped the ground with his right hand. The weather condensed into palm power and suddenly exploded about an inch from the ground. A wave of air instantly knocked the 3 of them out of the door. The 3 of them crawled up like they had seen a ghost. Zhang Ming was shocked. Xianxia's 6th layer? Weren't you at Xianxia's 3rd layer a few days ago? Why did you cross 3 small realms in just a few days? At the side, the waiter changed his attitude and said respectfully, "It's young Master Xiang Nan, right? Our young miss has already instructed that if it's you, the spirit stones in the shop can be taken at will, and you don't have to pay for it." "Oh, I see." Hearing this, Xiang Nan thought to himself that Miss Ruyan was really thoughtful. She actually guessed that she would use spirit stones. He thought of the Huangpu clan's enormous inheritance. This little spirit stone was indeed nothing, so he was not polite. Even if he wanted 10 low-grade spirit stones. Low-grade spirit stones were 10 times more expensive than defective spirit stones, and their effects were 10 times more effective. A low-grade spirit stone was enough for Xiang Nan to fill his dantian with spiritual energy 20 times. These 10 low-grade spirit stones were worth 50,000 gold coins, enough for Xiang Nan to use 200 times. "Thank your young miss for me." Xiang Nan put away the spirit stones and said to the waiter, "I'll pay her a visit another day." The waiter immediately smiled and said, "You go well." Xiang Nan walked out of the spirit stone shop and swept his eyes across the street. The 3 of them were staring at him covetously across the street. Who would have thought that Zhang Ming would not change his character and dare to be so domineering after suffering a loss? But then, Xiang Nan knew why Zhang Ming was acting like this. Because behind Zhang Ming, a burly figure walked out. "Mo Hai." Xiang Nan narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself, "These troublesome flies can't be thrown away no matter what. Xiang Nan, we meet again." Mo Hai crossed his shoulders, and the muscles between his arms bulged high, containing a rich amount of strength. "Is something the matter?" Xiang Nan asked because Mo Hai had already blocked his path with the 3 of them. "Brother Hai, it's this brat." Zhang Ming stood beside Mo Hai and gritted his teeth. Obviously, he looked like he had found a backer, so he pretended to be a tiger. Mo Haixia looked at Xiang Nan and said, "You really are a troublemaker. You provoke wherever you go." Xiang Nan sneered, "It's clearly your dog that bit people first. I advise you to properly train it so that you don't bite people you can't provoke." "You dare to call me a dog?" Zhang Ming was furious and raised his hand to slap Xiang Nan's face. Xiang Nan flipped his left hand, his palm condensing a tyrannical Xiantian slapping towards Zhang Ming. "Retreat!" Mo Hai pushed Zhang Ming away, and then he also took out his palm. The huge palm was connected to Xiang Nan's. The speed of these 2 people's palm strikes was very slow. The most important thing was the condensed weather in their palms. As the 2 of them clasped hands together, Xiang Nan immediately became more cautious. This Mo Hai was called the #1 expert of his age, and it definitely wouldn't be too simple. On the other hand, Mo Hai had a confident look on his face. He had clearly decided to eat Xiang Nan. There was a fierce contest between the 2's palms in the dark. Xiang Nan did not underestimate his opponent from the beginning and poured into Mo Hai's entire arm in a fierce and brutal manner. However, right after that, he felt that there was a dense and vast weather in Mo Hai's palm, and it was as calm as a mountain, continuously devouring it in the opposite direction. Fire attribute. Xiang Nan frowned. His previous weather had actually been suppressed by Mo Hai. Moreover, Mo Hai's previous weather was actually fire attribute, and he had been refined to such an old age by Mo Hai. "Huh!" Mo Hai was also shocked. A strange light flashed in his eyes. "Your cultivation has actually improved greatly." Xiang Nan thought to himself, this Mo Hai was much harder to deal with than Li Qingchuan. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but increase his strength. He used his full strength of 5 successes to fight against Mo Hai, pushing back Mo Hai's torrential incoming Xiantian once again. Mo Hai's expression was solemn, but when he saw his right arm tremble slightly, a magnificent Xiantian rushed back. Both of them were shocked. Xiang Nan did not expect that Mo Hai's strength would far exceed his previous expectations. Could it be that this person's fire attribute talent was spiritual? Mo Hai furrowed his brows. He was at the late Xiantian 9th stage. He was about to advance to the origin realm soon, but today he couldn't get any advantage from Xiang Nan, a Xiantian 6th layer kid. "Xiang Nan, good move." As Mo Hai spoke, he began to move his true form. As he spoke, Xiangnan could clearly feel that Emohai's weather had changed. Then Emohai used a cultivation technique. Xiangnan immediately felt that something was wrong. Emohai's first wave after wave of weather pounced on him. He struggled hard to destroy the first wave, but he knew that the second wave was even more powerful than the first wave. He was full of energy. Xiangnan had really suffered a hidden loss, and he was almost unable to withstand it. The reason was that although Xiangnan also had a cultivation method, his only cultivation method was the 9 transformations of thunder. This 9 transformations of thunder was not used to attack, but to absorb the divine thunder lightning source. When Xiangnan endured the 4th wave of Emohai, he was almost unable to hold on. He was about to be blown away by Emohai in the next second. Xiangnan gritted his teeth and couldn't care less. He immediately pulled out a trace of lightning power from his body. That Emohai's fire attribute was first the weather, coupled with the addition of a powerful cultivation technique. Although it was berserk, the power of flammable lightning was even more berserk than berserk. In that instant, the power of lightning was like a bolt of lightning snake, crazily destroying Emohai's 5th wave, followed by the 6th wave. Seeing that Xiangnan was about to win, Emohai's gaze became complicated. His gaze was first shocked, then decisive. As for Emohai's weather, the moment he was about to retreat, it suddenly transformed into a wondrous state, and its power rushed back like a storm. Yuan Qi. Xiangnan's heart shook. Then Emohai's previous weather was actually able to transform into Yuan Qi? No, this isn't Yuan Qi, it's just a transitional stage from the weather to Yuan Qi. But even so, this kind of semi-primordial energy and semi-primordial weather was much more powerful than the pure primordial weather. Even when they heard a muffled boom, Xiangnan and Emohai both took 3 steps back. Xiangnan narrowed his eyes, his left arm trembling uncontrollably, and he had some misgivings about Emohai. Xiantian and Yuan Qi were 2 completely different things. At this moment, Emohai should already be at the half-step origin realm. Emohai's right hand also twitched slightly. The expression on his face was indescribable, because he couldn't understand why Xiangnan's weather was so vicious. I admire you. I admire you. Emohai was the first to speak. He cupped his fists at Xiangnan and said, Little brother Xiangnan's strength is unfathomably hidden. Thank you for showing mercy that day and not hurting Qingchuan. It seemed that Emohai thought that when Xiangnan fought Li Qingchuan, he had deliberately concealed his realm and strength. Otherwise, how could a person have risen from the Xiantian 3rd layer to the 6th layer in just a few days? In the town election, you defeated 3 experts of the same age on your own. That makes sense. Xiangnan looked at Emohai as if he was facing a great enemy. He replied, We are each other. Brother Emohai is also extraordinarily strong. Emohai smiled faintly and said, We haven't decided yet. Why don't we leave the suspense in the martial arts city's selection in 20 days? I have this intention. Goodbye. Xiangnan nodded. He turned around and left. He had already found out Emohai's true strength, so there was no need to waste his breath. But before Xiangnan could go far, Emohai suddenly said to Xiangnan's back, But Xiangnan, I advise you to be more tactful. She's not your woman. Don't provoke her. Stay as far away from Wang Jingyun as possible. Xiangnan's back paused for a moment. Originally, he wanted to explain, but after thinking for a while, he and Wang Jingyun couldn't get along, so there was no need. After returning to the Xiang manor, Xiangnan greeted him and hurriedly left. He only told his family that Martial Dao City was about to be chosen and that he was going to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. Huh? Young Master Xiang wants to borrow my manor. Huangpu Ruyan put on her iconic black veil again. Yes, the training grounds in your manor are very good. I want to borrow them for a few days. Xiangnan told the truth. Ruyan said, Do you want to cultivate the flash shadow steps? Miss Ruyan is smart. Xiangnan laughed. After a Black Sharp Yao Sen expedition, the relationship between the 2 of them became very familiar. That manor was originally my usual resting place. As Ruyan spoke, her tone was a little sad. In a few days, I will bring Yuer back to the clan to seek a better recuperation environment for her. Then the manor will be given to you, young Master Xiang. Xiangnan was stunned and said, Miss Ruyan is leaving now? Why don't you stay a few more days? Ruyan suddenly stood up and bowed to Xiangnan Ying. Xiangnan hurriedly went forward to help, but was interrupted by Ruyan. Ruyan whispered, Thank you, young Master Xiang, for exposing the secrets of your talent and healing my sister. Such a great kindness will never be forgotten by Ruyan. However, there is no banquet in the world that will not end. In the end, we have to part ways. Xiangnan's gaze softened a lot as he sighed. Miss Ruyan, you don't have to be so courteous. I like little Yuer very much myself. Even if you didn't ask for it, I wouldn't ignore her. Ruyan's eyes turned red and she said, Yes, I know. Xiangnan thought for a moment and then said, I just remembered that, Miss Ruyan, and I still have a feast to finish. Why don't we have a drink together tonight? Ruyan took off her black veil and smiled sweetly at Xiangnan. That night, Xiangnan and Lady Ruyan went to the manor, borrowing the night to enjoy the wine. Xiangnan was originally not from a small place, and Ruyan came from a wealthy family. The two of them were actually more and more speculative when they talked. They discovered that there were too many similarities between them, and there were always endless things to be said. However, the more this happened, the more sentimental the departure of Miss Ruyan became. Ruyan, a toast to young master. Ruyan picked up her wine glass and said to Xiangnan, Young master and I met each other the same time. I only hate that we met too late. Xiangnan gave Ruyan a brilliant smile. The ancients had clouds, and I heard that dying at night is fine. Although this sentence is not appropriate to describe you and me, this is my current state of mind. After toasting this glass of wine, the two of them, who were originally unable to finish their words and chatting, fell silent. The night was intoxicating, but the wine was not intoxicating. The two of them drank back and forth until dawn. In the end, neither of them remembered what they had said. It was dawn and Xiangnan woke up from his drunkenness, only to find that Miss Ruyan had already left. Xiangnan simply washed his face and thought to himself, Miss Ruyan is leaving in a few days. I wonder if I can catch up with her and see her again before she leaves. Thus, Xiangnan entered the underground secret training room alone. After placing the 10 low-grade spirit stones, he took a deep breath into the large training room and said, No matter what, you should quickly practice the flash shadow steps. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath his feet trembled slightly. Immediately after, he turned into an afterimage and rushed out. At this moment, Xiangnan felt great pressure in his heart, because he realized that he had underestimated the experts of the same age in Bluestone City. After witnessing Mo Hai's strength, Xiangnan's heart became much heavier than usual. He realized that Mo Hai definitely had a trump card. He would never reveal his full strength in a single clash with him. And there were countless hidden experts like Mo Hai. At least Li Qingchuan was still hiding part of his strength. If he could cultivate to the 7th level of the Xiantian realm before the martial arts city selection, then he would be more confident. As such, Xiangnan was cultivating in this secret training room day after day. He arranged his cultivation time very reasonably. One day was divided into 2 halves. Half of it was used to cultivate the flash shadow steps, and the other half was used to cultivate his own realm. The flash shadow steps used up all of the early weather before absorbing spirit stones. The upgrade of their cultivation realms was in conjunction with the medicinal pills he had collected. However, during this period of time, he discovered a very serious problem. That was his previous realm, which seemed to have risen too quickly. So much so that he actually encountered a bottleneck in the late Xiantian 6th stage. The bottleneck was very difficult to overcome, especially because he had consumed too many pills and had a strong resistance to them. If he continued to eat them, their significance would become very small. 10 days later, there were still 10 days left before the martial arts city selection. In the beautiful manor, a figure suddenly appeared. The shadow appeared beside the rockery, but in the next moment, it blurred and disappeared. It was already at the entrance of the manor. Xiangnan took a deep breath. He clenched his fists and said, The shadow steps have been practiced to perfection. The talent of this divine grade is indeed incomparably powerful. It's a pity that my cultivation level is still stagnant. It's useless to consume more pills. I have to cultivate through nature to increase my cultivation level. If we can find a good place with rich spiritual energy, it will be perfect. There are 3 ways for martial artists to increase their cultivation. One is to naturally absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The other is to consume medicinal pills with better effects. And the last is to increase their cultivation during battles. The best place to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was where the spiritual energy was abundant. Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. The places with dense spiritual qi were usually spirit caves and spirit mountains, but those places were all controlled by various sections. In Wulong province, it seemed that they had never heard of such a place. I hope that there will be some new harvests in the last 10 days. Xianxia stepped onto the wind-chasing stallion and rushed back to the Xiang clan. As soon as Xianxia returned to his mansion, he was stopped by Xiang Zhonghua and ran away. "Cousin, you're back. Come with me. Something big has happened at home." "What's the big deal?" Xianxia said. "Don't ask me. Follow me to the reception hall and tell me that the Xiang clan has been in a mess for the past 10 days since you left." Xiang Zhonghua was both anxious and dry. He looked like an ant in a hot pot. Xianxia couldn't help but frown. This was truly a troublesome autumn. Troubles came one after another. Could it be that my small Xiang clan would encounter so many troubles if it wanted to rise? After arriving at the reception hall, the 2 of them discovered that all the elders of the clan had arrived, including even the younger generation's peers. "Little Nan, you're back." When Xiang Xiaohua saw Xianxia, he immediately stood up. "What's going on?" Xianxia looked at everyone strangely. He found that everyone was looking at him as if he had caused a great disaster. Xiang Xiaohua said, "Didn't our Xiang clan plan to restart their own business? Not long ago, we ordered a large amount of ores, armor, and spirit prairie materials from a few large suppliers in Bluestone City." "Yes." Xianxia felt even more puzzled. If his family wanted to run the weapons and armor business, they naturally needed to purchase large quantities of raw materials. Xiang Xiaohua stomped his foot anxiously and said, "But they collectively went back on their word. They did not hesitate to pay a high penalty for breach of contract and no longer provided us with raw materials." "Then why?" Xianxia was shocked. Without ores and raw materials, they were still in the weapons business. Without fur and spirit prairie materials, they could simply close the shop. "Because of Chen Linger." Xiang Xiaohua looked at Xianxia reproachfully. "Chen Linger? Who is that?" Xianxia was a little dumbfounded. When Xiang Xiaohua heard this, he anxiously said, "Little Nan, you are too foolish. Why did you forget what you did? Then the Chen clan sent people to propose marriage. You should at least say hello to us about this, so that we can have some time to prepare." "Chen Linger propose marriage?" Xianxia was puzzled. "Where are we going? Where did Chen Linger come from? What kind of kiss did she bring up?" "That's true." Xiang Zhanxiong interrupted Xiang Xiaohua and said to Xianxia, "A few days ago, you were engaged to Chen Linger privately for life. The Chen family sent people to send out wedding stickers, hoping that our Xiang family would come to propose marriage. But what you don't know is that this matter has angered Kai Jianyun. Since Kai Jianyun and Chen Linger were childhood sweethearts, he has been furious. And Kai Jianyun is Kai Baohua's grandson. Kai Baohua is also one of the elders of our Blue Stone City Chamber of Commerce." At this point, Xiang Zhanxiong sighed and said, "Kai Baohua threatened that unless our Xiang clan lowered their heads to admit their mistake and cancel the engagement with the Chen clan. Otherwise, they have already contacted a large number of suppliers. They will come to the Xiang clan tonight to break the contract and deliver the contract payment. From now on, they will not provide any raw materials to the Xiang clan. The entire Xiang clan side. The Xiang clan's path to rise was truly difficult. However, Xianxia frowned deeply. "Wait, this matter is not right. I don't know any Chen Linger at all, and it's even more impossible for me to settle a lifetime relationship with her privately." "What?" Everyone from the Xiang clan was dumbfounded. "So it's a misunderstanding?" The great elder heaved a sigh of relief and said, Since you and Qianlinger don't have that kind of relationship, then let's show our attitude. We won't marry the Qian clan. Isn't this settled? No, it's not that simple. Xiangnan shook his head and rejected the Great Elder's suggestion. The Great Elder said anxiously, "Why not?" Xianxiang said, "Indeed, it won't work. If news of this were to spread, it would be very unpleasant to hear. Others will definitely think that our Xiang clan was frightened." Everyone suddenly realized, that's right. Others would definitely say that the Xiang clan was so scared that they didn't even dare to propose marriage. They would lose face from this clan and be laughed at by everyone. This was because even though the Xiang clan had been suppressed by the three great clans of Bluestone Town, they had never lowered their heads in their most desolate days. Xianxiang had always stuck to the Xiang clan. "Little Nan," Xianxiang said seriously, "this matter must be treated well. What do you think?" Xiangnan took a deep breath and said, "Since we haven't got engaged yet, it's not like we're going to renege on our engagement. I will definitely reject the Chen family, but not now." As he spoke, Xiangnan bowed deeply to the crowd. "Grandfather, uncles, little Nan has caused trouble for the Xiang clan. I will go to the Chen clan to find out the cause and effect." After that, Xiangnan rushed to the Chen clan in Bluestone City with a stomach full of questions. The Chen clan was one of the major clans in Bluestone City. It was a pure commercial clan. It had nothing to do with martial arts. Just talking about the wealth of the clan would definitely far exceed the so-called three great clans in Bluestone Town. As soon as Xiangnan arrived at the Chen clan, he was warmly welcomed. It seemed that they had already designated Xiangnan as their uncle. After all, Xiangnan was currently one of the hottest martial arts geniuses in Bluestone City. If the Chen clan, a commercial clan, could marry the Xiang clan, it would be considered a good thing for them to have both merchants and martial artists. Soon Xiangnan saw Qianlinger. This was a young and energetic woman. She was 17 years old, and she was exquisitely carved. She could also be considered a symbol of beauty. "Young Master Xiang, you're here?" Qianlinger's eyebrows were filled with spring, and she gave Xiangnan into her boudoir with a little embarrassment. Xiangnan looked at Qianlinger, who was a little embarrassed by her behavior, and he didn't know why. He said, "Miss Qian, this marriage proposal." Qianlinger's eyes were lowered and her cheeks were flushed red. She whispered, "Young Master Xiang's performance since the beginning of the town has been very attractive. Linger can be considered to have secretly admired young Master Xiang." Xiangnan didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "If it was just like this, it wouldn't be to the point of proposing marriage, right?" "What?" Qianlinger's face turned pale. "Is young Master Xiang going back on his word?" she asked in shock. "What regret? I didn't know you before," Xiangnan said. "Xiangnan still has one more thing to ask of you. I'll have to trouble Miss Qian to communicate with the Kai clan and secretly resolve this misunderstanding." Xiangnan thought very clearly. Reneging on this matter was clearly not good for the Xiang clan. If the Qian clan could resolve this misunderstanding with the Kai clan, it would be considered that he had fulfilled Qianlinger and Kai Jianyun's wishes. Moreover, he didn't even know these two people, so there was no need to stir a stick between them. Who would have thought that Qianlinger's expression would be very ugly? She would turn green and then white. She hatefully shouted, "Since young Master Xiang is ruthless to me, why would he accept my spirit stones as gifts? My daughter's family took the initiative to express her goodwill to young Master Xiang. You accepted my kindness as well. Isn't this a sign that you are willing to accept me?" Hearing this, Xiangnan really had 10,000 animals running through his heart. My God, that spirit stone was not given to me by Miss Ruyan, but by Qianlinger. This is a big misunderstanding. Xiangnan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and said, "I thought it was another woman." Good, another woman. Who would have thought that Qianlinger would be even angrier after hearing this? She pointed at the door and said, "Young Master Xiang, please leave. I won't send you off." Xiangnan came for no reason and was inexplicably chased out of the Chen manor. This matter caused a misunderstanding, and Xiangnan did not know what to say. He could only return to the Xiang clan to talk about it helplessly. This time it was dark. After arriving in the Xiang manor, he discovered that the large reception hall was filled with people, and the city lord had also come. At this moment, he was sitting on the first seat chatting with Xianxia. "Lord City Lord, you're here?" Xiang Nan greeted the city lord. Hongjin saw Xiang Nan and said, "Well, I've heard that the Bluestone Chamber of Commerce is going to boycott the Xiang clan. It's a big fuss. I'm here this time to help the Xiang clan talk things over and see if I can reconcile their relationship." However, Hongzhan's words changed and he suddenly smiled. It seems that not only did Xiang Nan offend many martial artists of the same age, he also attracted many women of the same age. Xiang Nan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Lord City Lord, since when are you joking? This matter concerns the life and death of our Xiang clan. The three great clans of Bluestone Town were able to suppress the Xiang clan, but if the Bluestone Chamber of Commerce wanted to set up the Xiang clan, it was really a big deal." Hongjin also became serious. "I will try my best to help you reconcile. However, that old man Kai Baohua's temper is notoriously bad. I'm afraid he won't let the Xiang clan off easily. Elder Kai of the Blue Stone Merchant Guild is here." Immediately after, a large group of people walked in. The one leading them was one of the elders of the Bluestone Merchant Guild, Kai Baohua. Beside Kai Baohua was a rather handsome young man, and this person was Kai Baohua's grandson, Kai Jianyun. Everyone on the scene stood up to greet him, and even the city lord himself stood up. However, Kai Baohua was so powerful that he ignored the crowd and walked straight to the deepest part of the reception hall without looking sideways. Someone from the Xiang clan hurriedly added a main seat. Kai Baohua snorted and sat down with his golden saber. The large group of people that followed Kai Baohua were the suppliers of raw materials from various fields in Bluestone City. This group of people were eyeing him covetously, not giving the Xiang clan a good look at all. "You are Xiang Nan." Before Kai Baohua could say anything, his grandson, Kai Jianyun, suddenly pointed at Xiang Nan and said, he was acting like a high-ranking person pointing at a servant. When Xiang Nan was pointed at by Kai Jianyun, his heart was filled with anger. He said, "I am Xiang Nan." Kai Jianyun's face was gloomy as he said, "What a mighty presence. I heard that you wanted to touch Mo Hai's woman a few days ago and had a fight with her on the street. What, you're scared of being beaten up, and you're turning around to touch my woman? Xiang Nan, as a martial artist, if you don't cultivate martial arts properly, you're still playing around all day. What kind of man are you?" These words were extremely unpleasant to hear. Xiang Nan frowned and said, "I advise you to keep your mouth clean. This matter." Kai Jianyun interrupted Xiang Nan with a wave of his hand and shouted, "You don't dare to provoke Mo Hai, but you dare to provoke me? Xiang Nan, you're blind. Mo Hai is indeed the #1 expert in this age group, but you must know that my strength can be ranked second. Furthermore, that Mo Hai is only an expert from this town, and I, Kai Jianyun, have a much wider network than him. Mo Hai." Kai Jianyun pointed at Xiang Nan's nose and shouted, "Believe it or not, if I let go of this sentence, all the people of Wudao City's age will listen to my orders and kill you together." Originally, Xiang Nan was worried about the future of the clan and wanted to say something good, but now that Kai Jianyun was barking at him with a dog's eye, he couldn't help but feel his heart. Xiang Nan was furious and said in a low voice, "Is that so? Bring your horses over, and I'll wait for you to destroy me." "All right." Kai Jianyun smiled sinisterly and said, "Now, you're going to kneel down and beg for mercy." All right. Hongjin hurriedly stepped out to make things right. He laughed and said, "Young people are full of vitality. Everyone suppress your anger. If you have something to say, you can speak slowly." "Old Master Kai." Hongjin looked at Kai Baohua and said, "You're so old, don't be too angry. Just leave the young man's affairs to the young man. Why are you trying to move so many people? Everyone is doing business for money. If there's anything you can't sit down and talk about, why do you have to make a scene?" Kai Baohua smiled and said, "Lord City Lord is right. Then I'll have a good chat with his Xiang clan." Patriarch Xiang. Kai Baohua's eyes fell on Xianxia. Xianxia nodded slightly. Elder Kai. Kai Baohua lifted the lid of the cup and said, I have two choices for you. First, let your good grandson Xiang Nan apologize to my grandson right now. At the same time, the Xiang clan must swear in front of everyone that they will never think of hitting on Qianlinger again. Xianxiang was a first-grade martial artist, and his anger wasn't any worse than that of a young man. He immediately laughed out loud. The second one, Kai Baohua sneered. Second of all, you can continue to do as you please, but I can guarantee that from now on, there will be no place for your Xiang clan in the entire Blue Stone City. Ha ha! Xiang Nan laughed angrily and shouted, I choose the second one. I want to see how you drive my Xiang clan out of Bluestone City. Don't say that there's nothing between me and Qianlinger. Even if there is something, it's not your turn to come to our Xiang clan to act wildly. Xianxiang stood up and nodded at Xiang Nan, expressing his full support for Xiang Nan's opinion, even at a painful price. Little Nan. Hongjin suddenly stood up and said, Don't be impulsive. Let's have a good talk. City Lord. There's no need to say anything. Kai Baohua also stood up. He looked at Xiang Nan and said, All right, I admire your young man for being angry and courageous. He dares to say such presumptuous words to me. However, I advise you to walk through your brain before you speak and weigh yourself a few kilograms and a few taels. Come on. Immediately, 8 suppliers stood out from the crowd. The 8 suppliers cupped their fists and cupped their hands at Xianxiang at the same time, saying, Clan Head Xiang, I'm sorry. This is the raw materials trading contract we signed with the Xiang clan. 8 people handed over 8 contracts. One of the suppliers said on behalf of the others, Today, we will tear this contract apart. We will pay not less than a cent of the liquidated damages. And in the future, your Xiang clan will no longer think of doing business with us. We will no longer accept any cooperation intentions from the Xiang clan. The scene went deathly silent. Everyone watched helplessly. The 8 suppliers tore the contract apart on the spot, tore it like snow and threw it all over the sky. It's not just the 8 of them. Kai Baohua sneered and waved his hand. Today, apart from the 8 suppliers, I've also found all the leading and respected suppliers in Blue Stone City. The group of suppliers expressed their stance one after another, saying, We obey Old Master Kai's instructions and will no longer have any cooperation with the Xiang family in the future. How is it? Kai Baohua looked at Xianxiang and said, Do you regret it? Follow me again. Follow me again. Xiang Nan looked at his grandfather, Xianxiang, with a guilty expression. However, Xianxiang laughed loudly. Regret? I Xianxiang have never regretted it. Since you've come to find my grandson Xiang Nan's misfortune, I, Xianxiang, will sacrifice all of my family business to waste with you. So what's the harm? Pa pa pa. The sound of applause came from outside the door, followed by a vigorous and powerful shout. Old Master Xiang is so courageous. I admire you. Everyone looked at the door in unison, only to see another group of people strode in with their heads held high. The 2 people in front of him were a man and a woman. The man was about 70 or 80 years old, and his face was flushed red. His temperament was definitely something that could only be cultivated after he had been in the upper echelons for a long time. As for the woman, she was actually Miss Ruyan. Xiang Nan's eyes twitched and he said, Why are you here? That woman was precisely Ruyan, and from behind her, a small shadow appeared playfully. Brother Xiang Nan, little Yuer has come to see you. Xiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. All right, big brother will treat little Yuer to a sweet fruit later. Really? I want to eat 10. Little Yuer's cute eyes widened. They were talking to each other, but the others were a little shocked. Old Master Duan. Kai Baohua was overjoyed and hurriedly said to the old man beside Ruyan, Why are you here? Haha, it's enough to deal with the Xiang clan with me here. I don't need to trouble you to come personally. The suppliers hurriedly cupped their fists and bowed. Old Master Duan. As he spoke, Kai Baohua also noticed Ruyan. Immediately after, His expression changed slightly. Everyone else saw the details that Kai Baohua had seen. Old Master Duan was the boss behind the fortune-gathering pavilion and also the elder of the Bluestone Merchant Guild. He was an elder, not an elder like Kai Baohua. What caused everyone's expressions to change was that Old Master Duan actually took half a step back from Ruyan. Doesn't that mean that this woman has a higher status than Old Master Duan? Although everyone was shocked by the identity of the mysterious woman with the black veil on her face, they all agreed that the Xiang clan was truly going to die this time. This time, Kai Baohua had moved Old Master Duan out. No matter how capable the Xiang clan was, they had to obediently lie down. At this moment, the old man smiled at Kai Baohua and cupped his fists. Elder Kai, long time no see. However, this time, this old man is not here to punish the Xiang clan. I want to introduce an important person to everyone. Old Master Duan took another half step back and extended his hand towards Ruyan, saying, "This person is our backstage owner, an important figure of the Huangpu aristocratic family, Miss Ruyan." "Oh, so it's Miss Ruyan." Kai Baohua tried his best to squeeze out a smile and hurriedly greeted Ruyan, but his eyes clearly carried an inexplicable expression of shock. For many people who weren't high enough, they didn't know the meaning of the words Huangpu aristocrat clan. However, Kai Baohua had heard of it. He knew that the Huangpu aristocrat clan was an incomparably powerful existence in the Blue Tide continent and even the Nine Firmaments continent. However, Kai Baohua could not tell how powerful the Huangpu aristocrat clan was. He had only heard about it. All the suppliers at the scene kept a secret and respectful attitude towards Ruyan. They did not know about the Huangpu aristocrat clan, but they could see Old Man Duan's attitude towards Ruyan. Ruyan said lightly through the black veil, "Elder Duan, can you leave the right to speak here to me?" Old Master Duan smiled and bowed deeply. "I'll listen to your orders." Such a deep bow caused everyone's hearts to beat fiercely. "City Lord." Ruyan gently walked towards the main seat of the throne. Hongjin laughed loudly. "Miss Ruyan, please sit down." As he spoke, he secretly glanced at Xiang Nan and thought to himself that the Xiang clan had been saved this time. "Brother Xiang Nan, what are you guys doing? Let's go eat some fruit." Little Ewer jumped up and down to Xiang Nan's side and used her small hand to pull the corner of Xiang Nan's clothes in a spoiled manner. Xiang Nan touched little Ewer's hair and said, "Ewer, be good. Big brother will take you there later. Miss Ruyan has personally come. I really can't afford to be someone like you." Kai Baohua said respectfully to Ruyan. Beside him, Kai Jianyun proudly raised his head, his expression clearly saying, "Look, my grandfather has great face." He had attracted such a noble person as Miss Ruyan. Ruyan said expressionlessly, "Of course you can't afford it." "Ah!" Kai Baohua was stunned, but he still hadn't reacted. Ruyan turned her head to look at Xianxia and smiled. Old Master Xiang is getting stronger and stronger. The heroic words just now made Ruyan admire him very much. "With you here, the Xiang clan will definitely rise to prominence in the future." This was the first time Xianxia had seen Ruyan. Before he knew where this woman came from, he said politely, "You're flattering me." At this point, the atmosphere at the scene changed again. Everyone seemed to see something different from Ruyan's different attitudes towards Kai Baohua and Xianxia. Miss Ruyan smiled at Xianxia and said, "Seeing you, I know why Xiang Nan is so outstanding." As she spoke, Ruyan waved her hand and Elder Duan of the Chamber of Commerce respectfully handed over a pile of papers. Ruyan stood up with the paper in her hand and looked down at the 8 suppliers, saying, "Just now, it was you who tore the contract with the Xiang family." Those 8 supplier representatives looked at each other. They don't know how to deal with her, so they can only nod and say yes. Ruyan couldn't see the slightest smile on her face. She flipped through the paper in her hand page by page and said indifferently, "If I'm not mistaken, the boundaries used by your 8 clans are all rented from our Huangpu aristocrat clan. At the same time, the raw materials you wholesale are all from our Huangpu aristocrat clan." Yes, a supplier representative hesitated for a moment. Actually, they had rented it from Old Master Duan. But now, it seemed that Old Master Duan was a subordinate of Ruyan. After a long time, these suppliers were Old Master Duan's channels, purchasing raw materials from other provinces. In other words, Ruyan was their top supply chain. And since it is, then it will be easy. Ruyan's eyes suddenly became sharp. She spread the paper in her hand and said, "These are your lease agreements." As soon as she finished speaking, a fierce ball of yuan qi erupted from her right hand. That yuan qi turned into yuan qi flames and instantly burned the 8 contracts to ashes. She looked down at the 8 people from above. The contract had just been burned by her, and then she lost 8 more gold coin storage cards. She said, "I burned the lease, and I will not provide you with any channels to purchase it in the future. Take your penalty and scram out of Blue Stone City." The faces of the 8 suppliers instantly changed drastically. All of them looked miserable and almost burst into tears. "Fuck off." Ruyan lightly spat out a word. Her right hand pressed down, and a fierce aura surged out, sending the 8 suppliers flying out of the door. Everyone in the Xiang clan was overjoyed. "And you guys." Ruyan took a thick stack of contracts from Old Master Duan and swept her gaze over the other suppliers that followed Kai Baohua. The suppliers were all frightened out of their wits. Ruyan said, "You came to help the Kai clan and suppress the Xiang clan together? That's good. If I'm not mistaken, 9 out of 10 of your raw materials were purchased from our Huangpu clan. Nianzai, you guys are just here to watch the show. Let's cut the supply of raw materials to you by half. We'll see how you perform in 3 months. Do you understand what I mean?" "I understand." The suppliers wiped away their cold sweat and nodded repeatedly. Judging from her performance, what are they looking at? It was clear from her attitude towards the Xiang clan that if anyone dared to make things difficult for the Xiang clan, their fate would definitely be as miserable as the 8 suppliers just now. Then Ruyan's gaze tilted to the left and landed on Kai Baohua. At this moment, Kai Baohua was dumbfounded and hadn't reacted yet. He thought that Old Master Duan and Ruyan were here to help him, but who would have thought that they would stand up for the Xiang clan? What was even more unexpected was that Ruyan was a nail. Hard nail. He kicked the nail with one kick. Ruyan looked at Kai Baohua and said, "Half of the merits of the Blue Stone Merchant Guild's establishment came from Elder Duan." "Yes, yes." Kai Baohua hurriedly nodded. Ruyan said, "Looks like you've been sitting in the position of an elder for too long. Have you forgotten your identity and responsibilities? Using private power to suppress a clan? Haha, it's really impressive." "In my opinion," Miss Ruyan's eyes suddenly turned cold as she said, "You should give the position of elder to Xianxia and the Xiang clan's clan head." Kai Baohua fell back to his seat, his entire face deathly pale. The scene was completely silent, and even the city lord was shocked. He really didn't expect Ruyan, this weak woman, to act so decisively and ruthlessly and act so swiftly. This Kai Baohua's voice was filled with tears. If he were no longer an elder of the Chamber of Commerce, his current status would be greatly reduced. "Why?" Ruyan said indifferently. "Today I will tell you why. Because young Master Xiang Nanxiang is my benefactor." Ruyan's face turned into a thick smile. She looked at Xiang Nan and said, "Whoever dares to provoke young Master Xiang will provoke me. And whoever provokes me, I will make him suffer." No one dared to say another word at the scene, that Ruyan was simply a thunderbolt. Whoever dared to touch her brows would explode. Ruyan looked around the crowd. "Is there anyone else who wants to deal with the Xiang clan?" The scene was completely silent. Ruyan nodded. "Since there is no such thing, why are you still staying?" Yes, Miss Ruyan, Old Master Xiang, we still have matters to attend to. We'll be staying soon." Many suppliers panicked and ran away. Xiang Nan couldn't help but give Ruyan a thumbs up and thought to himself, "Amazing! This is amazing." He had never seen Ruyan like this before. Normally, Ruyan smiled at Xiang Nan and spoke in an incomparably friendly tone. However, the mall was like a battlefield. Once they arrived at the mall, Ruyan immediately felt like a different person. Of course, her confidence and decisiveness also came from the strong foundation of the Huangpu clan. The shopping mall was the same as the battlefield, so they naturally had the right to speak. Old hero Xiang. Rian smiled at Xianxia and said, I know that you are a martial artist and don't have much time to manage the Chamber of Commerce. So, the position of guild leader is still yours, but you can recommend someone to temporarily help you succeed. Okay? Good, good, good. Thank you, Miss Rian, for your kindness. Xianxia laughed heartily and said, Big brother, you should take over the position of Chamber of Commerce's elder first. Great Elder was struck by lightning. The old man was stunned for a long time, but his eyes were still red. He bowed to Xianxia. Second brother, we treated the Xiang clan like this earlier, but you still. Xianxia waved his hand and said, There is no need to mention the past. We are all bleeding from the Xiang clan. We have broken bones and tendons. Yes, yes, the great elder smiled. His heart returned from the bottom of his heart. He firmly believed that no matter what happened in the future, he was born a member of the Xiang clan, and death was also a ghost of the Xiang clan. Xianxia's actions not only touched all the clansmen who had just returned, but also made them feel like they were truly returning. They were not excluded by Xianxia, but were sincerely accepted as relatives. Little brother Nan, it's all thanks to you. At this moment, Xiang Zhonghua and several other sisters of the same age were relieved of their grievances towards Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan smiled and said, They are all family members. You're welcome. Miss Rian walked down and said to Xiang Nan, Young Master Xiang, I have something to say. Shall we talk outside? All right. Xiang Nan nodded and went out with Miss Rian and little Yuer. Outside the door, Rian stared at Xiang Nan's eyes with a faint smile, but did not say a word. Xiang Nan felt that although her eyes contained a smile, that smile made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Miss Rian, if you have anything to say, just say it. Xiang Nan said awkwardly. Rian took a deep look at Xiang Nan and said, I heard that you are engaged to the Chen family's daughter. Xiang Nan was stunned and smiled bitterly. It's just a misunderstanding. I don't even know the Chen clan's daughter. Oh, I see. Rian's smile did not change, but her tone seemed to relax. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew in the sky. Pairs of giant wings blotted out the sky and covered the sun. Hearing the howling wind, the Xiang family members in the reception hall, including the city lord, rushed out together. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw that the sky was dark. Pairs of giant black wings appeared extremely shocking under the night sky. A flying demonic beast. The city lord's pupils contracted. Those were enormous flying demonic beasts. They slowly descended from the high clouds. Some of the flying demonic beasts even snapped their noses and spat out surging flames from their mouths and noses. It was as if the black clouds had been burned. More than a dozen flying demonic beasts stopped in midair. Each of those demonic beasts had terrifying and shocking faces, and each of them possessed a demonic aura that covered the sky and the sun. It was actually comparable to a late heavenly Yuan realm expert. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Where did these flying demonic beasts come from? If they wreaked havoc together, they would definitely be able to destroy the entire Bluestone City within an hour. Miss, it's time, Old Master Duan said respectfully from the side. A touch of sadness flashed through Rian's eyes. She forced a smile on everyone's faces and said, Everyone, don't panic. It's my clansmen who came to pick me up. When Xiangnan heard this, he sighed and said, Are we leaving now? Rian's eyes turned red as she cupped her fists at Xiangnan and said, Young Master Xiang, there must be a separation between us. It's just that today's farewell. The mountain is far away. I wonder when we'll meet again. Young Master will participate in the city selection in 10 days. At that time, he will definitely be chosen by the martial arts sect and leave Bluestone City. In this way, the day of meeting is even more distant. The heavens and the earth are vast. At this point, Rian choked up. Xiang Nan wanted to open his mouth, but was interrupted by Rian. Miss Rian continued, Rian is here. I wish young Master Xiang great success and a bright future. Xiang Nan's heart was also extremely sad, but he insisted with a brilliant smile, Miss Rian, I also wish you a good reward. From now on, you will definitely enjoy the good fortune. I hope that you will go all the way." Before Xianxia could spit out the word good, Ruyin used 2 white onion fingers to cover her mouth. Ruyin looked deeply into Xianxia's eyes and said softly, "Don't say goodbye." After saying that, Ruyin smiled with tears and took off her veil. She moved her head and lightly kissed the finger across Xianxia's mouth. After this kiss, Miss Ruyin's cheeks flushed red. She pulled back her fingers and pulled little Yuer into a beam of bright light that shot straight into the sky. In the sky, little Yuer's silvery laughter could be heard. "Brother Xianxia, you still owe me 10 sweet fruits." Xianxia stopped on the spot for a long time. Seeing the huge fleet of flying demonic beasts ascend into the clouds, his heart was filled with emotions, unable to say what it felt like. Behind him, the city lord patted Xianxia on the shoulder and said, "We're already far away." Xianxia turned around and smiled at the crowd. "Everyone come back. I'll be alone." After leaving the Xiang clan, Xianxia returned to the manor that Ruyin had given him. It was still the same night and the same beautiful scenery, but today, Xianxia was once again alone. The betrayal of his beloved woman in his previous life caused Xianxia to lose all confidence in things like love. Could even be said that he was on high alert. He no longer believed in love at all, and he only felt endless gratitude towards Miss Ruyin in his heart. He drank alone in front of the moonlight. The night gradually darkened, and the wind gradually cooled. However, the intense sadness in Xianxia's heart gradually faded. He picked up his glass and said to himself, "If I could go further and become stronger on the path of martial arts, then I will definitely meet Miss Ruyin again one day." As he spoke, Xianxia raised his glass to Yugao and said, "Miss Ruyin, thank you for taking care of me during this period of time in Blue Rock City. Here, you help me with everything. In the future, I, Xianxia, will definitely go through fire and water for you." In the woods, the wind-chasing colt snapped twice. After returning to the Xiang manor, it was already dawn, and Xianxia fell asleep. He had been cultivating hard for days, and he rarely had time to rest. He didn't feel tired during the excited days of cultivation, but now he was completely relaxed, and his sleepiness instantly engulfed him. This sleep lasted from before dawn until night. When he woke up, there was a full moon hanging in the sky. "I can't believe I've been asleep for so long." Xianxia stretched. "Right, I've only been focusing on my own cultivation these past few days. I've forgotten how my grandfather's martial Dao bottlenecks are. Let's go and see him." He simply cleaned up and pushed the door open. The moonlight fell on the small courtyard. A few simple flowers and plants, a small tree were quite artistic. At this moment, Xianxia's mood was very relaxed. He recalled that many things had really happened between Miss Ruyin's appearance and her departure. Xianxia smiled sincerely and walked towards the arch of the courtyard. Right at this moment, a great sense of danger caused Xianxia's heart to pound. It was an invisible killing intent that enveloped Xianxia, causing Xianxia to feel an unprecedented crisis of death. Xianxia didn't even think about it and subconsciously used the shadow steps. The powerful flash shadow steps caused him to turn into an afterimage and retreat in the blink of an eye. Almost at the same time as Xianxia retreated, an extremely sharp sword light suddenly came from the pitch-black night sky. Even though Xianxia dodged very quickly, the sword light still touched Xianxia's chest and brushed past him with extreme danger. Sword light? Essence. Xianxia lowered his head and looked at the long robe cut off from his chest. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. After the sword light missed, it flew out and hit a stone table in the courtyard, as well as the courtyard wall behind it. So fast! Xianxia's pupils constricted. Fortunately, his flash steps had succeeded, but even so, he was only able to dodge the enemy's attack with the flash steps. Without any time to think, he immediately raised his head and looked into the night sky, trying to find the enemy who had ambushed him. However, with Xianxia's keen perception, he was unable to sense the enemy's yuan qi fluctuations, nor was he able to determine the enemy's realm, nor was he able to lock onto the enemy's location. This situation could only explain one problem, and that was, The enemy's martial arts realm had far surpassed Xiang Nan's. This was a very common and fatal phenomenon in the world of martial arts. Realm suppression. What was realm suppression? For example, if Xiang Nan was at the Xiantian first layer and could release 4,000 gene of power, and his enemy was at the Xiantian sixth layer and could also release 4,000 gene of power, then the one who would lose would be Xiang Nan. For example, if a rock was compared to a mountain, the material of the rock was the same, the density was the same, and the quality was the same. However, if the two collided, the winner would definitely be the mountain, not the stone. Every time the enemy was a small realm higher than their own, the effect of realm suppression would become even more obvious. Why was it that even though Xiang Nan's explosive power was extremely strong, it was still unable to obtain any benefits against Li Qingchuan and Mo Hai? A large part of the reason was because of the suppression of the realm. Damn it, Xiang Nan gritted his teeth. He knew that the enemy's realm far surpassed his own. Even if he risked his life, he could not be the enemy's opponent. As soon as Xiang Nan dodged the first sword light, he jumped onto the wall without hesitation. The slight tremor caused by his action caused another scene to appear. The stone table and the courtyard wall that had been sliced by the sword light had previously remained untouched. Now, after a jump from Xiang Nan, they were all broken apart. The stone table quietly split into two halves and fell to the ground. The wall of the courtyard also collapsed. This scene caused Xiang Nan's pupils to contract. When the courtyard wall collapsed, he once again jumped onto another wall and prepared to sprint towards the southeast. Southeast was where his grandfather, Xianxia, was. The enemy that had come to sneak attack him was at least above the origin realm. The only person in the entire the Xiang manor who could save him was probably only grandfather. However, the enemy was obviously unwilling to let Xiang Nan off easily. In the blink of an eye, a second sword light came from the night sky. This second sword light was faster and fiercer than the first. That strong sense of crisis even caused Xiang Nan's muscles to tighten fiercely. This time, Xiang Nan was prepared in advance. When the second sword light struck, he had already executed the second flash step accurately, and his body turned into an afterimage that cut through the night sky. The second ray of sword light actually cut off the heel of Xiang Nan's boots. His left boot fell in response. The enemy is too fast. Xiang Nan's heart was beating wildly as he rushed towards his grandfather's house in the night sky. However, the Xiang manor was huge, and the buildings were scattered in a disorderly manner. There was no path that allowed Xiang Nan to run wildly in a straight line. This forced him to jump back and forth. The enemies in the darkness clenched their teeth, and vaguely, their blurry shadows flickered under the night sky. Xiang Nan raised his perception to its limit, unable to sense even the slightest presence of the enemy, as if no enemy had appeared tonight. Chong! With a trembling sound of the sword, a third ray of sword light came. Just as Xiang Nan's body was soaring into the air, he kicked an ancient tree beside him with his right foot. He executed the flash shadow steps and his body turned into an afterimage again. The sharp sword light struck the ancient tree and pierced through it. This time, it almost brushed past Xiang Nan's right shoulder. This time, the sword light was even faster than the last time. Not only did it cut off Xiang Nan's sleeve, it even cut off a small piece of his skin and flesh. Blood immediately soaked out. It was extremely dangerous. Every move of the enemy made it difficult for Xiang Nan to resist. Even if he used the powerful flash steps to dodge, it could also be said to be a step-by-step shock. Damn it! Xiang Nan covered his shoulders and took advantage of the gap between the enemy's attack and the enemy's attack to run frantically towards his grandfather's residence. He thought to himself, in order to conceal his identity, this enemy didn't even use a single martial skill and used pure Yuan Qi to attack. This made it impossible for Xiang Nan to determine the origin of the enemy. What a fast movement technique! Suddenly, a hoarse and deep voice came from above Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan's heart trembled. He was so close. The addiction seemed to come from above Xiang Nan's head, and it sounded more like a soft whisper. This kind of voice that suddenly sounded in his ears brought great danger to Xiang Nan. But, so what? With your tiny Xiantian sixth layer, it's as easy as killing you. As soon as the enemy's voice settled, the next attack arrived in an instant. This time, the enemy unexpectedly chopped out 3 sword lights in a row. These 3 sword lights weren't enormous. Each of them was only a meter long, but the power contained within them was unimaginable. These 3 sword lights were extremely vicious, sealing off Xiangnan's front, left, right, and 3 other directions. No matter which direction Xiangnan dodged in, he would be split in half by the enemy's sword. However, if he stopped in time, he would be able to dodge the sword light, but the enemy would take the opportunity to catch up with him. In his helplessness, Xiangnan chose the only path, which was to jump high. He borrowed the flash step to jump 40 to 50 meters tall. Although he had dodged the enemy's attack, this had forced Xiangnan to another desperate situation at the same time. There was no point in borrowing power in the air. Xiangnan's body soared into the air, and he was no longer able to use the flash shadow steps. In the pitch-black night sky, the enemy's hoarse and sinister laughter slowly drifted over. Immediately after, a fatal sword appeared. The sword light accurately aimed at Xiangnan. The bright yuan qi pierced through the sky, leaving behind a thick shadow of light. Xiangnan couldn't avoid it and couldn't help but let out a sorrowful cry in his heart. Could it be that he was going to die tonight? Who dares to hurt my grandson? Right at this moment of life and death, a deep roar broke the silence of the night. Xianxiang was shrouded in abundant yuan qi and soared into the sky. He clenched his fist with his right hand and punched heavily. Yuan qi condensed into a huge fist light. The yuan qi fist smashed into the sword light and instantly shattered the sword light. Grandfather! Xiangnan was overjoyed and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Xianxiang's arrival broke the murderer's plan to assassinate Xiangnan. In the night sky, the hidden enemy scolded coldly, "Old undead." Xianxiang grabbed Xiangnan's arm and threw Xiangnan into the distance with all his strength, saying, "Little Nan, hide." Afterwards, Xianxiang burst into rage and shouted at a certain place in the night sky, "Who dares to charge into the Xiang manor and kill him alone?" A sword light responded to Xianxiang. This sword light was 5 meters long. The power of the sword light was several times greater than the previous sword lights. However, because this was a heavy sword attack, not a light sword, it was not as fast as the previous sword lights. Xiangxiang's ambition was filled with rage. Xiangnan was his best grandson and the only future of the Xiang clan. Tonight, someone dared to barge into his house and kill. Xianxiang let out a low roar and punched out again. This time, when the fists and swords collided, the sword light once again landed on the ground and was shattered by Xianxiang's punch. As for Xianxiang's fist, it pierced through the night sky and gradually flew away. Obviously, he did not hit the enemy. Just as the fist rays pierced through the sky, the light of the fist rays finally allowed Xiangnan, who was not far away, to see traces of the enemy. It was a mysterious person dressed in night clothes. His entire body was wrapped in a black robe, and only a pair of gloomy and cold eyes were exposed. Xiangnan secretly nodded, knowing that he was safe. Grandfather Xianxiang was at the 9th level of the Origin Realm, so the enemy of this night attack must be below the 9th level of the Origin Realm. "Old bastard, you're courting death." In the night sky, the black-clothed enemy cursed hoarsely, but when he saw his body twist, his sword slashed towards him. Martial skill. Xiangnan was stunned. The enemy had actually used a martial skill. The enemy's sword strike was no small matter. It was no longer a pure sword light. Instead, the sword light carried a distorted shape. As it sliced through the night sky, there was a faint hiss of a poisonous snake spitting out messages. This time, the enemy's attack did not conceal his strength. Xiangnan judged from the yuan qi fluctuations of the sword light that the enemy should be between the 4th and 6th levels of the Origin Return Realm. Xianxiang's punch collided with the sword light with a strange sound. The sword light actually split the fist light into 2. Xianxiang's heart skipped a beat, and then he continued to punch, using 2 punches to neutralize the enemy's sword power. Xiangnan frowned deeply. The situation wasn't too good. The enemy was able to defuse Grandpa's fist light by lagging behind Grandpa's realm. This meant that the enemy's martial skill level must be far higher than Grandpa's. At the same time, Xianxia couldn't help but curse himself for being stupid. For a long time, he had been focusing on his grandfather's martial Dao bottleneck, thinking that it was the bottleneck that had prevented him from advancing. But now, he suddenly realized why he hadn't provided his grandfather with a high-grade cultivation technique. Even though Grandpa had already broken through the bottleneck, just advancing from the 9th level of origin return to the 1st level of heavenly origin was a huge span in itself. What a thief! Xianxia cursed angrily and took out a bright spear from his storage ring. Xiang family gun? The enemy laughed coldly, his laughter filled with disdain. But he saw that the sword in his hand had slashed 4 times. These 4 slashes all used martial skills, but the 4 sword lights were extremely strange. The sword lights did not slash towards Xianxia in a straight line, but turned into 4 twisted shapes like poisonous snakes. The 4 twisted sword lights drew 4 arcs with completely different magnitudes, attacking Xianxia from 4 different directions. This Xianxia was also stunned. He had never seen such an unfathomable martial skill in his life. Xianxia gritted his teeth and shouted, "Sweep through 1,000 troops!" His body twisted, and the spear swept out a huge ring of spear light. This spear had an extremely wide coverage, blocking off all the attack angles of the enemy's sword light. However, those 4 strange sword lights were like poisonous snakes, fiercely grabbing onto Xianxia's spear light. What was frightening was that with Xianxia's strength, which was at least 4 small realms higher than the enemy's, that spear beam was actually unable to resist the power of the 4 sword beams. Immediately, the ring-shaped spear light was crushed by the 4 snake-shaped sword lights at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xianxia shouted and burst out his yuan qi. He expended a large amount of yuan qi and swept 3 shots in a row. A total of 4 spear beams landed on the 4 serpent-shaped sword beams, finally canceling out the enemy's sword beams. However, at this moment, Xianxia was already panting, but the enemy who had lightly landed on the treetop was completely unaffected. Immediately after, the enemy laughed sinisterly. "Old man, I want your life." Not good. Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat without warning. He could feel the unusual yuan qi fluctuations on the enemy's body. Thus, an astonishing scene appeared. The enemy suddenly raised his sword high, and the yuan qi in his body began to flow rapidly in an abnormal manner. Even the yuan qi wrapped around the enemy's body and flowed back into the sky like a reversed vortex of yuan qi. Immediately after, a faintly visible giant phantom pattern appeared behind the enemy. It was a giant viper face. This viper's face was 10 meters tall and 8 meters wide. It was so strange that it enveloped the enemy's back. The huge viper's face was in stark contrast to the enemy who was less than 2 meters tall, making the cold viper in the night sky look extremely shocked. Xianxia gritted his teeth and sucked in a breath of cold air. At the very least, it's an Earth-level beginner martial skill. Xianxia's expression also changed. His eyes were wide open as he looked at the scene in disbelief. At this moment, the enemy laughed sinisterly and said in a deep voice, "Earth Fiend Snake King Sword." The moment he said the name of the martial skill, the viper phantom behind him suddenly opened its huge mouth. As for the enemy right in front of Viper, his sword suddenly stabbed out and shot out like an adder's messenger. The sword light was actually scarlet red, and it could be as long as 20 meters. With this strike, even the surrounding air was abruptly sucked dry. The vacuum created a raging strong wind. The trees in the courtyard were uprooted. Stone tables, stone chairs, and a collapsed courtyard wall were all sucked into the sky. Regardless of whether it was the courtyard walls or trees, when these things encountered the fierce winds, they were crushed into countless pieces. This was only the power of the spirit wind. One could imagine how powerful that sword light was. The scarlet sword light caused the violent harbor wind to whistle towards Xianxia. Xianxia felt as if he was facing a great enemy. He held a gun in his right hand and a dantian in his left hand. His face showed an unusual flush of red. "Shit! Grandfather is burning his dantian." Xianxia was shocked. Burning a dantian was an extremely harmful action to a martial artist. As the name implied, A martial artist would sacrifice his dantian for a short burst of strength. Afterwards, this kind of behavior would cause serious injuries to martial artists, ranging from serious injuries to a retreat in cultivation.